Some of your response. Are we taking the Bears seriously? Are we taking them too lightly? Because I don't think they're a threat. Not for a team chasing a Super Bowl. Maybe a threat on a Saturday or a Sunday, a weekend where they get a chance to beat you head-to-head. But I don't think they're a threat standing in the way of the Lions and their goal of the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797.
I don't believe the Bears are this year. I think they will be, and I think this division is set up with the way that the Lions have constructed their roster, young, extended contracts. You look at Green Bay, kind of the same situation there. They're going to have some other decisions to come up in the coming years, but I think they're an organization that's proven that they can continue to be competitive. And then the Bears, Caleb Williams, I do expect him to be a very good quarterback. It's going to take a year or two. I don't even know if he has a CJ Stroud type of year, and I think that's what people are somewhat expecting.
Isn't that a little dangerous? Isn't that the anomaly? Isn't that like the exception to the rule for the most part?
It 100% is, and it doesn't mean that any of these struggles that that rookie quarterbacks have doesn't mean they can't be really good quarterbacks in the future. It just means that they're rookies, that there is a transition, and not everybody has the same smooth transition that C.J. Stroud did, and especially if you're coming from USC. Yes, they had wide receivers that were high-level guys. Jordan Addison was there for a year along with Caleb Williams. But they didn't have an offensive line. They didn't have a very good defense. He was also playing against defenses that weren't very good in the Pac-12. It doesn't mean he can't have that type of year. It just means that it is an anomaly. There will be growing pains along the way, and I don't expect him to be that type of quarterback as a rookie.
Yeah, just surface level. It's easy to say rookie, not going to be very good right away. I think there's truth to it. I point out the defense led the league in interceptions. That's a stat that doesn't carry over year to year. Turnovers can be fickle that way. And just the simplest definition of the Lions are a Super Bowl team, the Bears are not. They are not on the same level. They are therefore not the threat to me that a team like the Eagles, the Niners, even the Packers are in the Lions' own division. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. The Lions' biggest threat is the Lions themselves, according to a ticket texter. John, do you agree with that? It says the pressure's on them to get to the Super Bowl.
So be it. I don't necessarily know that there's any more pressure than there was. I mean, yes, there is more verbal pressure. There's more eyeballs on them because of what they did last year, getting to the NFC Championship game. I think most of them think that that's a bare minimum this year, getting to the NFC Championship game. Now it's about being able to get over the hump and get to the Super Bowl and actually win it.
Texter says if they're focused, won't be a problem. That's from Brian on the ticket text. Another one says, I don't think the Lions took the Bears seriously last year, which is why they almost got popped twice. This year they're on the radar. The Lions are focused. They'll take care of business. Ticket texter says the Bears should have won both games last year. They're absolutely a threat. You could take the air quotes out of it, Costa. This is a threat for the Lions.
Well, so one of the things that we're hoping that the defense does better this year, it's not just in the secondary, but it's at being able to limit a mobile quarterback. And when you go out and you get a DJ Reader and you think Aleem McNeil is going to take a step forward, we've heard all of these glowing reviews about Levi Onwuzurike. James Houston is back. He's a guy that you can use to limit those mobile quarterbacks, to keep them in the pocket. That's going to be a large factor because Caleb Williams is somewhat like Justin Fields in regards to he can get outside the pocket, he can extend plays, he can pick up yardage with his feet. Not, I don't think necessarily as an athlete like Justin Fields did, but if you're a better defense on the back end up front, then you should be able to handle those mobile quarterbacks in a much better way. And there's a lot of people that believe that Baltimore may be that team in the AFC that gets to the NFL or that gets to the Super Bowl. Well, I mean, there's no more mobile quarterback than Lamar Jackson, so you are going to have to be better at defending the mobile quarterback.
And that was the most painful game the Lions played last season.
Oh, it was awful. It was a disaster.
Game. Both sides of the ball just a collapse. I mean, yes, Baltimore could be a problem if you get to the Super Bowl because they may be the team sitting on the other side. And Mahomes, while he's not Lamar, he's a schoolyard quarterback. At the end of the day, he can keep every play alive. He makes throws from weird angles that nobody else can get away with, and he does it as precise as anybody in football. Yeah, being able to wrap up, finish, turn pressures into sacks, that's not just an Aiden thing. I know he's the face of that. That's a huge goal for this team this season.
Well, it needs to be. You got to be able to get home. You got to be able to not just pressure, but actually affect the passer in regards to that the play is over at that point. You've got to get those sacks.
This text is right on point. He says, I think offensively the Packers and the Bears have caught up to the Lions. What we have to hope is that the additions on defense plus development of Hutch and Aleem, that's the difference to hold them off.
See, I'm still not.
Well, they're not top five offenses, so I disagree with the first half of that. But
right, yeah. And if you're sitting there going, and I understand the additions of Keenan Allen, Romo Dunze, along with DJ Moore already being there, DeAndre Swift at running back, and I'm not sold on him being available for 7 games. Cole Kmet, a good tight end. I don't think he's Sam Laporta.
No.
And an offensive line that is not in the same league as we're talking about with the Detroit Lions. So there are some differences, along with Jared Goff, who has, I mean, nobody wants to talk about this, but he is a guy that took a team to a Super Bowl. They ended up losing, and he was trashed in the years following that. He has refound success here in Detroit. I think he's a quarterback that can get you there now. Caleb Williams, maybe he's a quarterback that can get you there in the future. I just don't see him being that quarterback now.
248-539-9797. If you missed our chat with Dan Campbell, 9:35. Provide some updates. Hendon Hooker, some of the other injured players, the perspective from the coach here today at practice. Heather, you took a photo of Dan talking to us, and your takeaway was?
You're a small man. You look so, and this is not,
for the
apparently
record,
I think
so
everybody
well
is small, apparently, but
yeah.
in this photo, I mean, you're not. I don't actually, I mean, to me, you're tall. You're at least 6 foot tall.
She's backpedaling a little bit.
No, I'm not,
yeah,
but next to these guys, you
next
look
to John and Dan Campbell.
Yeah, it was you right in the middle. And we've got Dan, who he's in great shape.
Yeah.
And the way, when I took the photo,
Broad,
he was like
he's
leaning
yeah.
forward, and his neck.
Yeah.
So
very large.
So
And
he's
then-
standing, hands on the desk, broad shoulders. I'm angled, so you get like a sideline profile, and it's like,
who is it? Where'd he
Yeah.
go?
Who's the slim shorty?
and
And then you on the other side, towering over him.
I really wish we had St. Brown here because I think that would have helped me out a little more.
I think so too.
I know Heather agrees with that.
Maybe Jack Fox.
But you said even this with your son, Jack,
Bates.
who's here.
Let's bring in the kickers.
Yeah, make me look good. But you said even with your kid standing next to Dan Campbell, it's like you're in awe. I mean, he's a big dude.
Yeah. Jack was. I took a quick picture of him and Dan together, and Jack actually mentioned, because Jack's been around a lot of big people.
Yeah.
Sure.
And he obviously lives with me every day. So, but he came back. His take was, he goes, "Wow, I felt really short because I was standing between you and Dan."
But he's also, what? How old is he?
He's 13. Yes,
He's
yeah.
going to be short standing between you
Right,
guys.
yeah, he's not a 30-year-old grown-ass man.
Exactly.
Had to throw that in there. All right, coming up next, I think this is interesting. I think Tigers fans will be curious to see this piece when it airs on Sunday. It's about Armando Galarraga's imperfect game. And this, what is it? It's Monmouth College. They put together this formal argument.
TJ Lang.
He just left you hanging.
God.
We at least get
TJ.
a shake from Coach Lalone. I put out for a fist bump, and TJ just walks right on by.
TJ, he owns a 3-on-3 team now.
Yeah,
and
he's a professional
big time.
franchise owner.
I get it. We don't get any time with him. Anyway, what I was saying, Jen Lotta's going to join us next. She's got this piece coming up on Sunday, East 60, all about them trying to get Armando Galarraga credit for his perfect game. They talked to the commissioner of baseball, the players who were in the game, managers, all of it. We'll get Jen's thoughts after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Dan Campbell joined Constant Jansen right here on 97.1 The Ticket in the 8 o'clock hour. He said there's a good chance backup QB Hendon Hooker plays in the game Saturday against the Chiefs. Hooker was spotted on the practice field this morning as well. Campbell also said we could see a couple starting defensive linemen that did not play against the Giants. Other players participating on the side at Lions practice today, according to Nolan Bianchi, is Carlton Davis, Tyrion Arnold, and Sam Laporta. Missing are running back Jahmyr Gibbs, Malcolm Rodriguez, and Ennis Rakestraw today. Detroit has waived injured safety Maurice Norris and signed corner Javelin Guidry. Guidry was on the Jets roster in 20 and 21. Recently, he's bounced around in the practice squads. You couldn't write a better return for Kerry Carpenter last night in a 15-1 Tigers victory. In addition to those two by Carpenter, the Tigers hit 3 other home runs, including a Jake Rogers grand slam. Rogers logged 7 RBIs. That's the most since Ryan Rayburn did it in 2007. Scooble also tossed 6 innings of run ball. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. When dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you'll need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
My gut tells me, and I only know what I've seen from the trailer, my gut tells me that Rob Manfred will not agree to count that game as a perfect game for Armando Galarraga. You agree with me, John?
Yeah, I agree. I think it should. And I mean, there's always going to be a human element that was clearly should have been an out.
It was the last out of the game. It wasn't in the 6th inning where things could change one way or another.
Yeah, and they're not going to change the stats. They're not going to do anything like that. But it was clearly a perfect game. So why not give him credit for a perfect game? Even though I know the stats are going to say that there was a hit, there was he was a runner on base, which takes away from the perfect game.
Is it the worst call you've seen?
Probably. Well, I don't know. It would be right there along with the 2018 NFC Championship game.
The pass interference?
Yes. And the reason I say that one is because if the Saints get the ball down on the 6-yard line, they score, it changes the path for so many individuals. At that point, now they still have to go in and score.
Yeah.
But Goff, maybe he never gets to the Super Bowl. Maybe he doesn't get that monster contract. And what does that mean for the entirety? Maybe things end up actually working out better in L.A. for him because the expectations aren't going to be there, and he's not going to have the egg in the Super Bowl that everybody keeps laying on him. But it also changes so much money changed hands because those that did go to the Super Bowl for the Rams, whether or not you win, you play an extra playoff game. There's playoff bonuses involved. For the Saints, all of those guys that didn't get those paychecks or didn't get bonuses for not going to the Super Bowl, like the ramification, the ripple effect, I think, was greater for that call because it sent one team to a Super Bowl and not the other.
Yeah, beyond the call itself. I mean, Galarraga's was a game in the summer, one of 162. That
right,
NFC
but it
would
would
have
been
clearly
the
more
21st
magnified. Yes.
pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball to have thrown a perfect game.
Okay, you don't have to argue with yourself about it. These are two good ones. To me, the worst call, and you call me prisoner of the moment, it's recent. This would be like if Jim Joyce was told what was going to happen and still got it wrong. That's what happened with the Dallas Cowboys and the Detroit Lions this season. Dan Campbell held the referee's hands before the game, metaphorically. I don't know if he actually held their hands. But he said, guys, we do some different things with our tackles and eligibility. We're going to do this. You're prepared for it. I'm giving you the notes. Don't screw this up. I've given you an open book test later today on national television, and they still effed it up. That to me is worse just because of that knowledge of knowing you were previously given the intel to not screw the call up, and they did anyway.
Yeah, but the difference for me in the NFC Championship game between the Rams and the Saints versus the Cowboys and Lions, and that one is there was, and I'm not saying it's wrong, I think the Lions did everything they were supposed to do right. There was some deception involved of how many big guys are going to be standing around the official.
For the other team, not for the officials.
No, I know. The officials effed it up, and they were dumb for doing it. But when you have a blatant pass interference, and it was obvious. There wasn't a, well, let's look at the replay and see if it was, and this is just only on because the replay wasn't available at that time for that play. That to me was as egregious as it gets. And then you start looking about the ramifications after of that call. And yes, it wasn't a perfect game. Galarraga doesn't have his name in the history books because of that. You look at it, the Lions still made the playoffs. The Lions still won the division. The Lions still made it to the NFC Championship game. Whereas for the Saints and the Rams, one team went to the Super Bowl, one team went home.
I'm just focusing on the act of the call or not. Like, a lot of these can be judgment calls. Officials have to make these in real time, and some of them are very bad. Galarraga's was obviously bad. It's still a bang-bang in the moment with no replay. The officials in Dallas, it's not a bang-bang play. It wasn't like, oh, they had to make a moment on a split second. They had notice, and they screwed it up, which is why, to me, maybe it's a completely different genre of blown call,
I just don't
but it
think
stands out more.
I don't think the stakes were as high. I know
Fair.
It's a win and loss, but like I said, the stakes just weren't as high as it was for an NFC Championship game or the results of a perfect game, whether it was a perfect game or not.
Wasn't just a perfect game on the ticket text. It was more than a perfect game. He had more outs, 28 of them. Yes, yes, yes. And a long season of Tiger boredom. Great job by Jen on the piece. That's Sam in Ann Arbor. Again, that is on Sunday before the Lions play. Before the Lions play Sunday. Before the Tigers play Sunday in that Little League setting in Williamsport. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Hey guys.
Hey.
I was waiting to hear my music, but I couldn't hear anything.
faint.
So,
Yeah,
is it going?
It is right now.
Oh, I didn't know it. All right.
You have hearing loss.
I'm
That's
on
in the
it.
news.
Apparently so. This is pretty cool. After performing a concert in Grand Rapids, One Republic guitarist Zach Filkins took a drive to go visit a nearby winery, and he ended up buying one of them, which is pretty cool. So he and his wife bought Karma Vista Winery in Coloma, and they renamed it Filkins Vineyard. So if you go on the winery's website, it says that the couple just had great memories of visiting back in 2019. They tasted a variety of wonderful wines that just stuck with them, and they've always dreamed of owning a winery. And when the opportunity presented itself, they decided to jump. So it's pretty cool. It's about 45 minutes from Kalamazoo. They've got live music once in a while. No word on if he'll perform or not, but they've got live music, different events going on. They're very excited about it.
I think it's going to be one of the more noteworthy rich person flexes to own a winery.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, that's like
It's very
rich person
fancy.
cachet. Oh, we own a winery?
Yes, for sure. The UAW has filed federal labor charges against Elon Musk and Donald Trump over attempts to threaten and intimidate workers during this interview that took place between the two of them on Twitter. On Monday, the two engaged in like a very long interview, a conversation, where the UAW says that they advocated for the firing of striking workers. However, that's against the law. Under the National Labor Relations Act, it's illegal to fire any striking workers, as well as to, threaten that they're going to be fired. So they filed this. It sounds like it's more of just making it known that there's really not a lot behind this as far as what's going to happen to them, but it's just kind of, hey, we want to make this known. Yes, we're going to draw attention to it. The Dallas Cowboys, they haven't won a Super Bowl since 1996, but the lack of playoff success definitely hasn't hurt the value of the team. So Sportico just broke down the valuation of each NFL team, and the Cowboys were up there at the top. They're worth a total of $10.32 billion, and they're the first pro sports team ever to crack that $10 billion mark. The Los Angeles Rams ranked second, valued at $7.79 billion. So that's how much
jump.
The jump is between first and second, which is crazy. Then it's also followed by the New York Giants, the New England Patriots, and San Francisco 49ers.
Do you have the Lions value?
We're all the way down pretty low. I just Googled it because it wasn't on the list at all. They just, of course, did the top ones.
Low. Just still ranked in billions?
$4.9 billion.
That's
and they say, while it's low, it's actually a 20% increase from last year's valuation. So
winning will do.
So that's good. I mean, we're on the up and up. That's great news for sure.
Only worth $4.9 billion.
Exactly, only. Cleveland Browns rookie defensive tackle Michael Hall Jr. was arrested on Tuesday following a domestic dispute. And I've been reading the allegations in the police report, and it is not good. Police said that he threatened his fiancée with a gun during a fight. He was booked on first-degree misdemeanor domestic violence charge. Police first got a call. Yeah, well, actually, he is not the father, but they do share an 11-month-old daughter. But I was reading, and she told police that he's not the biological father.
Of the 11th-month-old?
I mean, I think that's the only daughter. That's what I read, that she had said that he is not the biological father, but they do share this daughter, and they were talking about finances for this daughter when a fight escalated. And in the police report, it says that he's accused of pushing his daughter, also hitting his fiancée with a baby bottle. But it also says that he threw out all of her belongings, dragged her on her back across the driveway and porch, put a gun to her temple and threatened to end it all, and then locked her out of the house, and he took off. Police did seize 2 guns from the home and did notice that there was damage where he had punched a door and things like that. So
that's awful.
It's very awful. You can go and relive your childhood at McDonald's. McDonald's is tapping into the nostalgia and has brought back grown-up versions of the Happy Meal.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. So they're called collector's meals. So they're not called the Happy Meal.
Why can't we have Happy Meals as adults? We deserve happiness.
Well, this is what they're meant to bring you happiness and remind you of your childhood. So there's different meal combos you can get, and they come with 6 unique cups. Do you remember when McDonald's used to have those cups? Do you guys
Like
they're
souvenirs?
yeah, like souvenir cups, and they had different McDonald's characters on them.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You probably don't, Jim,
I
because
don't.
you're too young
I'm
for that.
looking it up. Go ahead.
But anyway, so you can go, if you go in the morning and get breakfast, you can get a collector's meal with sausage and egg sandwich, hash browns, and a hot coffee with one of these new cups. And if you go at lunch, you can either choose between a 10-piece McNugget or a Big Mac along with fries and a drink. And these cups are either a McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Hello Kitty, and Peanuts, Beanie Babies, Barbie and Hot Wheels, or Shrek, Jurassic Park, and the Minions.
Huh.
And I picture them, I haven't looked at what these new ones look like, but I picture them looking like the old school version.
So, quick question. When was the last time you were at McDonald's?
Not this year. Probably last year.
Yeah.
Longer for you.
Oh, yeah.
It's-
I can't even remember.
There's
High
one
school?
close to where we
Years,
work.
Yeah.
And when I was working
it would
nights
be
and
since high
weekends.
school,
Well, when I was working nights and weekends, it's one of the few things I could
Yeah.
get.
But would you choose McDonald's over a different fast food? That's what you would
well,
choose?
at that time I would, yeah. But I mean, probably for all fast food, McDonald's, it hasn't been on the list for a long time.
No. The last fast food I remember eating was when I used to eat meat and burgers. I'd go to Wendy's in high school and get their 99-cent junior bacon cheeseburger.
Yep. Flame broiled.
And that's what I got.
And that's Heather with the
Yeah.
news. All right, coming up next, Dan Campbell, get his perspective. Lions head coach, don't miss it, 97.1. Today's the day, our final day at training camp, and today's the day we heard all the Detroit teams are getting out here.
Yeah, we've seen, the Tigers are here, the Wings, the Pistons. The Newsy just walked by just a little bit ago.
Wearing his Hutchinson jersey.
Yes, he is. Got the family here. So.
And I think Campbell did us a solid. They were running red zone right in front of us.
Yeah, I know. I thought maybe I'd have a little more pool. They did 9-on-7 on the other side, so a little disappointed in that. I'll have to discuss that with him and his organization of practice at another time. But
is it in question now?
Well, I mean,
we didn't ask him about his your critique of his down-ups.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
It was like 2-3 weeks ago. We forgot. Maybe you can yell at him just when we're done with the show and confront him.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Can we see those again, please? Yeah, I'm sure he'll get right on that.
Takeaways from Dan. Hendon Hooker sounds like expects to play.
Yeah.
Not official, but expects to play. Gibbs, there's not a concern. These are good things.
Yeah, and Gibbs, okay, we didn't see him in the first preseason game. I didn't anticipate to see him in any of the 3 preseason games. So whether he's out at practice or not, but his reaction was, and you could hear it. If you couldn't hear it and you didn't take it from that, his body language was, really, you're asking me about this? Like,
all these people texting me, it's not a big deal.
It's not going to be a big deal. So that's our takeaway from that as well. And I do think when Hendon Hooker takes the field, one, if he stays healthy, we'll see more of him, which I think is what everybody wants. Talking about the defensive front, maybe seeing some more guys. I don't know if we'll see Davenport or not. I know he's had injury, concerns in his past.
But let's see Levi go out and dominate.
Yeah, Levi Onwuzurike. Let's see what everybody is talking about. He's over 300 pounds. He's lean. He's healthy. Everybody that we've talked to, from Taylor Decker as a player to coaches, have all brought his name up. There's a lot of excitement about what he could bring. Not going out in free agency, just a guy that they've been patient with, they've developed, and hopefully we get a chance to see him have an impact this year.
We'll get to Gator and Stoney in a second. You were gone the last couple days.
Yeah.
And we need to know, was this more or less emotional than you thought?
Well, so we got down there on Sunday, taking Lucy down to Purdue, and I was fine for the entire time until I finally had to say goodbye. And it kind of all hit me. I was walking around the front of the truck just to sit, we went to breakfast. I'm going to give her a hug to say, hey, have some fun, good luck. This week is all orientation. There's no classes. There's no responsibilities. And that's when it hit me. I'm like, I'm saying goodbye to my oldest daughter. And I started to tear up a little bit. She saw me tear up. She started to tear up. Things went south. And so it was, but she is off and running. She's doing great. A lot of orientation, like I said, this week. So last night they live streamed an event at Ross-Ade Stadium. I was sitting there glued to the TV, seeing if I could pick out my daughter in the crowd, which was impossible. So
how would you describe the tears? We're talking a blubber?
Oh, no. Just
a little mist?
The eyes welled up a little bit.
Eyes welled up a little bit. There might have been one trickle down a cheek.
Oh, like out of a movie scene.
Yes,
well, especially then if Lucy starts crying.
Oh, yeah.
She's crying. You're going to cry a little bit more. And then she's going to cry a little bit more. And
sweet.
Then,
you gave her a nice
super
message.
Sweet.
Yeah, I did write her a card, and I intended as we moved her in to hide it in her sock drawer or under her pillow or something. Of course, I forgot. So I had handed it to her, but I told her she was not allowed to open it until I was long gone.
That's really sweet.
Yeah, and Jack wrote her a note because they drove down together in her phone, and she said, is this going to be one that makes me cry? And he said, oh, yeah, sure it is. And so she read it, and she showed it to me, and it basically was, your breath stinks, your feet stink.
I'm glad you're leaving.
I'm taking your room.
As a little brother should.
Love it.
Yeah, exactly. So little comedy in there.
That's cute.
So we have Gator and Stoney. Gator, one day of Rieger was enough?
Well, I got Rieger back on Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The hay's in the barn at that time.
Look, we need a little space, just like Stoney and I are going to need some space, and I got Stoney on Saturday, so, it's a little change-up, a little alternating, shots.
John,
Stoney on Saturday, is that for the Dream Cruise?
Yes. Dream Cruise.
Yeah, 4-hour extravaganza on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Come on by. Now, John, I predicted you would be welling up because I remember the Georgia experience. I welled up a little bit as well. But hey, I heard, I got a text message from your daughter, and she said she was
Wait a second.
She was hanging out with Purdue Pete.
Didn't you have a welling up experience with the other daughter too? Was it just the Georgia daughter?
No, because she was close. She was.
So what? It's still your daughter going away to school.
Yeah, but I knew I'd see her pretty quickly. That's why. Yeah.
I don't know when the
Stoney's
next
got a
time,
favorite.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to see Lucy. But, yeah, it is. I mean, hey.
Did I say Ruby again? God. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think you
I
said.
don't think you said.
Oh,
No.
okay, good.
Stoney,
All right.
is this something that I'm still trying to get all the names down too? I think I've got it, but did it take you some time? He's got 5 kids.
Yeah, I know. Especially when Lucy was playing sports as well, I would get them mixed up. Ruby, when she puts on Twitter or somebody does her basketball exploits, I retweet them all the time because I'm proud of Ruby Jansen.
Biggest fan.
Oh, they
That's
love
right.
it when they post something and Stoney retweets it. They think they've made it.
Yeah.
Stoney retweeted my tweet.
Yeah.
Stoney, do your daughters know which one's the favorite? To follow up Gator's point.
Well, one definitely thinks the other is. Put it that way, and it's not
Some
true.
insecurities, huh?
It's not true.
All right, what do you guys got coming up today on the show?
Well, we're going to piggyback off of some of the stuff you guys were able to get out of Dan Campbell, what he had to say. I think there's some interesting stuff there. Obviously, the injury updates is going to be first and foremost, but there's some stuff out of there, what he had to say that's really interesting. The big game for the Tigers last night, I know not many people are caring about 15-1, but Stoney and I both had the same thought coming out of that game that we're going to get to right out of the gate.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next with Stoney sitting in. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Ian Rappaport said that Terrion Arnold's pec injury is more of a bone bruise and not a strain. He should be ready to go for the regular season. Lions coach Dan Campbell joined Constance Jansen this morning as well. They asked him about the recent injuries. He simply replied that they should be fine, and it's a good possibility we'll see Hendon Hooker in the second preseason game this Saturday. Hooker has been in concussion protocol since the game last Thursday. He was also seen practicing today. Campbell said their strategy changed for practice today. Spartan football currently practicing without their top wideout Montori Foster. Head coach Jonathan Smith confirmed that it's not a long-term issue and said he's happy to see some of the other receivers get some reps as well. After their big 15-1 win last night, the Tigers face the Mariners tonight for Game 2 at Comerica Park. Bo Brisky gets the start against Seattle's Brian Wu. Wu threw against the Tigers last Thursday, where he tossed 6 2/3 innings, allowing 3 earned runs. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. According to Jeremy Fowler, the Steelers are still motivated on a Brandon Ayuk deal, but the trade talks have stalled in the last few days. San Fran is still weighing whether they want to extend him for the price point that Ayuk is asking for. Texas has lost a second running back for the season. Last week we heard that C.J. Baxter was set to have season-ending knee surgery. Now freshman Christian Clark has a torn Achilles. Michigan's set to take on the Longhorns in week 2 of the season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with Stoney in for Doug today. Doug comes back on Monday's show. Stoney, how are you today?
I'm doing great. It was nice getting a couple more hours of sleep this morning.
Well, you got quite the schedule.
Yeah.
We'll get to later on in the show, but that's you're hitting all day parts this week.
Yes.
And
exactly.
and even some weekend work.
Yeah, no.
Nice retirement.
Thank you. I think the only day I'm not working at all is tomorrow, because I will be doing Weekend View on Saturday and then Fox 2 on Sunday.
That's right. You can do the Fox 2 stuff. So that's you're a busy man.
Yeah.
Which is great. We will get into some of the Dan Campbell stuff, what he had to say coming up around 10:30. But we did want to start with this. It was game last night at Comerica Park. I get that. I think that some Tiger fans, most Tiger fans, probably have tuned out now that football is starting to gear up, and we're ready for football season. obviously the baseball team didn't make the moves that people wanted to before the season began, and then at the trade deadline, there was some movement, but I think a lot of people were hoping there was going to be a big move that sort of took place, but not really. I think they were looking at was there interest in Skubal? Would they entertain offers? Nothing really got leaked of any kind of hardcore offers on that, so it doesn't seem like they would.
Did they get enough for Flaherty? Although
the two guys they got for Flaherty, I mean, that's a whole other side issue that both guys are playing really well for them right now.
Hitting bombs.
He hit 2 home runs last night, had 4 hits. And look, it's high A ball in West Michigan, but he's the higher prospect, the higher rated prospect of the two. And then you had Trey Sweeney last night, who's playing at Toledo. He's playing awfully well for the Tigers as well in their farm system, which is great. But Skubal was the guy that people were looking at. A lot of speculation that the Orioles made all the sense in the world for the Orioles to go ahead and do it, and it still makes all the sense in the world for the Orioles that they should have done it. It would have cost them their top prospect in Jackson Holliday and maybe another prospect in Kobe Mayo, 2 top 10 guys in all of baseball. But you would have had the guy who pitched last night,
right? And
Tarek Skubal is on pace to win the Triple Crown of pitchers with wins, ERA, and strikeouts.
Who's the last guy to do it?
Was it Verlander?
I don't know. It might be.
But this is, I would say Verlander or Scherzer, one of the two, I think, had an opportunity to do that. But this is, you watch that and you see, oh, God, Skubal is so good. But, Baltimore's lost. Tiger fans gained because you still get to root for Tarek Skubal, and you see what he does last night. But he was a side note.
Yes.
Because the return of Kerry Carpenter was last night, and Kerry Carpenter had, I think, like 6 at-bats at Toledo, in 3 in each of 2 games that he played down there. And I think he had 1 hit. Didn't do, nothing earth-shattering, but he was healthy enough to come back. Strikes out his first at-bat. And then his second at-bat, he launched a ball to the opposite field for a home run. And what a welcome back, Kerry Carpenter. And then his third at bat, the next inning, comes up and he smokes a ball into right field for his second home run of the game. And then he has a base hit, has 3 hits when he comes back. Now, this is a guy whose OPS going into the game, or going before he got hurt, was, I think, 917 or something like that.
Correct. He hadn't played since May 26th.
So after the game last night, because he still is just a small sample size of playing. He's only played for like 6 weeks of the year, whatever it is. But his batting average is 293. His OPS is 962. Now that would rank, and of course this is not, he hasn't played the full season like others have, but that would rank pretty highly among all of baseball players. They miss Kerry Carpenter. Doug is kind of reluctant to embrace Kerry Carpenter. Kang, is that safe to say?
Yeah, fully embraced. That's all. He hasn't fully bought in. Like, it's not Jack Campbell or somebody like that.
Well, no,
right?
it's definitely. I mean, what is with Doug?
No one is. Not even his wife, maybe. But
right, exactly. You talk about playing favorites.
He's hesitant on Kerry Carpenter.
He's very hesitant. He always leaves him out when he talks about the future of the Tigers, and I'm always bringing, what about Kerry Carpenter? He's like, well, I'm not in on it yet. He doesn't buy into it yet. And I've been in on him since watching him in the minors. Looking through box scores every day, and I'm like, this guy's tearing it up at AA. He should get a chance at AAA. This guy's tearing it up. They need to bring him up. A couple years ago, I was like, come on, bring this guy up. So I'm invested in him because I feel like I got in early. And he's at the major league level, he's played awfully well. He is missed. And when you see what he did last night with the 3 hits, the 2 home runs, the team rallying around him and all that, you ask a question. It's 2 letters. It's 2 words, I should say. What if? Right? And he's not the only thing that you could say what if about with the Tigers when it comes to this season. You can go back to last offseason and look at stuff that you could say, what if, and then you fill it in, they had done this. What if Kerry Carpenter had been healthy the whole year? If Kerry Carpenter is healthy the whole season, are the Tigers 7 games below or 6 games below 500 right now?
Not 6, but they're probably still below 500.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not. Maybe they're at 500 somewhere. But
I had a similar thought. But it was weird. It's like, you can always maybe they played a team that didn't have a player that they would have, that they won a game that they wouldn't have. So that stuff evens out. But my was not what if. Now, mine was, ooh, what if the future? What is the what if for the future? I mean,
Like if you think Kerry Carpenter is a piece for the future,
yeah, and I'm looking.
then what is this? What does the future look for this
Yeah,
team?
yeah. I mean, you look at the outfield. Okay, you'd have to think Meadows, Green, maybe Perez is your outfield, maybe.
Or you could go sign a free agent.
Right, that's guys
Or
they
trade
have
for
right
something.
now. So your infield is the big question. You have Keith. Do you move him to third?
Or
Young,
first.
First, rather. Young plays second. Or Young
Jace
plays
Young.
second. Jace Young plays second. Sweeney plays short because hopefully Baez won't be there, or at least if he's there, he's not starting.
Right.
So you still have a question at third base. Your DH, to me, is a combination of Carpenter against righties, Malloy against lefties, or Ibanez. And then you still have Vierling can play every day in a different position with somebody getting a day off.
Yeah, and you know what that does?
And your catchers are Rogers and Dingler, and then your pitching's pretty good.
And that doesn't add anybody.
No.
And it's an interesting thing, and that's not. And when we go into the trade deadline, and we thought, okay, collectively, I felt we as Tiger Nation feel, if you didn't trade Tarek Skubal, then that means you're going to build around Tarek Skubal, right? So what are you going to bring to the table in the offseason? And the way you just laid it out there,
it's
really just promoting Jace Young and Trey Sweeney. It's promotions. It's not going out and signing free agents.
Well, of course, because they don't want to block anybody. But, yeah, I still think they need a third baseman, no matter.
Well, Jace Young is trying to play third base at the AAA level, and he is not doing well from a fielding standpoint.
I read something on Twitter yesterday that I don't remember who it was from, probably a fan, who said, and I'm paraphrasing, that Jace Young makes Nick Castellanos look like a Gold Glove third baseman.
I've always thought that, if you can play an infield position like second base, and he's very good at second base, that it just takes a matter of time. It's just a matter of getting reps before you can learn how to play the other side of the field. It's footwork, and it's obviously there's a longer throw involved. I don't know if his issues are throwing the ball or fielding the ball. But when you've got someone like Alan Trammell in your system that you could, latch somebody onto and say, go watch this guy and work with this guy for the next 6 months, field 500 grounders a day, whatever it's going to take, have the Amon-Ra St. Brown work ethic of catching 202 balls after practice every day. Do that with fielding ground balls, you're going to figure it out. But baseball seems like it's a sport so quick where they just move guys around. Like you look at it and say, he can't play at third. We're going to have to find another position.
Right, move Keith at first. All that. Although Keith, he made a really good play last night at second.
He has flashed at second base, and he'll get better again with more reps that he gets. But your scenario also lays out that there's no Torkelson there. Which is interesting.
Well,
and I don't think the organization's given up on Torque.
No, but that answers your first question for me.
Which was what if?
Yes. So my Tiger what if. Is it break time?
What was your Tiger what if?
My Tiger what if is, what if Spencer Torkelson was just a below average player as opposed to being somebody who absolutely just blew chunks all season?
Wow.
There, he would average, 25, 23, 25 bombs or whatever. Maybe hit 240 than whatever the hell he was hitting. Maybe he would have been a better. He turned into a butcher at first base too, which we didn't expect.
No.
So what if Spencer Torkelson was basically just average?
248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. It's the big question. What if? What's your biggest what if with the Tigers? For Stoney, it's about Spencer Torkelson. What if Spencer Torkelson was just an average player? Where would the Tigers be now? For me, it is Kerry Carpenter. What if Kerry Carpenter was healthy the whole season? Would the Tigers be at 500? Would that have changed how they did things at the trade deadline? Would they have been buying rather than selling? Would that have had an effect? What is your biggest what if with the Tigers? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karsch Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's in for Doug. Got Kang behind the glass. We're taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. I can't help but talk about the Tigers from last night. I mean, when a team scores 15 runs in a game, and it's the most runs they've scored in a couple of years, and you got Jake Rogers with 7 RBI in the game, including another grand slam for him.
And you got the, shall we say, the position player for Seattle pitching at a level that I've never seen before. How slow he was pitching the ball.
I think we've all seen that when they're throwing the knuckleballs. Guys it's funny when they go to position players to pitch late in the game because you've already given up 15 runs. You're just okay. What are you going to choose? You choose just guys that can throw strikes,
right?
But it seems like invariably they're always players that are messing with curveballs because I imagine that's all they do. When they're not in the batting cage or they're not fielding ground balls, they're throwing knuckleballs to each other. That's because it's not going to hurt your arm. And, it's kind of harmless. And here is this guy throwing it at 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour.
This was close to an ephus pitch.
It really was. A couple of those. But they were going over for strikes.
Yeah.
McKinstry got a hold of one and launched it way into right center field, just missed a home run, ended up with a ground rule double on it. But it feels like that's about as far as that ball was going to go because the pitcher's not providing any juice to it. But nonetheless, when they win 15-1, we're going to talk about it. Like I said, Jake Rogers had 7 RBI in the game, including a grand slam. He's the first Tiger to record 7 RBI in a game since Ryan Rayburn did it, like a dozen years ago.
Wow.
It's just impressive when you watch the full effort from the team last night and Kerry Carpenter with a couple of home runs in his return to the team. Kind of felt like the J.D. Martinez return years ago against the White Sox.
Chris Sale.
I was at that game, and the first pitch, just boom, gone straight away center field. It was amazing for a home run in a game that mattered. This one doesn't matter as much, but still, it was kind of cool. But it has us asking the question, what if? What's your biggest what if with the Tigers this year? For Stoney, it's what if Spencer Torkelson was just average?
Yeah.
700 OPS and had his he'll put up his 25 home runs and, he's just average.
Yeah.
What a difference that would make with the lineup. With me, it's what if Kerry Carpenter was healthy the whole season? For a long stretch there, the Tigers had no bats. They had nothing in June and very little in May. It's kind of when the bats started to go ice cold and they start getting towards this record territory again. And here it is. They're missing the most important bat in their lineup. The guy who's had OPS in the 900s before he got hurt, and then three hits last night, and now his OPS is 962, which is spectacular in baseball terms. But what's the biggest what if you have with the Tigers? And it can go into the offseason from last offseason. And Stoney's also doing what if, looking forward and looking ahead of what this team can be, and yet it didn't include going out and getting free agents, but there's still reason to think that, okay, are they on the right path? That might be a separate kind of issue, a bigger Scott Harris thing, but
yes.
But I it's interesting because I'm trying to be objective as I can when it comes to Scott Harris and trying to understand his philosophy. And the thing is, his philosophy is his philosophy. Now, what people want to know is whether that's his philosophy or is that laid down because Chris Ilitch has an edict about spending money. That we don't know. But if Scott Harris is true in his conviction about how he wants to build this team and doesn't want to block guys and all this, I can see the logic behind it. I know what's in the minor league system. I know they're just prospects at this time, but I also know that there are things that had he done in the offseason could be blocking things in the future, and he didn't want to do that. You can disagree with that philosophy, and that's fine. But I think the key is that you have to understand what it is that he's trying to do. But what's the biggest what if for you with the Tigers this year? 248-539-9797. Chuck is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, guys. What if they had signed Flaherty and Maeda would have been a competent pitcher, a 10-12 win guy? I think they would be at 500, maybe a couple games over by now.
Well, it's interesting because Maeda has just been a disaster as a starting pitcher, and yet he's kind of reinvented himself coming out of the bullpen in these bullpen outings.
Average.
Well, he's been a ton better.
Yes.
I mean, his ERA was north of 7 as a starter, and it's like, 4 as a bullpen guy. It's better. I don't know if it would if that would have made that much of a difference. I think the bat would make more of a difference than the pitching because the pitching always seemed to be relatively decent with the team. But it's interesting to look at, Chuck.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stoney, about Torkelson. If he was just average, that would be huge.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean,
And he started the season, he wasn't hitting, but he was hitting doubles, right? Remember, he was, as pathetic as it was,
right.
He was like one of the league leaders in
Yes,
doubles
he
for the
was.
first 5-6 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And then he just stopped hitting doubles.
right. He
Couldn't hit anything.
Yeah. Now, maybe in the offseason, we'll find out whether they wanted him to hit a different way and he either resisted or couldn't figure it out, and now he's working on it better in Toledo. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of alluded to that a little bit, that he's been stubborn about his swing and not wanting to change. I would imagine the Tigers have tried to get him to change it, and that sending to the minors is a way to force that to happen, if you will. And he's been better at Toledo. I mean, it's not like he's hitting 300 at Toledo, but he's hitting like 250. He's got his power. He's hitting home runs again, and his OPS is like in the 850 range or something like that. So he has gotten better, but not to the point where I'm like, oh, you got to bring him up.
Yeah.
He's not there yet. I mean, other players have been there, but not Torque, not just yet.
By the way, I was checking to see Tigers, some of their WAR figures. You know, who's the best WAR on the team?
Well, was probably Riley Green, but
Okay, but overall, it's Skubal.
Skubal,
Okay,
yeah.
Skubal, and this is, I think, going into yesterday. Skubal's tied for 8th in Major League Baseball with a 5.6 WAR. Do you know who he's tied with?
I do not, Stoney.
Matt Chapman. So there's for the I was not a Matt Chapman guy, but if you were, that's more ammunition for your what if.
Well, and Chapman was horrible for the first 6-8 weeks of the season, and then he's come on and been much better.
Yeah.
But the problem, well, it's not even a problem necessarily, but because of the way that the contract worked out with Matt Chapman, because he's got the player out after this year.
Right.
So you wouldn't have been blocking somebody. But would Tiger fans be pissed because they would have signed a guy who's going to opt out at the end of the year?
Maybe.
Or would it have been the best of both worlds because
Yes.
maybe this guy helps you out, although just Matt Chapman alone.
Right. And so maybe
Is
if he
that-
had a
is that
good
enough?
season and you knew they still weren't going to make the playoffs, then maybe you could have really gotten something good at the deadline too. Who knows?
Some ticket text coming in. This is an organizational problem. Colt Keith should be at third base and Young at second. Well, if neither can play third base, then you find other positions. It's obvious that Jace Young has struggled at third, and
Now,
I think
Keith,
Colt Keith was.
now you would know better than me. Keith played third in the minors.
He's played all around.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes, he's played third and second. Neither has been a revelation at third base.
Yes.
Which is unfortunate because they were really hoping that Jace Young would be, and he hasn't been. But as you put it, the future forecast of the Tigers, he could slide over to first base if you're giving up on Torque, and then Jace Young could play at second base. Young has hit pretty well in the minors at Toledo, but the error total, he's got like 17 errors.
Right.
And I think all of them but one maybe might be as a third baseman. That's not good.
Look, he still has a bright future, Young. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the
Well, he hasn't even played the majors yet.
right the two of the three major minor league services came out within the last 2 days. Like MLB Pipeline has 5 Tigers in their top 100.
They're 5 in the top 65.
Yeah, Clark is 7, Job 8th, McGonigal 33rd, Rainier 61st, and Young 64th. ESPN came out, I think yesterday or early today, and they have 4 in the top 65. Job at 9, Clark 13, McGonigal 27, and Rainier at 65. So
Yeah.
they don't even have Young in their top 100.
ESPN doesn't, but
Right.
I would trust
Yes.
MLB or Baseball
Right.
America over ESPN. But nonetheless, as people like to point out at the trade deadline, they're only prospects. You
Right.
don't know because
Right.
they're just prospects, which of course they're
And the
just
kid
prospects.
from Erie, Lee, is not even listed. And everybody talks about how good he is.
Yeah, well, I mean, he had some more hits last night. He's back over 300, and his OPS is like 900.
Did he play third?
I don't know. That's a great question. Diminutive in stature, but if he can hit in field, then who cares? Yeah. Big what if? What if Scott Harris was a good GM? Well, see, that's a whole
Right.
other thing. If you don't agree with his philosophy, then you get the snark like that.
Right.
If you can understand a philosophy, maybe you can tone it down a little bit. We'll see. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got some more texts as well on this. And what did Dan Campbell have to say this morning? Because he did talk with the guys in the morning show. We'll answer that question next year at 97.1 The Ticket. Well, they build on that lead. It was a 15-1 rout of the Mariners. Lots happened last night. Tarek Skubal pitched 6 really good innings, had 9 strikeouts in the game. The catcher, Jake Rogers, had 7 runs driven in the game. That's the most from a Tiger since Ryan Rayburn did it years ago. He also had another grand slam for Jake Rogers. Jake Rogers seems like he's going to be that other catcher on the team You know, if you can get a guy who can hit consistently, if Dingler can do that, it's great. Otherwise, you're waiting years for Lorenzo to come up, I guess. But Rogers is that guy who you don't expect much out of, and then all of a sudden he hits a home run, or he'll hit a grand slam. I swear that's like the third grand slam I've seen him hit this year. I don't know if that's accurate, but he seems to deliver when there are bases loaded. Sometimes he just looks completely outmatched, and then sometimes he looks like he's locked in. He was locked in on that at bat last night.
He was.
And then Kerry Carpenter had the 2 home runs as well. And we asked the question, what if with the Tigers? What's the biggest what if this season? And for me, it was what if Kerry Carpenter was healthy all year long? How much better would it be? With Stoney, it's what if Spencer Torkelson was just average?
Yeah.
And was, still in your everyday lineup, but he was just average. How much better would they be? I got some ticket texts coming in. Healthy Carp, healthy Green, and Keith comes online a month earlier in early June. I think the Tigers would be 5 to 6 games up in a wild card chase. They wouldn't be up.
No.
And that's a big what if when you're throwing 3-1 there.
Yes. Yeah. What if Javi Baez was average?
Well, yeah. I mean, that could be a bigger one than Torkelson.
Yeah.
I mean, because Baez has provided nothing. They had a home run last night and had a couple pretty good bats, actually. But ended up just really with the home run to clamor about. But, yeah, I mean, I've got concerns with Riley Green being able to stay healthy.
I know. It's a disturbing trend.
And because he's so good in the outfield, you'd hate to see, is this guy going to be relegated to playing, 2 out of 3 games he plays will be in the outfield? The other one has to be a DH? Or do you have to rest him every 4th or 5th day because you don't want him to take in a pounding when he's running all over the field because is he fragile? I think it's a little too early to put that label on him, but I am concerned about that.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers, what if? What if this team hit just a little bit better? They'd be in the hunt. Torque and Javi, they lost too many games scoring 0 or 1 run. That's in Bruno and Dearborn. Yeah, their record is way too many games where they score 1 run or fewer.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And there's the stat I saw last week, and I got to add to it with a couple more games. In games they score 4 runs or more, I think they're 48-16. 48-16 if you just score 4.
Yeah, not too shabby.
It's really good.
They are 25th in Major League Baseball in OPS. What if that, as far as home runs, they weren't 21st, but instead was, 10th, or dare I say, where they are in triples? They lead the Major League Baseball in triples.
Yeah, that's the ballpark that's going to do that, and I get that. But if you look at their home run numbers in July were actually was it August? No, it was July. July was fantastic.
They got hot.
Great month for them.
Yeah,
and they're hitting more home runs again here in August as the weather has gotten warmer. There's your the cue for that old line. Well, when it gets warmer, they'll start hitting. Well, they got to start hitting out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
What if the Tigers never signed Maeda? Well, then what would you have had? Matt Manning, and then Manning got hurt this year anyway. Matt Manning wasn't exactly great either. Would you have signed somebody else? Good morning, guys. It seems like every game Kenta Maeda started was a Tiger loss. What if it was my what if is Casey Mize? What if he was healthy and just an average pitcher? It's another health one, and Casey Mize, but would that have an overall giant impact on the team? No, because he was in the rotation to begin the season anyway.
Right.
But if he was healthy the whole season, they might win a couple more games. And
possibly, but that's about it.
Yeah, and he's on his rehab assignment now and pitched 3 1/3 innings last night.
Right,
give up a run.
Well, it's a shame because they could definitely use him right now to start just because you don't want to have 3 bullpen games out of 5.
From the bullpen standpoint, yes. But from an inning standpoint, they're going to be watching his innings anyway.
Right,
and he'll be back in September anyway.
Right.
More than likely. So it's not, they're missing a couple weeks of Casey Mize because right now he would have been just coming back from the injured list.
Would it stun you if both Mize and Manning were not on this team next year?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it stun me if one of them was gone? No. But if both of them were gone, I would be stunned.
I think Manning's history, Mize, I don't know how much the discourse in the organization has anything to do with, whether he'll be here or not next year.
What, because they put him on the 60-day?
Well, that plus they were very petty about the arbitration. It was over like $50,000 or whatever,
Maybe. But this early on, I think they like having control over the player at this point, and
sure.
he has shown that he has improved. Now, is he 1-1 status like he was in the draft? Absolutely not. That's been a disappointment. But can he still get something out of it? Can he salvage something out of it?
You know what the organizational what if is, and it's not even in their basic, it's not their fault. What if the years that they had the 1-1, they had the opportunity to do Rauschman and Witt as opposed to Mize and Torque?
Right.
I mean, it's incredible. It's almost like the kid,
But Torque was thought of as being the next guy. Everyone said it at the time. Nobody had anything bad to say about Spencer Torkelson.
It was a no-brainer, and Casey Mize was kind of a no-brainer as well. But I'm talking about if it was those years, though, because Witt, everybody knew that him and Torque did have some questions because it was the COVID year and all that.
Well, but he had, I guess, but he had put up some big numbers, and everyone was talking about who he's a can't-miss guy, got to get him, and then obviously things have not worked out as well. No. I think the other thing with the COVID year, he didn't play.
Right.
And that year affected everybody. What if they would have just given Chapman $55 to $60 million over 3 years? They've lost like 18 games by a run, and we're 50-52 right before the deadline. Well, the Chapman one's a big what if, and I was expecting that to come in, and it's legit. But you also have to understand the contract that Chapman signed allows him to become a free agent again after this year. So if the team is good, better with Chapman, then maybe you got a chance to make the playoffs, I suppose. There's that chance they'd be better.
Because he is, what I said, 8th in Major League Baseball in WAR.
I hate the WAR stat, but he's played, put it this way, he's played better over the last few months than what he was the first 2 months of the season.
Let me ask you a question, because you brought it up.
Point at me.
I know. I don't mean it in a derogatory way.
Okay.
You know that.
It's all right.
Gesture. I have a lot of gestures. You hate the WAR stat.
Yeah.
I like the WAR stat. However, can somebody please, and I can't do it in ticket text because it's probably too complicated. Can somebody please call us and how they calculate WAR? Because I have no idea. I know what it stands for. Wins above a average replacement player, like a minor league player. I understand that. How is it actually calculated? Nobody's been able to tell me, and maybe shame on me for not doing the correct research or if I'm too lazy, but how do they calculate WAR? Because it seems to be the most important stat that people use, whether it's determining whether a guy's in the Hall of Fame. WAR basically saved Alan Trammell and got him into the Hall of Fame.
Well, it hasn't saved Lou Whitaker.
I understand that, but
it works forward. Lou has great WAR.
Yeah, but it didn't work against him. My thing that put Trammell over the top in a lot of people's.
Well, it should put Lou over the top, and it hasn't.
I agree, but
I don't like this stat because I think it's convoluted, and I think it's a bit arbitrary. Is part of it that I don't understand it as much. Maybe small, because I feel like I have a pretty good handle on it. Because it involves all the aspects of offensive baseball, and then you have your defensive WAR. Base running is part of it, I guess. I just, when some years you look at players that have a high WAR, and then you look at your the numbers, and you're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. Like Austin Meadows at a high WAR. Why? It wasn't like he was phenomenal. Right. He was good, but not great, and yet his WAR reflected like he was a great player. And there have been a bunch of players like that.
Well, this year it makes sense. Judge is 1, Witt Jr. is 2, Henderson's 3, and Soto's 4.
Yes. Sometimes it's just flat out obvious.
Yes.
Other times it's like, I don't understand why this guy's getting all the love on it, And for some players it doesn't even make sense because you're going about the average replacement player, but for some teams the replacement player is actually pretty good.
Right.
So it's not fair to do that. Like for years, the early years of Mike Trout, Peter Borges was one of their outfielders, right. And he was a really good outfielder and a good player for them. And it was an excellent replacement if they wanted to sit Trout out. But his numbers were, Trout was deserving of it anyway.
Right.
Anywho, let's get into the lines.
Yes.
Okay. Dan Campbell was on with our morning show this morning, had some interesting things to say about injuries with this team that have concerned us. We had a big discussion about it earlier in the week, about the quarterback situation, and some other things that we want to shine a light on and take a closer look at. We'll do that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Dan Campbell, I'm on the morning show this morning. And I'm not sure, I think it's his only media availability up until maybe Friday. So,
everybody was listening.
so we got some scoops.
Yeah.
He's talking about the injuries, obviously, with the team. There was a report that came out after the evening practice they had the other night that Terry and Arnold had an upper body injury, that Jahmyr Gibbs had a hamstring injury, and that Ennis Rakestraw had an ankle injury. Not to mention concussion protocol for Hendon Hooker. And people were concerned about this. And the reports came out last night, people saying, well, it may not be as serious as originally thought with it, and the 3 injuries. And then Dan Campbell talked to the guys this morning and basically said, yeah, Terry Arnold's going to be okay. Ennis Rakestraw is going to be okay. It doesn't look like these guys are going to miss any part of the beginning of the season. They should be ready to go by the beginning of the season. Same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs, which is all great news. And probably also telling that probably not going to see these guys the rest of preseason and preseason games anyway. They'll be practicing, but you're not going to see them in a game. I can't imagine.
No.
Not with injuries. And they were supposed to have a scrimmage. They didn't have the scrimmage because they don't have enough players, enough healthy bodies, which seems kind of crazy to me given that they have like 85 guys in camp right now or whatever the number is, but they don't have enough to put 1s and 2s together. Okay. Fair enough. And that the news on Hendon Hooker was pretty positive, that he thinks that, I guess he's suited up today. I don't know if how much he's going to participate in practice, but it looks like concussion protocol is going well enough for him that
Probably
Dan
play on
Campbell said
Saturday.
he might actually play Saturday, which would be great. I don't know what that means for Jake Fromm. I feel like Fromm was hired to be fired like that, you know.
But I'm sure he knew the deal.
Yeah, of course. It doesn't look like Jake Fromm was going to be a kind of long-term solution for this team. Like
Well,
not even competing with Sudfeld.
Maybe he can, show in the next few days. Maybe he'll actually play like a few series on Saturday to look better than Sudfeld. I'm sure that's what's going through his mind if you're a competitor.
Well, and I bring this up again because I felt so guilty last week because there was so much piling on Nate Sudfeld on Friday's show because of the showing from Thursday night. And then somebody texted us, was on Monday, Kang, that kind of put things back in perspective. We felt a little bit better about it. And said, hey, keep this in mind with Nate Sudfeld. He hasn't played in a year because he's been coming back from an injury as well. All right. So that was his first foray getting back into it and did not look good, right? Then Hooker comes in. Hooker looks pretty good. Then Hooker goes out. Sudfeld comes back in, and Sudfeld looked better in the fourth quarter. Please, God, build off of that, because if you don't, then everybody's running and screaming, saying, we got to get another quarterback. Hey, what's Ryan Tannehill's number? And you start doing that bit. So we'll see there. But other things that he talked about, Dan Campbell, he specifically was talking about, and King, I believe we have the sound here, of the guys were asking him about the defensive lineman. Are we going to see anybody that we didn't see play in the first game? Are you inclined to give some of those guys a chance? And here's what he had to say. Is a follow-up on Levi, or is it? All right, so might see a couple guys get some action this week, which would be great. And it kind of seemed like maybe John was fishing a little bit, trying to see if Dan Campbell was going to bite on the Levi Onwuzurike hype, because good God, there's been a lot of hype on Onwuzurike over the last couple of weeks, and it kind of surprised us a little bit a couple of weeks ago when we first heard it, when Dan Campbell said, "Oh, he's one of the best." I'm like, all right, slow down, I'm not going to go there yet. I need to see the guy. I think that's more coach speak than anything else. And Doug was buying hook, line, and sinker because Doug says, why shouldn't I believe what Dan Campbell has to say? Dan Campbell's been right all along.
Right.
I'm fine with him. He's got the trust fully built in there. And I'm like, I want to be there. I'm not there yet. I need to see more. So they kind of followed up and asked his opinion about what Levi has shown in training camp thus far.
Well, him and McNeil are going to be your starting tackles when the season starts.
Assuming that DJ Reader is not ready to
exactly,
go, yes.
Which I don't think he will be. I mean, you would have heard something like he's
Well, I'm a little
close.
concerned because let's I want to hear something about DJ Reader and give us a little inclination as to when you do expect him to be contributing here. But all that matters with DJ Reader to me is that he's healthy and good to go by like midseason. That's all I care about. That he's 100% at midseason. I hope he doesn't miss all that time, but I'm saying that he's got now the rust is knocked off because he's played in weeks 3 through 5, and then weeks 5 through 7 he started to get better, and then by midseason he's exactly what you thought he was going to be, that force in the middle.
It is maybe the one blessing, because I think that I hate having a bye as early as they do. What, week 4?
It's early,
Yeah, I think they play 4 games and then the bye or something like that. But it's early. If he's on the the PUP list or whatever to start the season, it gives him another week to get ready to go after the bye.
Well, that would be an advantage. But the talk on Onwuzurike, and if you remember, you go back to the Inside the Lions Den after they drafted Onwuzurike and you got to see it, the enthusiasm that Brad Holmes had about drafting Levi Onwuzurike, that he had to be convinced not to move back into the first round to get him.
Right.
That he had to be convinced not to move up in the second round. To get, just stay where you're at, be patient. It's going to fall. He's going to fall to you. And then he does. And the reaction that they got in the draft room was like insanity. They could not handle themselves how excited they were to get Levi Onwuzurike where they did. And yet we have hardly seen him play because of injuries.
Which is the exact opposite of the reaction of one John Jansen when the Lions drafted him. He thought he was like a malingerer, took plays off. He was not, and he was actually flabbergasted that they actually thought of moving up in the first round to pick him.
So now, coming into his own, of course, I believe this is the contract year for him, but play well when you can play well. And if he's healthy, and let's knock on wood that he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
If you trust Dan Campbell, this is the question. I mean, how much do you trust Dan Campbell when he says things like this? Because what he said this morning was doubling down on what he said a couple of weeks ago when he says he's one of the best. But today it was more like, he actually heard like that, not nervous laughter, but excited laughter about a guy that is finally coming into his own and playing the way that they envisioned him to play when they drafted him, 3.5 years ago.
Right. And maybe the combination of him being healthy, attitude changing, and Terrell Williams being the new defensive line coach. I mean, that could, propel Levi to, really good things this season.
So 248-539-9797, same number to text as well. We're asking to people, and Sony, I want to get your opinion after this as well. How far do you go with Dan Campbell? I mean, are you buying everything he is selling? Are you like, yep, yes, sir. Well, whatever you say, I'm not going to question it because you're Dan Campbell and you've earned that to this point. Or are you still, all right, hold on. I haven't seen it yet. You need to see it with your own eyes. Where do you stand when it comes with your faith, blind faith or just regular faith in Dan Campbell when he starts talking about the team in glowing terms like he has? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Red Wings head coach Derek Lalonde, along with Pistons coach JB Bickerstaff, were both at Lions practice today. Lalonde was seen wearing a Hutchinson jersey. Things seem a little bit more optimistic around Hendon Hooker's health. He was put in a concussion protocol after a productive first preseason game Thursday for the Lions at QB. Dan Campbell couldn't say for sure, but thought it was likely he would play this week. Ian Rappaport also reporting today that Terrion Arnold's pec injury is more like a bruise rather than a strain. He should be ready for the regular season. The subject of Armando Galarraga's imperfect game doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. ESPN is releasing an E60 on it this Sunday at 4. Jen Lotta, the reporter behind the piece, joined the guys in the morning to talk about it. Galarraga's Tigers take on the Mariners in Game 2 of the series tonight. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 6:40. MLB Pipeline updated their top 100 prospects list. The Tigers join the Rays and Orioles as team with a pair of farmhands in the top 10. That would be Max Clark, who comes in at number 7, while Jackson Jobe breathing right on his back at number 8. Jobe, the highest-rated pitcher on the list. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You think I would look odd, Derek Lalonde in a Hutchinson jersey?
I've seen it.
Have you?
Yeah, it's been tweeted out. He looked, I just saw it from the back, basically. It doesn't look that odd.
No? He just doesn't strike me as a jersey-wearing kind of guy.
Oh, he's a big, I bet you he has, like, Thurman Thomas and Bruce. He's a huge Buffalo fan.
Big Buffalo
I
fan.
bet it's a Josh Allen jersey, too. It would be my guess. I don't know. He's a good dude. Hopefully he'll be around for a few years.
Yeah,
Does it bother you because it's Hutchinson Gator at all?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, not at
Just got to ask.
Why? Because of the Michigan thing?
Well, obviously.
Well, I'm a huge Hutch fan with the Lions.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. No, if it was.
But you don't forget where you went to school, though.
No, you never forget.
Yeah, see?
No,
Just asking. I'm just asking.
No, I don't care.
All right.
If it were a Hutchinson, Michigan jersey, then,
Yes, I'm not even going to ask about that one, Gator.
Yeah.
You like the half and half ones?
No. Not at all. Why, do you?
Not really. And I'm a Michigan fan.
I never liked the half and half jersey with anybody.
I know.
It's a weird look. Like, commit one way or the other. You go college or you go pro. Don't do the halvesies.
I get it.
I get it with the parents.
Yes.
The St. Brown family and all that. I get that.
Yeah, but they clearly have a favorite son. It's Amon-Ra.
Well, yeah.
If you watch all the behind the scenes stuff, I mean, they even admit the Lions were better, so they're rooting for the Lions, right?
Yes.
When their sons were going up against each other. And I think whoever you have on the front of the jersey is the one you like more. Because wasn't there a split front and back?
I forget.
Or was it side and side?
I can't remember how it was split. But usually they try to split it down the middle.
Yes. So it's not so obvious.
But if they're not wearing the same number, then it can be interesting. I don't know. I just thought it was. I still haven't seen a picture, so
it's been tweeted out by a lot of people at Lions camp, and JB Bickerstaff was there. I mean, I don't think anybody would. I don't know if he had a jersey on.
Trajan Langdon was there as well.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's there.
Everybody's making the rounds, man.
Yeah.
People like to go see the Lions practice.
That's a
It's
beautiful.
the new hotness now, isn't it?
Well, Lalonde was there last year. I mean,
But they were good last year.
Yes, I remember seeing. Obviously,
Did anyone visit Patricia?
Well, obviously the knowledge did not rub off, but I remember a few times last 2 years before this year, Troy Weaver and Brad Holmes had a little confab going on.
Oh, Troy.
Yes, I know.
248-539-9797. It's telephone number. Similar to Texas as well. Look, we were talking about the Dan Campbell comments on the morning show this morning where he was effusive in his praise of Levi Onwuzurike, defensive tackle. Once again, a few weeks ago when training camp started, this is a guy who said he's one of the best. And now brought up again this morning. And he was almost giddy talking about him and how he is becoming the player they envisioned him to be when they drafted him. They were so excited to draft him. If you go back and look at the videos, you can see how excited they were to draft him. And now it looks like, at least for them, what they're saying is that he is the guy that they wanted.
Right.
They were hoping he was going to play to that level, and now he's starting to realize that level.
And you asked the question, basically, do we trust Dan Campbell when it comes to like evaluate? Is it Dan Campbell we trust of everything? I mean, in this town, as far as player evaluation, it's in Brad we trust.
Well, in Brad we trust, yeah.
In Brad we trust. Now, for Dan Campbell, there are some people who might not trust the risk reward Campbell's gambles.
Exactly.
I think that's a little different. I can't remember him being, so praiseworthy of a player and the player really not panning out. I could be missing somebody, because usually you have these guys, especially in training camp. This guy, but he really, especially the last 2 years, has never really tried to sell anybody a bag of what on somebody, a good bag, basically. Not a bad bag.
Selling a bag?
Yeah,
saying he's selling a bag. Is that what he's selling, Stoney?
Yeah, my analogy work needs help.
Nonetheless, I understand what you're saying. I'm still not there. I can't do the blind faith thing just yet. I need to see it to believe it, even if it's coming from his mouth. And I'm a huge Dan Campbell fan, and I'm a huge Dan Gamble fan. I like his gambles for the most part. But
because
I'm just not.
He was right on Jared Goff. I mean, he always said.
Well, I had good feelings about Jared Goff too.
And when Jared Goff was not playing well, he actually.
Well, he called him out.
Yes,
he called him out, and Goff responded to it.
Yeah.
I think he's a hell of a coach. I'm a big fan of Dan Campbell. I'm just saying in this case, and maybe this is the last one that I look at where I'm going to be, okay, you got me. If I was wrong, I should never doubt you again. It's just that as a fan, I always want to see it before I believe it because I don't like hearing the hype. There's always hype about people, with every sport and every team. There's always people are always hyping somebody up, and
especially in their training camps.
Yeah, and like 9 times out of 10, they don't live up to the hype, and it's unfortunate. And I want to believe that if let's put it this way, if Unzarike is the guy, wow, you got 2 young defensive tackles that are studs in Ali McNeil and Levi Unzarike.
Yes,
that both will get paid handsomely. So to do what they do, you would think, or do they have is that a trade piece they can use it at some point if they wanted to? I don't know, but it's football. You want the guys here, you want them now. I'm excited about what he can do, but I need to see it first. I'm not buying it. Are you? 248-539-9797. Brandon is in Shelby Township. Brandon, welcome to the 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Brandon.
How's it going, guys?
Good. All right.
So one reason I trust Campbell is because he changed the culture. Before him, the culture seemed like people would come in and they would do things wrong and people would just get away with it. But he changed that so people know that when they're coming to work for him, they're going to be on their A game. And it seems like he's connected with the players. Like the players respect him, he respects them, and he talks to them. So when he gives us the information, I feel like he knows a lot more than other coaches just because he seems a lot connected to his players, or really connected.
Yeah, I think there is a connection there, and he definitely has changed the culture. And I feel like this is the last step for me to be the unconditional loyalty to Dan Campbell that others have already achieved with him. And I think it's because the reason I'm apprehensive about this, and thanks for the call, Brandon. Stoney, I'm apprehensive about this because I haven't seen a whole lot of the Levi Unzarike to begin with. And not only that, what we have seen hasn't been impressive. So to think that it's like a 180 on this.
Last year when he did play, you saw something, say, okay, I'm seeing something. It's like he hasn't really been that praiseworthy with a guy like Pascal because Pascal's had health issues too. Like when he had a few good games, and Campbell said, yeah, he played well, but you're not hearing about Josh Pascal what you're hearing about Levi Unzarike from Dan Campbell. So that's why I trust Dan Campbell on this.
No, you're not, which is because that was actually a name I was going to bring up as a comparison. Because I feel like both players, I think Pascal's flashed more than Unzarike has to this point, but we're not hearing about Pascal.
Right.
Now, is it because of a different position group they're looking at? Is he thought of as more of a defensive end than a defensive tackle? But, there's the whole versatility thing. I'm not sure. 248-539-9797. Cliff is next up here, 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Cliff.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All
Good,
right.
Cliff.
I trust Dan Campbell all the way. I haven't seen him lie yet. He's too much of a wild man to lie. So I'm with it 100%.
Well, I
Also,
don't think
last
he's.
week you
Well, hang on,
guys
let me straighten this out. I don't think he's lying. I'm just. I think that this is. I think there's a difference between coach speak and lying, and I
Right.
guess I'm leaning more towards this being coach speak than the gospel.
Right. Well, that's why he says he says Dan Campbell doesn't lie.
But I don't think he's
That's
lying.
it.
No, either
You know
do
what?
I.
So, but now, it's another thing too I want to mention, guys. Last week you all asked who's more valuable, Dan or Brad. My answer is, which eye do you like the most? Your left eye or your right eye?
Well, for me, that's the wrong question to ask because I love my right eye. My left eye sucks. It's got a whole lot of issues. The left eye, but I get your point.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean they're both fantastic.
Right. Which kid do you like better?
Well,
You
that
have
might
two
be
kids.
different.
Yeah. Well,
With you, obviously, it's different. You shed a tear for one and not the other one. Then when I went to college,
that's true.
but no, you love both children the
Yes,
same.
exactly.
So you say, and so does Kang. He'll say it right now.
But I actually mean it, not like Stoney. No, I'm just kidding, Stoney.
I know you are.
If honestly, if Dan Campbell is right on Levi Onwuzurike, I'm completely done doubting anything he ever says because. Of course, we all trust Dan Campbell, by the way. Everyone calling in and texting say, I trust Campbell. Gator, you trust Campbell? I trust Campbell. We were just hesitant on the Levi stuff because he's been injured the moment they drafted him.
Haven't seen him.
He's never shown any real
Right.
flashes when he's played any games, which has been few since he's gotten here. And this praise, but it's gone so much now, Gator, that I am moving off my stance. I thought Levi was actually, his career was done. Like, that's how far I'm like,
Well,
hey, he just
he-
can't stay healthy. It's a health issue. But now it's the point where, okay, I've moved off that stance, and I'm like, maybe he is a player. And if he's a really good player, not just a rotational player, but like the player they keep praising, oh my, I'm done doubting Dan Campbell. That's it, man. Anything he says, I believe.
But even if he is a rotation player and is a contributor and plays
That's more than I
a
expected.
decent amount of snaps, that's okay for a second round pick.
I agree,
right?
Stoney, but they're not talking about him like that,
I didn't
though.
say great. I said okay. Yeah, I know.
But they're not. They're talking about
No.
him like he's dominating practice. Like
Right.
he stands out every.
Right, that's the thing is that they're building him up to be like this is we'll look for a Pro Bowl shift here.
Yes.
You know, that this guy is
I mean,
ready
if
to
he's,
go.
If he's great, people are just going to buy Levi's around here. You know?
Wow.
Just think of the endorsement he can make.
I'm more of a Jordache guy.
Are you? Yeah.
Sasson. Ooh la la,
The
Sasson.
Gerbo, was that the other one? Back in the Guess. We going this route.
Just tell me, Gator.
Yes. Yes. Best Lions gene, best gene players in Detroit.
Oh, did we just have a denim draft?
We may have. You snake it back and forth? Is that what we're doing?
Levi
Favorite denims.
Levi Onwuzurike. You got never mind. Lorenzo Guess.
But well played. There.
Did he play at Michigan
Yeah.
State?
Yeah, he did. He did. He was a defensive back. Played on the basketball team too, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
exactly.
Yeah. Anyway. Here we go. The denim draft right in your face. With the first and only pick, Levi Onwuzurike. The other thing with, and we say that people all buy into Dan Campbell. Not everybody has, though. We've got the people that continue to harbor the ill feelings that they're going for it on fourth down in the game against San Francisco. I don't know if you know they did that. They went for it on fourth down at one point.
Yeah. I blame the guy that Dan Campbell kind of praised today. He said he talked about how Costa asked him about the third receiver.
Well, we're going to get to that.
Okay.
We're going to get to that because that's Kang's got an observation about that, and we do want to talk about because is this a thing? Is this an issue with the Lions? And it's again more on what Dan Campbell had said this morning. We'll talk about it next year. 97 won the ticket. Yeah, that's Dan Campbell getting excited about Levi Onwuzurike. And, the part that's salient to me about that is he's getting incredible reps against the ones. Because obviously, you look at Frank Ragnow at center. Frank's one of the best in the game. I'm not sure how much Frank is practicing, given his ailments that he always has to deal with. But nonetheless, it's there. And then, of course, you've got 2 tackles that are outstanding. But being a defensive tackle, more against the guards than he's going to see against the tackles. But these are 2 pretty good guards as well. Maybe not Pro Bowl level, but just underneath that. And maybe they will be Pro Bowl guards. But I like to hear that. I mean, I think it's nice to hear. Am I buying it yet? Not just yet. Do I think that we might see some Levi Onwuzurike on Saturday against the Chiefs? I think we might.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like he said this morning that he's might play a couple of the guys on the defensive line in the game that didn't get a chance to play last week.
And because of the way Andy Reid does his deal, it looks like they'll probably at least play their starters for at least half the first quarter. So at least he might get some work against their ones.
Maybe. I mean, I'm sure that's something that the coaches talk about ahead of time.
Yes.
Because they didn't do the joint scrimmage.
Right.
The joint practices, which I still will maintain that they get way more out of joint practices than they do out of a preseason game. But we shall see. One of the other things they talked about was a wide receiver position. And, we're looking at this team and we see, okay, we know that St. Brown's the number 1 guy. Jamison Williams has gotten as much hype, if not more hype, than Levi Onwuzurike as the other receiver. And then there's the third receiver. We know Khalif Raymond's going to make this team as a return guy, and he's also a very capable receiver. Like to see him on the field. It's more speed, more elusiveness, more yards after catch. I like Khalif Raymond. But they still have some uncertainty after that. And if you can even include Khalif Raymond as being that third receiver, so uncertainty of how much he's going to actually play. And Dan Campbell was asked what it is that they're looking for from a third wide receiver. So that's interesting about, how many receivers they're going to carry, how many running backs they're going to carry. I think this is calculated what he's saying to the media here. And I think it was calculated the other day when he spoke to the media and said that he wanted, they're dying to see somebody emerge. Mm-hmm. And they are dying to see somebody emerge, obviously. So this group of wide receivers that they have, nobody is seizing the moment. Is this just Dan Campbell trying to light a fire under the guys that are here?
I think so. I mean, Nolan Bianchi of the Detroit News has his projected 53 this morning.
Yep.
And he does have DPJ and Darius Fountain as making the team.
So 5 receivers making the team.
Yes.
How many running backs? Is it 4?
Hold on.
So you're gonna have Gibbs and Montgomery, and you're gonna have Sione Vaki, and I would
That's
guess
it.
And that's it. So no Craig Reynolds.
He has Reynolds and Jefferson, Knight, and Jake Take Me to Funky Town is out.
That's too bad for Jake Take Me to Funky Town.
I know. Well, they can't have more than too many Jakes in this town. So.
Oh, yeah. Then you get into the whole problem. There's
I know.
Moving infringements on the 2 Jakes.
I know.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I don't think Doug would have got that one.
Well, I don't know how many will, but I'm glad you did. 248-539-9797.
I don't know if that's helping you, Gator.
I don't know. Same here to Texas as well. Talking about a sequel to Chinatown. I don't know. Shaq Nicholson, is he still relevant? Anybody? Harvey Keitel? No? Okay. Those would be the 2 Jakes.
Yeah.
King, but you had some thoughts on this with the third wide receiver.
Rodgers and Fromm.
So sticking to believing in what Dan Campbell tells us, I'm gonna believe him, and he's not of course, everything he says is kind of motivational. You know, he wants guys to practice better, play better. Someone step up, please, right? But I also think he's letting us in on a little bit of truth here, which is no one is stepping up, and we will not be afraid to keep an extra running back over a receiver just because we're supposed to fill out this many receivers. You know, I think, honestly, as of right now, they keep 4 receivers, and they leave that 5th spot open for someone who's not on the team right now.
I agree. That waiver wire will be scoured.
Yep. And so I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be St. Brown, JMO, Khalif Raymond, and I'm going to loosely throw in DPJ right now. I don't feel the best about that.
But he's the name that they've been bringing up.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and like I said, I don't feel good about saying DPJ right now. It could be Isaiah Williams, could be Fountain. But I think that's it. They keep 4. And I told you guys how I feel about Vaki. Craig Reynolds, I feel like he could be the odd man out there. But if no one steps up on the receivers, that could open up a spot for Craig Reynolds.
Right.
And so we'll see where this goes. They're not playing paint by numbers where it's like, hey, 5 receivers, 3 running backs. No, they'll do what they'll do. They'll keep the players they want to keep.
And the other thing that hurts Craig Reynolds is how good Vaki is on special teams.
Yes.
Yeah, Vaki, I think, is going to be an excellent special teams player. And look, we saw just a handful of plays in the preseason game, and it was night and day difference how much better he was than everybody else.
Yeah.
Like, he stood out. It was hard to stand out in that game, but if you had to pick one guy that stood out, we'd all say Sione Vaki was a guy that made the plays. Like, wow, there it is. Okay. I agree that I think that the next wide receiver on this roster will come from outside the roster. I don't think it's somebody that's in camp right now. I don't know if that means they're going to trade for somebody or if they're just going to get somebody off the waiver wire or if there's still a free agent out there that hasn't been signed yet, like a Michael Thomas type, something like that, that could happen. I mean, Martavius Bryant, who hasn't played since 2018, is trying to make a comeback with Tampa. It's interesting, like receivers, feels like you can find receivers somewhere. Not that Bryant's going to work out. It's a long shot there, but I'm just bringing up a name. It's interesting that, you've got guys that maybe you thought were done that still have some tread left on a tire. But DPJ, I feel like they called him out a little bit. And then over the weekend, Dan Campbell had some nicer things to say about DPJ. So maybe he's that guy. But all these other guys that got praise from the media in the early part of training camp, when you look at when you look at Caden Davis and Darius Fountain, they didn't separate themselves at all in the opportunities they got last Thursday night. Will they on Saturday afternoon? That's what we're gonna take a look at. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. And what's your gut feeling? Call your shot on the third wide receiver or the extra wide receiver. Is it somebody that you think is on the roster right now that's going to step up and get that job? Or are they going to go outside the organization and find it? Call your shot.
I think it's more the 4th receiver.
Well, I think it's probably a better way to put it, but I feel like, Khalif Raymond he's cemented on this roster. There's no question about that. So maybe it's better to say the 4th. But do you think they're going to bring somebody in new, or is it going to be somebody from this roster that already is here and is going to separate themselves? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. I'm just looking at the free agents that are still available in the NFL, guys that haven't latched on to teams yet. There's still some impressive names on this list, at all positions. Justin Simmons, the safety, he's still out there. Stephon Gilmore hasn't agreed with anybody yet, although it looks like he's talking.
Yeah, he was talking to Minnesota.
Yeah, Xavier Howard, another corner. Adoree Jackson. It's interesting. There's some.
I thought the Lions were going to go after Gilmore, actually. Maybe help with his brother, who will probably be on the practice squad again.
Yeah, I thought that would have been a nice fit. I've been a big proponent of Justin Simmons. I was of Quandre Diggs before. Before he signed.
Lions, safety, do they really need a safety? That's the question.
Well, I don't. It's my belief that you can never have too many defensive backs.
Okay.
Because they always get hurt. Just the nature of the business.
Yes, and we've seen that.
Well, and yeah, exactly. You lose 2 in one practice.
And Mosley. And
fortunately, they're coming back. Mosley probably not, but the other two, yes. But there's some other guys. Yannick Ngakoue, if you're looking for the edge rusher, he's had some really good seasons in the league, and you're not looking and expecting guys to come back and be that return to that form that made them Pro Bowl players, but that they can still add something. You would think. Dalvin Cook, running back. Not that the Lions need a running back. It's just that there are names out there of players who can still get it done, and there are some wide receivers to look through as well. When you're looking at Juju Smith-Schuster, or Corey Davis, Michael Thomas. These are some of the names of the wide receivers.
Michael Thomas.
Hunter Renfrow.
You talk about the anti-culture.
Might be.
Hunter Renfrow, yes. I think he'd be really good.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number, but kind of call your shot and what you think they're going to do with the wide receiver, or who's going to step up. Are they going to go outside the organization to find it? And also, how much of a concern is it to find another wide receiver on this team? This is something actually we've been talking about this since the first day of the offseason, really, about looking forward to the next year. Okay, well, what do they have to do? And you lay it out there. They needed to fix the secondary. They look like they fixed the secondary, but other than that, people were clamoring for an edge rusher and a wide receiver,
right?
Because people weren't buying in that J-Mo was going to be the guy just yet. Might be another year before he steps forward. But now all the reports are that, J-Mo's ready to explode this year. But do they still need a wide receiver?
Yes, I do, because of injury factors. Guys get hurt, so you want to get as many. You can say the same thing about receivers as you can about defensive backs. You can never have enough good ones.
I tend to agree with that. I think both of those positions, because the guys they're not built like linebackers or linemen. These guys are built for speed, and when they get hit hard, and they hit the ground doesn't give.
Right, and there's always guys that come out of nowhere and become really good. I mean, whether they were drafted, mid-draft like Naku or somebody like that, right? I mean, there's guys all over the league.
Yeah, there are. 248-539-9797. Same number to text. Get some text in a second. Here is Tim is next up on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good. I think they're going to use Gibbs and Viking as the fourth receiver. And that opens up a lot of possibilities, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs, they talked about him being a receiver. I think right at the onset of training camp, they talked about how he's going to get some reps with that unit, and I think it makes sense. He played some of that last year. He's got the speed. He's got the poise to make plays as a receiver as well as a running back. I think we could see plays out there where they're both Montgomery and Gibbs are lined up in the backfield. Then Gibbs motions out to the wideout.
Mm-hmm.
I'd still like Viking. He's got glue hands.
Well, I'm looking, and thanks for the call, Tim.
It's Vaki, by the way.
Yeah, it's Sione Vaki. Looking forward to see more what he can do.
Yeah,
and I imagine he'll get some plenty of playing time on Saturday. But he's kind of exciting.
Yeah, I don't know if you can count on calling him glue hands yet. I
wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
no.
but
he's pretty adept at catching the football.
I think we are underestimating the loss of Josh Reynolds a little bit. Not like a lot, but that's a guy that they would consistently go to on third downs, because wasn't all of his catches essentially for a first down?
It was like 85% of his catches were first down catches.
The problem with a lot of fans, and I am one of them, has PTSD from the Josh Reynolds, 2 big drops.
Of course. Ironically,
And
they
that's
bring up Campbell brings up he wants somebody dependable like Josh Reynolds,
Right.
and then he let us down in the biggest moment. But
Right.
I try to erase that part out
It's
of it.
hard. It's
It's
impossible.
very hard, but if you do,
He made some great catches.
he made some great catches to get him to that point.
Big
and
catches.
there's a reason why they went to him when they had St. Brown and Laporta and Gibbs on the team still. Now you hope JMO and Gibbs get better, so you help offset that loss of Josh Reynolds. But they still look for that third receiver. Everyone in the league has, you have to have more than 2 receivers now. It's just the way the league is.
Without a doubt. And I think, because the Lions' offense is the way that it is, I mean, they're one of the teams that can use their tight end like that. That they depend on their tight end a lot as a pass catcher. They're a team that uses Jahmyr Gibbs and the running back as a dependable receiver as well. And when you look at last year, Jamison Williams wasn't that big of part of the offense. And we're expecting him to be a monster part of the offense this year, where he is a flat out number 2. The thoughts of having 2,000-yard receivers, it's tantalizing, and it's not far-fetched if he lives up to the hype that's being built up in this preseason here, because everybody has said how much better he looks. Every day you're reading another story about, Jamison Williams caught another touchdown today in practice over Terry Arnold or whatever it is. I just threw Terry Arnold's name out there, but you see a report about JMO doing it every day in practice.
You're talking to a JMO fan club president here, so I believe in JMO too, but he's not the same type of receiver Josh Reynolds is.
He's not. But I guess my point is that his impact will be far greater than Josh Reynolds' impact, and I'm not minimizing Josh Reynolds' impact. I'm just saying that, last year Jamison Williams had 38 catches or whatever it was. He's going to more than double that this year, I would imagine.
You would hope so.
Yeah, that he's going to get north of 80 catches, and he's going to get a ton of targets, and he'll pick up a lot of the targets that are gone from Josh Reynolds. That being said, yes, I think they need to find another receiver like Josh Reynolds, and I don't think that should be too hard to find. Now, what they have in camp is not very inspiring.
No.
Because we haven't heard of names like Caden Davis. We haven't heard of him, or Darius Fountain, or some of these other guys. Like, who the hell is that? I don't even know who Traquan Smith was, right? Tom Kennedy, we know.
Yes.
But he's been there forever.
Tom Kennedy's going to be training camp 2036.
I wonder if Isaiah Williams can be that guy, though.
He looked good on the first game, no doubt.
He led the Big Ten in receiving and receptions for 2 years.
They paid him a pretty penny as far as, undrafted free agents.
Yeah, to make sure he's here. And I look at Isaiah Williams and saw that he caught like 160-something catches in the last 2 years while at Illinois. It's impressive.
And Illinois really didn't have great quarterbacks, right?
No, not at all.
Wasn't Tommy DeVito?
Yeah, he was one of them. Yeah. But Isaiah Williams isn't your prototypical 6'3", 215-pound receiver. He's 5'10", 185. But does that matter? The height and weight, does that matter? Does it just matter that he catches the ball and throw ball, catch ball?
Just catch the ball.
Yeah, of course, that's the most important thing. But I wonder how much it factors into what the Lions are looking for to replace Josh Reynolds. Because the big receiver, you want a big receiver because he can make contested catches. He can overpower a smaller defensive back, right? Because you're not always going to be wide open. The thing about JMO provides is deep plays, big splash plays. On 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 4th and 6, when they have to throw the ball to get that first down, that's when they went to Josh Reynolds. Now, Laporta can do that. St. Brown can do that. I think they're looking for the other guy in case, you know what I mean? That when they run this route tree, who else can do that? You're not going to JMO probably for 4th and 8, 4th and 7. They want that sure-handed, get the first down guy. Yep. JMO's your big play threat.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. Just go get open, and we'll throw you the ball, and you catch the ball, and we get the first down, keep moving down the field. We're not expecting you to catch 15 touchdowns. We're not expecting you to be a 1,000-yard receiver. We're not expecting you to even catch 60 passes this upcoming season.
No.
Be the possession guy. And the other guys they have in camp, you're hoping somebody steps up. Donovan Peoples-Jones, Darius Fountain, Caden Davis, Traquan Smith. All those guys are 6'1" or taller. They're all 6'1" or 6'2". Bigger. They're not big receivers, but they're bigger receivers than your typical slot guys that are 5'10", 5'11", or smaller. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. What's your gut feeling tell you about the wide receiver room with the Lions? And do you have confidence in the extra wide receiver? Are they going to need more than what they just have? We'll discuss it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. I got some ticket texts regarding the Lions. Gator, there are about 8 Lions beat writers. If you follow any of them, you will know this is not talk. They're all saying the exact same thing based on their viewing of camp. Levi looks like a different player and finally healthy. Don't have to take the coach's words for it. Take the reporting of all the beat writers. I mean, fair enough. I get it. And sometimes beat writers are fed from the team,
Right?
maybe where to look.
Because when you're there covering training camp, you get to see it with your own eyes. I get all that. But with all due respect to the beat writer brethren, a lot of cases, I'd rather trust Dan Campbell than the beat writers.
Yeah, and I'm this close to trusting him completely.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be the Anzarike stuff that gets me over the edge. I'm like, absolutely, whatever you say, Coach. You got it. Doug's already there. I'm not there. Stoney's in with us today.
Yeah.
Doug will be back on Monday's program. I'm in Seattle and watch Anzarike at Washington. When he's healthy, he's a stud. So I have no doubt that when he plays more, he'll be awesome. But it's all about staying on the field with Levi. Yeah, because he hasn't been able to stay healthy. Right. He was hurt when he was at Washington, and he was hurt here.
And John thought he took off plays when he was in Washington.
You don't want to say that to him.
No.
But John can handle himself. He can. Sure would relish that opportunity.
Yes, exactly.
John pokes dragons sometimes.
I know.
He's not afraid to poke a dragon. Guys, remember that it isn't just Dan Campbell's praise. Multiple offensive linemen and the beat writers have all mentioned Levi is a standout. This may be real. Jamie in Ann Arbor. It might be. And I hope to hell that it is.
I believe Dan Campbell when it comes to this.
I mean, that's a hole they have up the middle, right?
Right, because Dan Campbell doesn't just, blow smoke up on somebody.
No, and you sign DJ Reader in the offseason, you're expecting, okay, great. DJ Reader's been a hell of a player in the middle of that defensive line in Cincinnati for years. Can't wait to see it here. And we haven't seen it yet because he's banged up. Liam McNeil, we've seen progress every year, and he's looked pretty good.
But he hasn't played in training camp yet.
But we haven't seen him. Right. So Anzarike is the one that's getting all the praise now. It'd be great. And we saw a little bit of Broderick Martin last Thursday night, and I think had more good than bad from what you saw from Broderick Martin. So there's some encouragement there. Do you think the Lions regret not paying Josh Reynolds? Interesting question. I don't. Stoney, do you?
No.
Yeah, I think right now they do. A little bit. Because I think they had envisioned that someone was going to step up, maybe DPJ, whoever, right? But I think I'm just talking right now. You look at Josh Reynolds' contract, it was 2 years, like $9 million. The Lions still have plenty of cap space, right?
Cap space.
Yeah.
I mean, for 1 year and then maybe cut him next year if they didn't really need to pay him anymore. But, I mean, the window is now. And if they I bet you they'd feel more confident with Josh Reynolds out there than they do with the core they have right now.
I could be completely wrong about this, but I kind of remember when he did sign with Denver. Josh alluded to the fact that he was getting a lot of heat.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
For dropping the passes, and maybe he wanted to get out of here.
Well, then I really don't want him then. Come on.
Did he get any heat? Was there heat for that?
Did he,
yeah, well, that's,
Did he deserve any heat?
Of
right?
course. Well, that's why,
Right.
I mean, the question is, do you think the Lions regret not paying Josh Reynolds? If it's me,
No.
I don't regret it.
No, me neither.
I like Josh Reynolds. I thought he was really good for what he did. And then he had an awful last game in a Lions uniform, and I feel terrible for him. But, at this point, it's not about redemption. They already had his redemption when he was resurrected with the Lions in the first place 3 years ago when they traded for him at the deadline in Goff's first year here. And he was a really good receiver for this team for 2.5 years. But no, I've moved on. I'm okay with it.
Well, hopefully. We'll see what happens this year.
I'm not going to regret it.
I don't think that Josh Reynolds is some great receiver by any means, and I think he got overpaid, to be honest with you, with the Broncos. What I care about what he does for our team, and he did that role very well until the last game.
The other thing that plays a role in that with me is that I can't get out of my head other guys that started to get later in their career that were good receivers but maybe held on too long. And, Marv Jones was one of those guys. I love Marvin Jones.
Yes.
He started the year with this team.
I know. People forget that.
Completely forget.
And we actually, we were at practice last year and he came over and we were interviewing him, and talking to him, and was a huge Marvin Jones fan. And Marvin Jones made no impact and was released. And he was at the end of his career. Like he
asked to be released. It was family issues.
Yeah. There were other things there, but he was dropping passes and it just wasn't there. And his skills started to erode there. And if you want to go down that road and think, once you start to see his skills roll with Josh Reynolds, why bring him back? Dropping 2 passes like that in the biggest game of the year. I mean, I'm not holding a grudge, and I'm not throwing any ill will at him. I'm just saying this. Okay, you may. I will do this, though. I don't need him back. Thanks for your achievements over the course of the 2.5 years right here. But
this might be a topic for another show. Who had the worst swan song in Detroit sports history?
That's not a good one, yeah. I mean, Prince Fielder, that comes to mind, too. Right. Come on, Gator. Why say no when it feels so good to say yes? Get on that Levi hype train. Get fired up. Go all in.
Well, like I said, Levi overalls.
Oh, nobody should wear overalls. No. Somebody once said to me, only if you work on a choo-choo or if you're under the age of 6. That's the only time that
I don't even think they're in with like little kids anymore. I've got young ones. I don't remember.
They don't have the Oshkosh bike.
No, not the overalls. I mean, you have the onesie type things when they're really young, but not like straight overalls.
Yeah,
you know.
No. DPJ will step up by game 1. Well, I hope DPJ is stepping up now in practice because they called him out.
If he doesn't step up, there will not be a game 1 for DPJ.
There may not be. And that gets back to the roster and how they're going to fill out the rest of this roster. Aaron is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Aaron.
What's up, guys? How are we doing today?
All right.
So, Jamo had 24 catches last year with Reynolds with 40. So, I mean, being 65 catches certainly isn't out of the realm of possibility for Jamo. So I'm not concerned about it. Plus, you look at, Jamo wasn't on the field for a lot of those big downs, especially early last year, and adding his dimension just gives the defense something else to worry about, which should open up things for Khalif or Laporta or even St. Brown when he's out there.
Yeah, I expect Jamo to take a big leap and to have a huge impact with the number of receptions. You're right. I mean, looking at what he did last year, which wasn't much, but he came out at the end of the season, and he'll take over with all of Josh Reynolds' targets. I would imagine he's a guy that gets, close to 80 receptions this upcoming season. I think what you might see is a reduction in receptions for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah.
But that it'll come with an increase to Jamo, maybe an increase to Laporta, an increase to Gibbs. And if they can find another receiver to develop along with Khalif Raymond, that's where it goes. But I do expect Jamo to have a huge contribution this season. And he has to.
Yeah. I mean, or else he might not be back.
Speaking of back, I don't know if it's back, but this is something that's coming to the state of Michigan, coming to Metro Detroit. And that is something we haven't seen here before, but it's a phenomenon throughout Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, and North Carolina. And now Michigan added to the list of states that will have sheets.
Oh, sheets.
SHEETZ. It's a family-owned company that operates more than 740 stores across those states. It's a gas station.
How many stores are there?
740.
Wow.
So it's a gas station / convenience store.
Yeah.
That there is a little bit of controversy around it, and not for anything that they do, but because they cause maybe some traffic issues, because they're very popular, and putting them in areas where you got to be very strategic about where they go. Remember when Chick-fil-A went in over here in Southfield at Telegraph and 12 Mile, that it was causing a problem. Like the parking lot was just jam-packed, and you wait half an hour to go through the line there. You would have a problem when the chicken sandwich battled with Popeyes.
Correct.
And
on Telegraph.
On Telegraph, and it would just extend all the way outside Telegraph. You're in the right lane, and you're thinking you're going straight. You're not. You're stuck there because of the traffic going in there. So that's kind of the concern that they have, is some communities have with sheets. I think they were trying to get one in Rochester that they were going to put on Rochester Road at South Boulevard, I believe. And plans for that. I'm not sure if they're going through with it or not, but that was a concern from residents out there, that it's just too much. It's already congested out there. Why do this? But they've got locations going in Romulus, Taylor, Macomb, and Warren that'll be coming through later this summer and through the rest of the year. I've never heard of sheets.
Oh, I've heard of them. I think I probably stopped in one. Are they any of them actually off on the turnpikes, or are they all like off and you got to go? You take the exit and you got to go like a mile or something.
Well, with 740 stores,
right?
It concentrated in the
right.
Midwest
They're not all.
Obviously,
they're not all off the turnpike.
Yeah, it sounds like they're all over the place. But is this apparently really popular? They're known for sandwiches and salads that customers order via touch screens over touchscreen order terminals.
Oh,
I have no idea what to expect with this. Is this going to be the new hotness? Do people out there, 248-539-9797, when you're out there traveling, driving around, if you've been through Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, North Carolina, have you seen a Sheetz? Is it all it's cracked up to be? And what's the big deal with Sheetz? And now it's coming to Michigan with at least, it looks like 5 locations right now initially. Is this something we should get excited about? We like to get excited about new things.
Correct.
Like when Chick-fil-A came in town, boy, we were excited.
Right.
And it's kind of a well-oiled machine. It takes a little bit, and then they were able to.
When Five Guys came here, we got excited.
Five Guys, I love Five Guys
Yes.
burgers. They're awesome. Can't get enough of Five Guys in my
I'm
mouth.
actually a Wawa guy. That's where I grew up in Philly. It's
Yep.
huge. Wawa is. They do have some gas places, but Wawa is like a better, bigger 7-Eleven where people actually go there to get good sandwiches and things like that.
So it sounds like it's the same thing as Sheetz.
Yes, but I think Sheetz is bigger because of how many like gas pumps they have in a lot of these stores.
So if you've been to Sheetz, let us know what the deal is. What's the big deal about Sheetz? Are you excited about it? Do you think it's overrated? Or what can we expect? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We will talk to you next on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you today. Stoney's in for Doug. Doug will be back on Monday's program. We'll get into some line stuff coming up a little bit later in the show. You heard a little bit of Dan Campbell there. He was on with our morning show talking about injuries, talking about wide receivers, talking about Levi Enrique, and a lot of stuff. We'll get to that coming up a little bit later in the show. But I did mention that there's a new phenomenon that's coming to the state of Michigan, and that is the Sheetz stores. That I don't know how else to put it. The service station / restaurant / catch-all store that's very popular throughout the rest of the country, or part of the country, I should say, more on the eastern side of the United States. But they've got some stores coming to Romulus, Taylor, Macomb, and Warren, and just asking, what's the hype about? It's a gas station, right? What's the hype? Well, it's more than a gas station.
Right.
And Stoney, you had brought up Wawa. It's all over the East Coast. I know some people out in that area.
A lot in Florida now.
Yeah, in Florida as well. And there's another one called Buc-ee's, which I've never heard of either, but apparently Buc-ee's is pretty popular. And then here locally, I mean, we have some 7-Elevens that have gas stations as well, or they'll be part of it. But Soroki's is another one that's kind of become, I imagine it's kind of like this same or similar type thing, although not selling necessarily, stuff like clothing items or just other stuff that you can get, like that. But it's more food and beverage stuff at a wider variety, and they make food there. It's very good. The chicken's outstanding, and I like the pizza. Their salads are good. It's all good, and it's connected with. There's one on Woodward in Birmingham that's connected to a gas station, a Shell station, I believe. So, all these. It seems like this is the new hotness.
Well, wasn't there a gas station? There's now a couple of them that have amazing kebabs and things.
Yes,
like
the
that.
Middle Eastern food. There's one in Berkeley at 12 in Coolidge area. It's fantastic. Great Middle Eastern food, but you wouldn't expect it because here's gas station. But now, and that's been around for a long time. That's been around for like 20 years.
Yeah. So
now it's becoming the new norm, and this is where a company like Sheetz comes in and puts their stores in, and they get a reputation. But I was curious because I've never heard of Sheetz. I've never heard of Buc-ee's. I've heard of Wawa, but I haven't heard. But I assume this is all a similar thing. But what's the hype about? When we go to the phones and the text, 248-539-9797. Evan is first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Evan.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
So I'm originally from Pittsburgh, where Sheetz is from, and this is unlike any other gas station that's around Metro Detroit, right? So, when you're getting gas in Metro Detroit, what are you doing? You're just getting gas, and you get back in your car and you leave, right?
Yep.
Here at Sheetz, you're going and you can get some food, right? And there's clean bathrooms and everything. I feel like a lot of gas stations here, there's just nothing like it.
Well, there are some that are very clean bathrooms. Take it for somebody who, especially as I've gotten older, I had to use a lot of bathrooms. There's some that suck, but there are some that are very nice. But Costco, granted it's a little further walk, but you get your gas at Costco and then go in and do
that's a
whatever you
whole
want.
different experience.
Right.
So the gas station is separate from their store. I mean, it's in the same vicinity, but this is all together. But Evan, so when you go to a Sheetz, you're going there for 10, 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, probably 15, 20 minutes.
So how far off the the Pennsylvania Ohio Turnpike are they? Because I'm going to Pittsburgh tomorrow. Should I go to find a Sheetz? Yeah.
Yeah. Sheetz is never on the turnpike. It's just like your typical local gas station.
Oh, okay.
Like a Exxon on the side of the road. That's where Sheetz is.
All right, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Reggie is in Farmington. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Reg.
Hey, it must have been a while since he's been in Pennsylvania because there's quite a few Sheetz off the turnpike coming from Ohio going into Pennsylvania. There's a few of them. The difference is a lot of them are multi-purpose stores, whereas because, you got a lot of travelers, so Sheetz is all-purpose. They have all types of food. It's basically Speedway on steroids, whereas their food is better prepared, better ingredients, and it seems like the chain just cares a little bit more in regards to what they serve the public rather than just serving the masses with food that's not as tasty, I would say. It's pretty good, though.
Is Sheetz a place you go not just for gas? Like, you'll just go there to get food?
Sometimes they have it's kind of like they have their own cafeteria where they have their Sheetz food, and then they'll also partner with a couple different vendors, such as like a McDonald's or a Wendy's, A&W. They'll have those in there as well as part of the gas station. So you can actually go in and you have your own little area. You can go to the right, gift shops, all types of stuff.
All right. I hear you. Like it's because when I think of something like that has like multiple, I do think of more like a rest stop, you know, when traveling. And I do think of the Ohio Turnpike pulling off and, you know, getting something to eat there. And yes, clean your bathrooms and all this, but it's like, it's a total separate experience than just getting gas.
Right.
And to Kang's point, like, are people going to Sheetz because, their pizza's great?
Yeah.
And I'm going to pick up a pizza to take home
pizza, or dude, I'm going to get a sandwich and a lawn chair. Can you get lawn chairs there?
Most people, I think, would frown on getting a tuna fish sandwich from a gas station.
But
is Sheetz different?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Is this where you can say, man, the tuna fish is great there? Egg salad? Don't worry about egg salad. It's gas station egg salad? No, it's Sheetz. I mean, I don't know. Is that the difference?
Stoney, are you going to stop now that you know there's more than just...
Well, maybe. I'll see what I'm not actually driving. Somebody else is, but, we'll see. We'll play it by ear.
Dean is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Dean.
Yeah, I think your last caller hit it. It's like a speedway on steroids. Nothing, when I go out there, the Cleveland area to work or officiate a football game, we always stop there, just something quick on the way home. It's made to order, so if it's packed, it takes a little while. It's no Buc-ee's, I'll tell you that much.
What's the difference between Buc-ee's and Sheetz?
I have never been to a Buc-ee's because they're down in the Kentucky area. But I heard it's huge. I mean, you can spend 20 minutes. They have everything in there. It's like a Walmart almost, I heard. Oh. But I've never been to. But Sheetz is, like I said, it's like a Circle K, a little better food. But if it's packed and it's made to order, you're going to wait a little while.
All right.
So do people go to Sheetz without even getting gas, you think?
No, it's not. And, it might be one of those things, like you said, you're on the turnpike. You don't want a McDonald's. You don't want a Burger King. You want some chicken tenders or something. They might go there, get the gas, get the chicken tenders. It's like a one-stop shop.
All right. Thanks, Dean. Appreciate it. Some ticket tags coming in. Sheetz are great. It's better than Speedway. Sheetz is cool, but I'd sacrifice the entire city of South Rockwood for Buc-ee's. That's from Tom in Flat Rock.
South Rockwood just catching a stray.
Yeah, they're catching a stray for someone in Flat Rock. Yeah. No kidding. Are we going to get another war?
Simmer down, man.
I'm just wondering.
I don't want it.
Is Brown City next up? Are they going to get involved? Used to live in Northeast Ohio. Love Sheetz. Tasty food to get with your gas. Tell Stoney I grew up in Philly. Would much rather have a Wawa coming.
Okay. Me too, but I don't. Sheetz seems to have more. But Wawa, like now when I grew up, Wawa was basically just 7-Eleven.
I was going to say, isn't it just 7-Eleven?
It was just like coffee. Now they have their own soft pretzels. Their deli counters are really, really good. And the tons of coffees that they have. Wawa's great.
Geotechnical engineer here. We're working on Sheetz and Macomb and Roseville. Gonna make it nuts getting around it. That's from CJ. Well, that's the concern. Mm-hmm. Is that if you're putting, this big oversized gas station / restaurant or whatever it is, that you're going to create some issues with the traffic zones. Kelvin from Detroit. Sheetz is awesome. It's good food, fast service, and the best is that they're open 24 hours. Yes, they are open 24 hours. 365 days a year. According to an article that I saw from CBS News, Sheetz donates $10,000 to the Boys and Girls Club of Southeast Michigan to show its support for Metro Detroit community.
Way to go, Sheetz.
They support Special Olympics chapters and they volunteer at different events as well. So they're going to be very community oriented, which is also really cool that it's not just about, hey, how much money can we make here because we got the hot thing.
They related to former Oriole, former Tiger Larry Sheetz?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so, but I did
cross
cross
the same way.
Did Sheetz spell it with a Z?
You know what?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Larry Sheetz did not.
Okay, I'm going to check it out.
Well, you do that.
Yeah.
Grant is in Monroe. Welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Grant.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I've heard great things about Sheets. I've been to one before. I've heard that they actually have like really good programs for their employees, where their employees can kind of make a career out of it. They treat their employees really good. They're kind of like a supermarket in a way with all the stuff they sell. They even one I went to, they had like ladies lingerie. They had golf clubs.
Hello.
Like, I know Stoney might like that. They had golf
I like the
clubs.
ladies' lingerie too.
Yeah, that
Not
too.
for me.
Oh, not for you, but any ladies.
Pick up a driver. I went to Sheets. I picked up a driver and a thong.
Look, your headphones look lovely.
But yeah, it's a great place. They need to have more of them. But you guys have a great time, man.
All right, thanks, Grant. Appreciate it. One more text came in.
By the way, Gator, you are correct.
Yeah,
Larry Sheets with an S.
Sheets with a Z is okay. I went to one in Columbus, Ohio when I visited my girlfriend. Food was okay, but I just remember it just reminded me of Wawa. So, we'll see when it comes here. I'm kind of excited because I think this is the new trend we are seeing, where it's gas stations. They want you to come inside and purchase more than just gas because they're looking for margins, right?
Yeah, that's
not
where
a
they
lot
make
of margin on the gas. They
Right.
make everything when you walk inside and buy a 2-liter a pop, or
Yeah.
buy a roll of toilet paper or whatever. But people want more than that. So what do? Food. And not just like a bag of Crunchers. You want like real food, and this is what they're able to offer. Hey, looking for a hassle-free lease on your car? Check out Sarah Chevrolet Southfield's transparent pricing. There's no hidden fees, with taxes and fees included in every quote. So let Sarah Chevrolet Southfield provide you with an upfront, honest deal. And Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They're open every Saturday for sales and for service. This is awesome. Their hours are for working people, just like you and me. Look, if you need your car serviced, they're going to offer loaner vehicles to help keep you moving. Plus, their service technicians work in a comfortable air-conditioned environment, helping them stay focused on your vehicle. I've seen it up front and in person. Believe me, those guys are a lot happier, and it pays off as they're servicing your vehicle. With over 80 new demos available, you can drive away in a new vehicle for literally thousands less than employee pricing. In fact, at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, all new 2024 vehicles are sold at employee pricing for everyone. So you can choose from the best selection of used cars in the state while getting top dollar for your trade-in. Visit the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my cars, and I know that they're going to take great care of you too. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and experience unbeatable service combined with an exceptional selection. I want to get one more call in here because I'm curious about this. Paul is on a cell phone. Paul, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, I've been to actually all three of the gas stations, Sheetz, Wawa, and Buc-ee's, and Buc-ee's by far blows them away. Buc-ee's has this is actually posted there. They pay their bathroom workers because they proclaim they have the cleanest bathrooms in America, $20 an hour.
Wow.
They get a 401k at 100% match up to 6%.
Wow.
3 weeks paid time off, and you can roll it over for the first year. Full health care, and if you work midnights, you get a $2 an hour raise. And if you're the general manager, you're doing $225 a year.
Wow. There's a lot going on.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's at Buc-ee's. And Gator, you're going to love this. We have at our house 2 of the self-proclaimed Buc-ee's dog leashes. So you got to go to Buc-ee's and get a dog leash. That way you can go to 24 seconds with your dog.
Well, I don't think I want to take Lois to 24, but I
What's so special about their dog leash?
No, it's just got their name, just black with their logo on it. That's it, man. And it was Sarah with 2 friends on college out of Texas, and that's how just from 2 college friends out of Texas. That's it.
All right, thanks for the call, Paul. I appreciate it. King, any word? Buc-ee's coming to Detroit?
No, not yet. But I did want to know: do you have to tip the bathroom attendant at Buc-ee's?
Oh,
well,
one of the great jobs.
Sounds like we don't have to. He's making a lot of money.
Exactly.
It's one of my giant pet peeves in life over the last. I don't see it as much anymore, but I saw it in my 20s.
Yeah, when you went to gentlemen's clubs more.
Not there.
Oh, well, that's
why
why.
I don't know if that's where I saw it. No, it would just be like a night out in Royal Oak. You'd walk, like if you're at
any place in Royal Oak.
Any place in Royal Oak. It seemed like you'd walk into a bathroom and there's the bathroom attendant. Like, I can do this myself.
Yes.
You know?
Have you ever said, "Could you move aside so I can
Yes.
grab the towel myself?"
I actually have. Excuse me. Let me get. I'm not going to. You're going to hand me a towel. Thank you. But why am I going to give you $1 because you handed me a towel?
You know how technology,
and a paper towel at that. It's not like you're handing.
Well, technology has taken away jobs from people. Okay. The bathroom guy, since they have the the hand dryer,
right?
You don't need a bathroom guy anymore.
But they've had hand dryers forever, and they still had the guy with the
you want a
hand
mint?
towel.
Right? You want a mint?
Well, they're not offering you mints. That's the other thing is they never offered you anything. There was just an array of stuff on the countertop there, and I imagine if you say like, hey, how much for that? Then they'll charge you for it or whatever. But I've always been put off by the attendant sitting there, and I'm like, how awful of a job does this have to be? Because that guy doesn't want to do this either, right?
No.
I mean, I can't imagine this is. But maybe he does. Maybe he gets great tips.
Maybe he puts it on his resume and gets a better job at Buc-ee's, where he can get $20 an hour to do it.
I mean, you think about it. If you work there and you're working 4 hours a night, let's just say that. I mean, how many people are going to come in per hour and hand you $1 bill out of that?
You're talking about
if it's a busy place.
It depends if it's like
you're talking about the nightclub one.
Yeah,
right?
the nightclub.
Not Buc-ee's. That guy's there all day.
Yeah.
They're 24 hours.
Yeah,
man.
that's just the job to clean it up.
That's 8 hours a day.
Yeah, they're not giving you a shot of a talus for the hair or whatever. That was for you, buddy.
Yes. Exactly. If you were working at back in the day, like what, Taboo or Chassis downtown, where you had that was like the hip places, I guess. What? Back then. I don't know.
Chassis.
Yeah.
Never heard of Chassis.
Anyway.
Have I heard of Taboo? I may have heard of Taboo. I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Trump's, BT's?
Well,
What was the other place?
No, those places were nightclubs.
Yeah,
those
are strip joints. Yeah.
No, mine were not. The ones I mentioned were not strip
Chassis
joints.
is not a strip club.
No, not at all. By the way, Gator, I ordered Chinese food for my lunch delivered, DoorDash and all that. There should be a law that whenever you get Chinese food, order out, they should always give you a side of hot spicy mustard.
Of course, yeah. You usually get like a packet of hot mustard and a packet of soy sauce.
Right. Got the soy sauce. Yeah. You got the other sweet kind of sauce that they have there.
Plum sauce, whatever. If you get an egg roll.
No mustard. And on the DoorDash, options for what I ordered, it said extra mustard, $1.80.
Sure. Wow.
So I didn't do it, not because it was $1.80, because I don't need extra. I just need the regular mustard, just the regular amount of mustard.
So they didn't give you a mustard pack?
I didn't get a mustard pack.
I'm really
for my
sorry.
egg roll.
Listen, man, I feel you because that is one of the most underrated condiments of all time. Is the hot mustard you get from a Chinese food.
Put it on, chicken.
Put on the fried rice.
Yes,
Absolutely,
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't skimp on the soy sauce either.
No, wasn't very happy with my selection today, but that's on me.
I'm so, what did you go with?
I got the Mongolian beef.
Oh, I don't know why you do that.
I know. I just wanted. I thought the general was a little tired today. General Sal needed to sleep a little late, so I let him sleep in and went with the Mongolian beef.
Usually a sweet and sour chicken kind of guy. Sometimes almond boneless chicken. It's a Metro Detroit thing to get almond boneless chicken.
Yeah, I know. See, I thought it was a Metro Detroit Jewish thing. Everybody
that's only
on
Christmas.
Yeah, at the Peking House in Royal Oak. That's what I thought. So many people that I know always order that.
The ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's delicious.
Yeah,
but you can't find it anywhere else. They don't have it at other Chinese food places out of the state. I don't think they have it out of
Well,
state.
definitely not in like California or the West Coast. I think maybe the Midwest you can still get it.
Yeah,
but
I don't remember it ever growing up.
Not East Coast.
No.
Maybe it's a Midwest thing. Maybe it's just Michigan thing.
But you got to have it all in the one sitting. It really doesn't hold over well one day to the next.
Well, now that we got the air fryer, though.
Oh, air fryer.
That's a game changer. I feel like I can air fry anything.
I never really.
It's a warm up.
I was so. I wasn't reluctant. I didn't get right on board with the air fryer. I was like, oh, air fryer. How does this work? I don't know. What isn't it just a convection oven? I mean, what the hell? And then I got one for Christmas this past year. It's fantastic. I mean, you're right, King. Use the air fryer for everything. Reheat pizza, air fryer.
Yep.
100 times out of 100 times, it's better than any other method to reheat pizza.
Microwave, oven takes too long.
No, just put an air fryer for like 4 minutes and you're golden.
My wife and
hot dogs in the air fryer.
Particularly one of my daughters, she air fries everything.
So good.
Loves it.
Gets the crisp right back to anything that you've bought. Solid, very solid.
So try with ABC next time.
Maybe
Okay.
I will. So I just saw this. It's a list of the NFL's top 25 and under.
I saw that too.
Very interesting. And are the Lions well represented in this list? We will let you know next year on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Stoney, I saw this, and I think you saw this as well. I don't know if Kang has seen this. Just came out from The Athletic. Mike Jones has an article in The Athletic. It says, who are the NFL's top 25 and under players? So looking at the age 25 and under. And it says how execs, coaches rank Stroud, Jefferson, and others. So they have a list of the top 25 players in the NFL, top 25 and under players in the NFL.
And then they also have their all 25 and under team by
Yes.
position, which is also very interesting.
So thinking about this before I saw the list, I was like, well, I bet you the Lions are pretty well represented, because they've got a lot of young talent on this team. And just, I'm not sure exactly how old these guys are, but I'm pretty sure they're like 25 and under, that they should be on the list. So you start going through the list, and top player is Justin Jefferson. Understand that. Wide receiver for the Vikings. Micah Parsons, number 2, still only 25 years old. Number 3 is Jamar Chase. CeeDee Lamb is number 4. So 3 of the 4 players there are wide receivers.
Which is the way this league is turning.
Yep. Then you get Patrick Surtain is number 5. Penei Sewell checks in at number 6. And he's only 23 years old.
So he'll be on that list for another 2 years.
He'll be 24 in October. I mean, it's incredible. It says a true franchise cornerstone and catalyst for Detroit's turnaround. Sewell garnered first-team All-Pro honors last season. He also appeared in his second Pro Bowl, and this offseason he signed a 4-year, $112 million contract extension. Number 7, Tristan Wirfs, offensive lineman. C.J. Stroud, first quarterback, checks in at number 8. Kyle Hamilton, the safety, at number 9. Number 10, another wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 24 years old. Will be 25 coming up in late October. It says as a third-year pro, St. Brown racked up career highs in catches, yards, and touchdowns that helped him earn Pro Bowl honors for his second straight season and All-Pro status for the first time. He enters year 4 on a mission to join Jefferson, Chase, and Lamb as one of the truly elite wideouts in the game. And it doesn't say this, but also another guy that got a big contract in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Number 11, Jordan Love, quarterback, Green Bay Packers. He's 25, so he won't be on this list next year. He turns 26 in November. Brock Purdy is at number 12, another quarterback. And yes, we're familiar with Brock Purdy playing in San Francisco. He's only 24. Sauce Gardner is 13. Checking in at 14, defensive end, 24 years of age, just turned 24. Aiden Hutchinson, Detroit Lions. Hutchinson followed up a solid rookie season with a Pro Bowl campaign that featured 11.5 sacks and 33 quarterback hits. Hutchinson also recorded a combined 3 sacks in 3 Lions playoff games last season. Look for another leap forward in year 3 as the Lions aim to make another deep playoff run. So that's 1, 2, 3 Detroit Lions so far in the top 14. Number 15 is Trent McDuffie, the cornerback from Kansas City. Jalen Waddle, the wideout from Miami, checks in at 16. Trevor Lawrence, another quarterback, he is at 17. At number 18, tight end, 23 years of age, doesn't turn 24 until January. Sam Laporta, Detroit Lions. Talk about an immediate impact. Laporta, drafted in the second round, posted one of the best seasons for a rookie tight end in NFL history with his 86 catches, 889 yards, and 10 touchdowns. Checking in number 19 is the first running back we see. He's only 22 years old. Won't turn 23 until March. Say hello to Jahmyr Gibbs of the Detroit Lions.
Ooh, over Bijan.
The Lions' other instant impact star, Gibbs, started just 3 games in 2023, but still rushed for 945 yards and 10 touchdowns. Also caught 52 passes for 316 yards and a touchdown en route to Pro Bowl honors. We'll have to watch the hamstring injury he suffered in practice on Monday. Dan Campbell, on with the morning show today, basically said that it's not much of an issue, that he should be fine for the start of the season. So that's, what is it? Is that 5 players right now? It is 5 players?
Yeah.
5 players so far in the top 19. Number 20 is Jalen Carter. Number 21, Garrett Wilson. Number 22, the aforementioned Bijan Robinson. 23 is Puka Nacua. Creed Humphrey at 24, and Will Anderson rounds out the top 25 under the age of 25. The defensive end for Houston is 25th, and he's only 22 years old. He'll turn 23 in a couple of weeks.
Now, here's the way they also do the all 25 and under team, which is a little different because of positional value. Stroud's the quarterback. Gibbs is the running back.
Yep.
Wide receivers, Jefferson, Chase, and Lamb. So it even says it's tough to keep St. Brown off, but Jefferson, Chase, and Lamb truly are the cream of the crop, it says here. Tight end, Sam Laporta. Scary to consider just how high Laporta's ceiling is based on the instant impact. Offensive line, Wirfs, Tyler Smith, Creed Humphrey, Osiris Torrance, and Penei Sewell. At defensive end, Will Anderson Jr. and Aiden Hutchinson. Defensive tackle, Jalen Carter and Kobe Turner of the Rams. Linebackers, Micah Parsons and Quay Walker. I guess if you can keep Quay Walker's temper under control.
Well, he is a talented player with Green Bay.
Cornerbacks, they have 3 of them, man. Surtain, Sauce, and McDuffie. How good? That's a damn good trio, huh?
Those are pretty good guys.
Yes. Safeties, Kyle Hamilton and Javon Holland of Miami. The specialists. A kicker from the Chargers, Dicker the kicker, Cameron Dicker. Ryan Stonehouse, the punter. And the kickoff returner is Marvin Mims of the Broncos.
Okay, so what I find interesting about this list, a couple things. First of all, the fact that the Lions have that many players in the top 25.
And I think they're accurately rated, too.
They're all in the top 20, by the way. Yeah, I mean, Gibbs, Laporta, Penei Sewell, you have Aiden Hutchinson, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's a lot of players there. The other thing that kind of stands out to me, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, about the concern level with the other teams rising up in the division, but nobody from the Vikings, nobody from the Bears. I'm sorry, the Vikings did have the number 1 guy. I'd be remiss if I didn't say Justin Jefferson. My bad. But outside of Justin Jefferson, nobody there. Nobody from the Bears.
Packers had Love. Right?
Packers had Love, and that was it.
And they mentioned Quay Walker for the.
And they mentioned Quay Walker on the all team, but he's not one of the top 25 under 25 and under. So, the Lions pepper this list. They have more players on the list than any other team. This is another national media outlet in The Athletic. This is not from Colton Pouncey of The Athletic. This is independent in The Athletic. It's more love coming to the Detroit Lions. And this is interesting to me because it speaks of how young the players are and why this window of opportunity to win a championship should be here for years. I don't know how many years, but I would imagine it's more than just a 1 or 2 year window. I think this window is here for like 4 or 5 years.
And 2 of those guys are signed long-term already.
Yeah. And the others will be.
Yes.
It won't take long before you re-up with Hutchinson, Laporta probably as well. Running backs, you don't know.
Right.
But Gibbs is really highly thought of because he's this hybrid player. Mentioned the receptions he had last year. He's going to catch a lot of passes.
Yeah.
What was that?
Nothing.
Well,
my hands were cold, so I blew on my hands. Warm.
No, I'm like, what, do you got a bong in here? What's going on?
No.
What do you guys got the temp set at in there, huh?
It is freezing in here.
Oh, Gator?
I didn't set it. No, I just walked in and it was at 68. So nobody
68?
Nobody has touched this since Valenti left yesterday. Because the morning show was on remote.
Right.
It's cold.
There's always it's an interesting, they should do a weather crosstalk, but it'll never happen because Doug likes it really warm and Mike likes it really, really cold.
Well, I like it cold. I don't like it really cold like Mike does.
Mike could do a show from the meat locker. Diana Lewis and Rocky are going to be in, and Valenti will be there doing the show.
Stoney, well, let me ask you, what do you like it at?
I like it a little warmer than this.
Well, obviously you're blowing your hands. So
yeah, it is. It's cold.
Poor Stoney. Can we get it to 70 for Stoney? I feel bad for him.
Like, what is it? What do you it look like?
Gator, can we do 70 for him?
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's not fine.
No,
when I'm hearing audible sounds of you like trying to, invent fire in the studio, and you were around for it when they invented it.
The frozen tundra of Green Bay.
It was a 4-hour show.
Can we see our breath?
I mean, yes, I'm more than happy to turn it up a degree or two because even for me, it's a little. Look, I never get the opportunity with Doug because Doug is. He and I fight over this. We don't fight, but
I know.
Like it's gotten to the point where, can we please turn it down a degree? or can we please turn it up a couple degrees? Like we're very respectful of each other. And it's like, I feel like 2 days of the week it goes one way, 3 days of the week it's the other way, and maybe we switch around. But we're not that organized with it.
Right.
But yes, in order to stop the sound of you warming up your hands, we will check that. All right, we want to get to the Lions here because this story is interesting. Does this add to your confidence level in the Lions that they've got all this talent under the age of 25? This does not include the players they just drafted, which could be interesting there as well. I don't know, is Unzarika going to be on this list next year to see how old he is? But they're really effusive in their praise of Levi Unzarika. We'll get to what Dan Campbell had to say about him and also the wide receiver room. We'll talk about that next year on 97.1 The Ticket. So these days, it can be really hard to find reliable service. I know it. I know it firsthand. And it can be really upsetting when you want somebody to come out and fix something with your house. And they're like, yeah, sorry, our time only works between 3 and 5. Well, I'm working between 3. Sorry, that's our time.
And you need the heat on.
And you want the heat on. Well, this is different. With your garage doors, if you have any issues with the garage doors, you got to call the only people in town that need to be called. That's Precision Garage Door. They're awesome. They schedule an appointment right away. The technician, Jeff, he walked me through all my options that I had to go through, specifically with getting new garage doors. They came out before that to look at my garage door situation and replace a battery. It was great because we can schedule an appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for me or a time that's going to work for you and your schedule. You're not reliant on just their schedule. Go online. Pick a time that works for you. That's customer service. That's what makes Precision Garage Door amazing. Also, the weekends are available at no extra charge. And if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. That's awesome. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. Call now, fix today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is the number. Or, like I said, go online, precisiondoormi.com, and schedule that appointment. 68. I mean, I keep my house cold, but you and I were just talking. Your house is different because it's a bigger space, but it's just like a meat locker. Like, I didn't realize it was like 5 minutes before Stoney, I heard the sound. I'm like, what is he doing? And he's warming up his hands. I was like, yeah, I looked over and I saw it was set at 68 too. I'm like, that is cold, man. I kept my house at 68 on occasion. When it's been like ridiculously hot outside, and like I just want to be cold, and it's very pleasant. The weather we've had, because the overnights have been like in the 60s the last week, it's been fantastic. So I don't even have my air on. Like, set my air at like 75. So if it gets to be that hot, the air kicks on. Otherwise, all the windows are open and the house stays cool anyway. That's likely to change soon because we're going to get some more warmer weather when it shows up. And I'm sorry, buddy, I didn't.
No, it's fine. We have Mike in here, and it's probably actually been colder, but for some reason today just seemed, for me, colder than usual.
Do you make it audible with clothing decisions if you know you're going to work with Mike?
No. But that should be, you know what, I should.
Right. It's like, jeans and a long sleeve shirt. That's what's happening today because, today you're with me.
Yeah.
But the morning show was on remote.
Right.
Temperature was left at 68.
I felt like Stoney needed hand warmers. I felt bad. Once I noticed, I was like, oh, man, Stoney's really cold. Look at him.
I know.
He's still trying to warm up.
It is really cold here.
I mean, at what point do you think Doug would have said something?
I think immediately. 68.
Doug would have walked in and felt that it's too cold.
Right.
Like, would have been within 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
He may have even just walked right over there and said, I got to turn it up. It's too much. And I have to agree. It's too much. It's been too much. What's also too much is seeing that many Lions players listed in the top 20. Literally,
That's
the top 20.
That's not too much.
I love it.
Okay, good.
I love it. Those that didn't hear was the list of the Athletic had a list after talking to executives and other people in the NFL about the top players in the league under the age of 25 or 25 and under. And the Lions are represented very well with 5 of the top 19 players. You got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, Sam Laporta, Penei Sewell, and Jahmyr Gibbs. That's impressive. And I don't know. I feel pretty confident that we're going to see Terry and Arnold on that list in the next couple of years and keep adding to it. Liking what we're seeing. Will we see Jamison Williams? I don't know. There's a lot of wide receivers represented, so that's going to be hard to do. Although with
Levi,
some guys
by the way, is
up,
26.
So he can't make it. Yeah. Sorry, Levi. What about Ali McNeil?
Let's check out Ali McNeil, shall we? Hold on.
Because that'd be another young player.
I know.
Well, that lets you know that this isn't like a flash in the pan. You
Right.
know,
24.
we're in it for the long haul. Hopefully, you know, barring injuries, always got to say that. Knock on wood.
Mm-hmm.
That they've got so many young players, and this core is so young that they should be competitive with the top tier 1 teams every year, right?
He just turned 24 in May, so he's got another full year.
Yeah, so he's got a chance. Jack Campbell's only 23. I'm sure Doug would want me to say Jack Campbell.
Yes.
We mentioned Terry Arnold is only 21.
Rakestraw
is only 22. Brian Branch is only 22. I can see Brian Branch getting on this list real soon
Yes.
if he's going to play a big role in this team this year. It's very encouraging.
This is why, there are still a few, not as many as maybe led to believe. There's still people who still believe, they're the Lions. It was a 1-year deal. This is the reason why it's legit, because it's young players who are really good, who are going to be here for a while, so it's sustainable. That's why this is different than any other tenure of the Lions that we've seen so far.
Well,
in my opinion.
Well, the only players over 30 years old, on this team, you got Nate Sudfeld, who's 30. Graham Glasgow's 31. Kevin Zeitler is 34.
He's only going to be on the team probably this year anyway, probably.
I mean, it's there are a couple guys that are in their late 20, like 29, but I mean, I'm talking about 30, and players that are going to be on this team and make this team. Kyle Pecco probably makes the team as defensive tackle. He's 31. DJ Reader is 30. They don't have old players on this team, or older players. I don't want to say old players. The old man out there. they don't. It's a very young football team, which we've known, but it's stayed this way, and it's going to stay this way. Jared Goff's only 29 years old, and in the prime of his career here. And I think that would be the one area that maybe fans would have concern about. Like, well, are they getting older in any spot? Well, I mean, Goff's 29 and Hendon Hooker's 26. And, Hendon Hooker is just taking his first snaps of his career in an NFL atmosphere, being in the preseason, which is something Dan Campbell talked about today. He mentioned that and Hendon Hooker is trending to play on Saturday. The concussion protocols are going fine, and that we might see him play a little bit on Saturday, which is encouraging. Imagine we're going to see a lot of Nate Sudfeld, probably not any Jared Goff. We might see a little bit of Hendon Hooker. I don't know if we'll see any Jake Fromm. I can't imagine that they would, unless there's an injury and they have to, or if Hooker's unable to go. But it should be a big day for Nate Sudfeld.
Yes,
for himself, just to feel like he belongs out there and he's better and can prove it, and for the fans, because the fans are like, they were apoplectic last week.
Right. I don't think anybody really cares if he plays well or not, because he's going to be the third string quarterback.
What matters most is that Jared Goff stays healthy.
Right.
Period. Which is what every NFL team is going into their season saying. As long as our quarterback is healthy, we've got a chance. Well, health was an issue with a couple of other players. The defensive backs, the rookies with Rakestraw and Arnold were banged up in practice the other night. They're going to be okay. They're training to be fine. It's nothing serious. I guess Terry and Arnold had hit the ground kind of hard, and they thought that there was maybe a chest injury, but it looks like it's just a bruise, a pec bruise perhaps. Rakestraw rolled up his ankle a little bit and covering Jamison Williams. And so those guys look like they're going to be okay. Jahmyr Gibbs is a hamstring, but it looks like he's going to be fine as well. All these guys are ready to go for the regular season. That's all that matters. These guys probably held out. But it looks like you could see a couple defensive linemen playing in this game that did not get a chance to play last week. And, Dan Campbell was asked specifically about Levi Onwuzurike, and his response is interesting, but we'll get to that coming up in 5 minutes. I want people to get prepared for this, because there's praise and there's praise. And I want you to make sure that you give a good listen to what Dan Campbell says and how he says it, because it's I think it's pretty telling of what his feelings are for Levi Onwuzurike. We'll play that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to 97 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you today. Doug will be back on Monday's program. Stoney and I will be with you on Saturday as well from 10 to 2 out from the Dream Cruise.
Nikki D's, right?
Nikki D's right there at Woodward, just south of 14 Mile on the west side of the road there.
I'll be sitting there going, oh, there goes a 64 Vet. Ooh, there goes a 63 Bel Air. No, just kidding.
I don't know if there was a 63 Bel Air.
Neither do I.
I don't know.
Me neither, because you're not a car guy either.
I've actually become more of a car guy, yeah.
I'm more of a car guy than I am.
The 64
My
Vet?
excuse is I didn't grow up here.
Fair enough, but I didn't. I mean, I grew up here, but it wasn't exactly
Right.
ingrained in my head to be a car guy.
Mhm.
The 64 Vet thing, hard for me to discern the 64 from the 65 or the 66 or the 67 for that matter. Some I can. I've gotten to the point where there are some cars I can absolutely identify quickly. That's a certain year, a certain make and model. But Corvettes are some of them are tougher because they look very similar in the same generation.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get to that on Saturday.
Yes.
Obviously, we've got a Lions game that we'll be previewing. We'll be talking a lot about the Lions on Saturday. We're talking a lot about the Lions right now. And why not? I mean, Dan Campbell spoke with the morning show this morning. He was out there with the guys at training camp, giving injury updates, talking about Hendon Hooker and the rest. But one thing, there were a couple things that he said that I thought were kind of interesting. And, when training camp began, Dan Campbell had said about Levi Onwuzurike that this guy is one of the best. And they were really excited about the progress that he had made. And to the point where when we were talking about it on the air, Doug was like, wait, wow. He said one of the best. Wow. And Doug's buying in all in. He's all in on what Dan Campbell has to say. And it's hard not to be, right? Because Dan Campbell's been very upfront, honest. He's called out players when it's necessary to try to motivate them. He's given praise to players when they're deserving of it. And here it is, Levi Onwuzurike. It gave me pause, though, because we haven't seen Levi Onwuzurike make an impact with the Detroit Lions to this point. He's been hurt a lot. When he has been healthy enough to play, it's just been, okay, has he flashed? A little bit, maybe. Not as much as like a Josh Paschal, in my opinion. So when I hear that a few weeks ago that he was very excited about Levi Onwuzurike and saying he's one of the best, I'm still a little skeptical. But today, he kind of doubled down on it. So saying that getting unbelievable reps against the ones, that kind of stands out to me. Like, okay, the little chuckle that he had, it's almost like as if to say, you got to see this.
Yes.
I mean, he's incredible. So have I moved off my stance where I got to see it to believe it? Maybe a little bit. And Kang, I know that you're kind of in the same boat as me, but maybe you've moved more than I have. But I have moved a little bit towards getting more to the my 51 of absolutely positively believing Dan Campbell in this.
Yeah, not only will Dan Campbell not stop, praising Levi, but it's break down exactly what he said there, and I'm with you. The laugh was like a positive laugh. Like he couldn't wait to say positive things about Levi, and then saying that he's working against the ones. This isn't against the backups.
He said unbelievable reps against the ones.
Hey, does anyone think our offensive line is good? Yeah, raise your hand. Right. So he's going to get a good competition. So. I was like you, Gator. I got to see it to believe it, but I've definitely moved off of that a little bit where I'm like, all right, now I expect it. Like before I was like, I believe when I see it. Now I'm like, no, I think he's going to be good because they won't stop talking about how great he is. I mean, Stoney, he might start week 1 because we don't know DJ Reader's status,
exactly.
Right?
He probably will start week 1.
And wouldn't that be saying something for Levi? Like I thought his career might be done, let alone I was like at the point where, hey, if he's a rotational guy, it's a win at this point. This is not what we drafted or envisioned when we drafted him, but at this point in his career, maybe you're a rotational guy. Maybe he is the guy that they thought they were getting when they took him in the second round.
I mean, who else are you going to start besides him.
Pecco?
I don't think I mean he's fine, but yeah,
Apparently he's had a good
or
camp.
Broderick Martin, or Makai Wingo,
but look who they held out. Okay, look, they didn't play last week. Right? They didn't play McNeil. They didn't play Onzarike. Pecco didn't play last week, did he?
I don't think so.
I don't think
Martin
he
did.
Martin did. Okay, and Martin
and
needs
Wingo
to,
did.
And Wingo did as well. And Wingo's a rookie, and you expected that he was going to get some time, and he did. But this week, it seems like a couple defensive players and defensive linemen could get some plays. And if I imagine they get starting plays. So is this where we see Onzarike play? Might.
Yeah.
Are the two players he's talking about? Is he talking about Onzarike and McNeil? Well, we haven't seen Ali McNeil at camp in a while.
Right. And the reason that you don't want to play Onzarike is because of a Reader. I mean, if Onzarike goes down, then two of your arguably top 3 defensive linemen are hurt.
Yes. Well, and they really, really like apparently Levi Onzarike right now.
Yes.
And knowing how much they loved the draft pick at the time, that Brad Holmes had to be talked out of moving back into the first round to get him. They had to be talked out of moving up in the second round to get him. Be patient. He's going to fall to you. And he did. And then how ecstatic they were, the way they celebrated in the draft room after they got him was like, we got a future Pro Bowl player. Okay, great. Love to see it, but we haven't seen it. So that I'm still a little skeptical, but I'm more on board with it now because it's 2 weeks after he made those initial comments, Dan Campbell, about Onzarike, where he's more than doubling down on it. He's giving more details about why he looks good and what they're expecting out of it. And I guess now I'm getting to the point where I'm excited. Now I want to see. Show me. I want to see it. And as a Lions fan, I mean, this is a good area to be in, right?
Yes.
Because this was a definite an area of need in the middle of the defensive line. Look, they did a decent job of a better than decent job. They were very good against the run statistically, even though there were some games that things got away from them. This is a team that's going to be tough to run against. But what they lacked was getting any kind of pressure up the middle from those guys. McNeil got some pressure. DJ Reader is known for it. And now it sounds like Levi Onzarike, who they drafted to be kind of this guy because he's like he's a 300-pounder, but he's also taller and he's muscular. I mean, this is a guy who's powerful. He's a force. That this is part of his game that we saw in college at Washington. He got pressure. He was a game wrecker in the middle of that defense. You had to game plan against him, and he won. So I'm very encouraged by this. But you're totally on?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
You're all in.
And I believe what Dan Campbell said. The only question with Onzarike, I believe, is going to be his health because of his injury history.
248-539-9797. Same number to text as well, talking about Levi Onzarike, what Dan Campbell had to say. There's a lot that Dan Campbell had to say this morning, and it wasn't just the injury stuff or Levi Onzarike. Also, talking about the wide receiver situation, we know that St. Brown's going to be great. We have high expectations for Jamison Williams. He's been showing it every day in camp. Everybody's been very impressed with what he's done in camp. But what we haven't seen is separation from a third receiver. We just haven't seen it. Looked like the guys they were getting a lot of praise, whether it was Darius Fountain or Caden Davis. Those two guys were getting a lot of praise from the media going into the preseason game of how they practiced. And yet the game comes and goes, and there was nothing really to be excited about from the wide receiver group.
Now, granted, the weather was awful.
Weather was bad. Sudfeld getting his first real action since his injuries
was bad.
He was not good. No, but Hendon Hooker came in. Hendon Hooker made a couple of nice throws, and the second half looked better for the passing game than the first half did. And even Sudfeld looked better in the fourth quarter when he came in for Hooker after Hooker left with concussion protocol. But none of those receivers really kind of stood out. And that's disappointing. And, Dan Campbell, he addressed that when it came to the receivers. He was asked the question, what are you looking for from that third or fourth receiver group? which is interesting. If it could come from the running back room, I would imagine it means more than just Jahmyr Gibbs getting or having more of a role as a wide receiver this year, being a running back out of the backfield or flat out lining up as a wide receiver, because he has worked with the receiver group this year. But they have some options. They have some in-house options. They could go outside the organization, scour the free agent tracker that's still out there. They could scour the waiver wire and look for players, maybe even a trade perhaps, because they have a ton of cap space still.
Mm-hmm.
They could take on somebody in the last year of a contract and it wouldn't affect them at all. They have a bunch of options they could go with. What should they do? What's your gut tell you about this group of what's going to emerge out of training camp, particularly when it comes with the wide receiver group? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text right here on 97.1, The Ticket. So it's a lot of encouraging news on the Lions front, where they want to believe, national reporters and the media talking about how good the youth is on this team. With the Athletic report, the Lions have 5 players in the top 19.
Did you hear
under
Daniel
the age of
Jeremiah
25?
on the Rich Eisen show last week? Basically said they're going to be better than they were last year, so they're going to the Super Bowl.
I didn't hear him say that, but it wouldn't surprise me because, when I look at this team and the way they've constructed the roster, they've hit on so many of the draft picks. They've made so many smart decisions. In the offseason, I love that they've seemingly fixed the secondary on this team. They've added, obviously, youth with a couple of draft picks. The first and second round picks they used this year were on corners. You bring in Brian Branch last year, and Kirby Joseph has panned out. Melon Fonwa looks like he's got a lot of promise there. You made trades to acquire Carlton Davis. You signed Robertson as a free agent. They've done what they can do, as much as you can possibly do with that secondary. And that was the biggest hole on this team. As far as, offense and defense, it's defense.
Well, there are those who thought they could have signed Snead as a free agent or whatever, traded for.
Could have, but
right,
and if you look at that, fair enough. But if you sign him, does that mean that you don't sign one of the guys that you did, like one of your own players? Because they all got big contracts.
Right. Or you definitely don't draft maybe 2 corners.
Right. But drafting them a lot cheaper.
Yes, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
There were other things they could have
done.
And
the Rudge Escher, I almost did it again. The edge rusher is the other side that people are like, well, you could have done this, and should you have gone after that either in the draft or in free agency? And you can make your case for that too. I'm not gonna fight you on it. But I do think the team is vastly improved because the secondary is better, and because I expect that Aiton Hutchinson is going to be better on the end. I love the signing of DJ Reader. When he's healthy, it's going to pay off. The reports from Levi Onwuzurike, how good he is, again, it's going to be nothing but better for this team all over that defensive line. The big question mark still is on the other side, though, is James Houston now is going to be just a pass rusher.
And Davenport, is he going to be
Davenport?
healthy?
Does Davenport have anything to offer in this team? Because he hasn't been healthy in his career, and he's got talent, but you just haven't realized it to that level. Like, that's the 1-2 combo we've been looking for. Mm-hmm. That's not the name. Brian Burns was the name,
right?
If you're going to do that, so the edge rusher on the other side is still a question mark until they can prove otherwise. Now, if James Houston steps in and looks like he's the guy we saw in the rookie season with 8 sacks in 7 games, then you can say they got a 1-2. But until that happens, we won't know. But like I said, they basically have made the move now that James Houston will no longer, flirt with the idea of being a linebacker. He is an edge rusher, period. That if he's a one-trick pony, it's a great trick to have. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And then you've got the issues with the wide receiver. Whether or not it's an issue still remains to be seen. Look at last year's team. How different is this from last year's team? Well, they don't have Josh Reynolds. And Dan Campbell basically said that they're looking for a guy like Josh Reynolds, but hopefully one that catches the passes in the biggest game of the season when you need him to. But what they are going to get is more contribution from Jamison Williams. I imagine you're going to get more contribution from Jahmyr Gibbs. I imagine that Sione Vaki is going to be used as in a weapon role on offense as well for this team. Is that enough to overcome not having Josh Reynolds? I think it is, but Josh Reynolds gave them something different. What Josh Reynolds gave them was, hey, if I need 7 yards for a first down, I know I can throw it to Josh Reynolds and he's going to get the first down. Because like 85% of his receptions last year were for first downs.
It was for a first down or a touchdown, right?
Yeah.
I think the Lions, of course, can win without Josh Reynolds. But the role that Josh Reynolds played was an important role for this team. Now they'll have to find a different way to do it if they don't find a receiver to step up. When Dan Campbell says in that cut, a guy like Josh Reynolds, I ask myself, do they mean like physically as well? Do they need a bigger receiver that can make contested catches?
They can find a guy to drop key passes in the NFC Championship.
You're going to have to get over that,
They
Stoney.
can find that anywhere.
He's not on the team anymore, Josh Reynolds. So who's the next guy then that can make those big catches, Stoney, right? Is it Isaiah Williams? Is it DPJ? Is it Hunter Renfrow, who's not on the team right now? Is it somebody like that? But I think the role of Josh Reynolds is up for grabs. That's for sure.
No doubt.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to shake out. I think this weekend's game is actually – normally I don't look at preseason games and say it's important. I think it's important for the wide receiver group. The guys are going to get a chance to play. Someone has to separate themselves because if they don't, then they will have to go outside the organization and bring somebody in. Now, last week before the game, Dan Campbell kind of called out Donovan Peoples-Jones and said, well, we're expecting more from him and didn't really deliver. You get to the weekend practices and started to sing a different tune. Like he apparently had some good practices. DPJ needs to step up and show on Saturday that he can be counted on. Otherwise, they got to, let's move on.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's a guy that's got size, 6'2", 200 pounds, whatever. He's had some success in this league. But is he the possession receiver? I mean, I don't know if I ever look at him and think, oh, that's a guy who's going to catch it every time he's thrown to it.
We're talking basically, though, of a conservatively fifth option, right? Because you have your running back, whoever that would be, whether it's Montgomery or Gibbs. You got St. Brown and J-Mo. That's 3. Laporta is 4. So there you go. Your fifth option. Are we just, and I'm guilty of it too, are we just racking our brains and going crazy to a certain extent over basically, to term another sport, a long reliever?
Well, I understand the point. And I guess normally I would say to that extent, sure. But with football, it's different because injuries are such a key factor. And you can't count on having all these guys go injury-free throughout the season. You could argue who can least afford to lose, whether it's St. Brown or
the game last year.
Right, exactly. And they were able to, they can get past it, for a game or two because they've got a group. You can make it up in the aggregate. But with, like for instance, if Sam Laporta gets hurt, well, that's going to be tough sell because Sam Laporta is a big part of that offense and takes all the pressure off of, say, St. Brown and Jamison Williams. This is another guy that defenses have to be worried about. If Brock Wright is the guy who steps in for him, he's not the same threat. Brock Wright is fine, but he's not Sam Laporta.
Right. More importantly, what if somebody from their offensive line gets hurt for a few games?
Well, are
you confident in Sorsdahl? No. Skipper? Not really. Awasika is probably your best option, and Mahogany obviously hasn't made the field yet, and Manu is not ready yet.
Well, and they just brought in Jamarco Jones,
right,
who can be a feisty kind of guy. And I'm okay with the offensive line because they had to deal with it all last year.
Right.
These guys have all gotten some playing time.
But they
last
had
year.
Glasgow was the reserve. That's the difference.
Well,
they have a Glasgow this year.
Was Glasgow the reserve? I mean, he played an awful lot last year.
Yeah, because Jonah Jackson got hurt, and then Ragnow, that's where he plugged in.
He was kind of a starter. For the last couple of years, he's kind of been the starter.
Well,
I mean, because they had Vaitai at right tackle
right,
or right guard, he hardly played.
But he wasn't on the team 2 years ago. So last year, he took Jonah Jackson's place more than anybody else, right?
Yes, and then they shuffled everything around.
Yeah.
I just think the team's kind of used to it from an offensive line standpoint. I get nervous with the Frank Ragnow situation because how delicate they have to be with him and handling him during practice during the course of the week.
Plays center.
Yes, he's a valuable piece, but they're counting on these other guys to step up. Look, Mahogany looks like he can come back to practice real soon.
Hopefully.
And that's going to be better news for them.
It's a rookie offensive lineman, though.
But that is the issue. You don't know what to expect from that, and there's always growing pains with that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you want to talk about the Lions and the concerns that you might have with the wide receiver group, or what is your concern level with the wide receiver group? Do you absolutely flat out have 100% blind faith in what Dan Campbell has to say, particularly when it comes to someone like Levi Onwuzurike? That's another thing we have to discuss. We've been discussing here on the show. But coming up next, we want to bring in a topic about sports card trading and memorabilia and stuff like that. An interesting thing that Topps was doing that I wonder what the next big thing would be. We'll discuss it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsh and Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's in for Doug, who will be back on Monday's show. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. So, Stoney, I don't know, when you were younger, did you collect baseball cards, any of that stuff?
Yes, I did, and unfortunately, they got lost in the shuffle of the moves over the years. I still have a lot of hockey cards left, but They're not in great shape, but I don't even know how many really good ones I even have.
Was there something you remember that you had that you lost? And you're like, oh, crap. Like baseball card-wise?
Honus Wagner.
No. Yes. Oh, God, I remember when he was a rookie, I remember that.
I remember Three Finger Brown.
Yes. I remember I had a Topps used to have their rookie cards. Like the following year, if a guy won Rookie of the Year, they had a little trophy on the.
Some of them, like the 78 cards had.
Well, even way before, because I remember, at least I think I remember, a Pete Rose Rookie of the Year card that had one of those things on there that I had when he played for the Reds. But no, I collected them. I thought it was really cool when you'd get the rookie cards. You know, you thought guys who were going to be on the team, and some of them never even made it.
Oh, no.
They had cards made out of them.
Yeah, they're back in the late 70s. I think the 78 cards from Topps, they would have 4 players on each card. And some of them had like one really good player. Some had none. Some had a couple. I think Alan Trammell's that had another good player on there. I think it was Trammell and Molitor were on the same one. Paul Molitor, which obviously you get 2 Hall of Famers on the same card.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. But what Topps is doing now is interesting. And Kang, maybe you can explain this better. They had this.
Did you know Kang collects?
I did know Kang collects. KHANG collects. Look it up on Twitter and follow his podcast.
Download an Odyssey for free or wherever you get your podcast.
That's the Odyssey app, AUDACY.
Yes, I was a guest on Kang Collects.
I was a guest on Kang Collects.
You ask him, everyone can go back and listen to those episodes.
That's right.
With Gator and Stoney.
But so how is this working with Topps right now? Because they got something that's it's very unique, and they've got a 1 of 1, and this card is going to be worth at least 6 figures.
Oh yeah, there's already a bounty out for $125,000, but it's probably worth closer to $500,000. Yeah, sounds crazy, but I mean that's where we are now in the hobby. But right now, yeah, Topps is doing this thing. Or actually, I'm sorry, they already did it. They had a 3-day window where you could go buy a Topps Now card, which is what they call it. So they make a card of something that just currently happened, right? Just happened right away, which was the Olympics. So Topps made a card with a Steph Curry, LeBron James, and Kevin Durant on it. And you can buy this card, this Topps Now card, for $10.99. You could. It was from August 10th to August 13th. And with now anyone can buy it. You could buy 5 of them for $50, I think, maybe 10 for $90. You know, the more you bought, the better discount you got. But if you just bought one card at $10.99, you're basically entered into, I guess, kind of a raffle, you could call it, because out of all the people that bought a Topps Now card, somebody was going to randomly get a autographed card of that same card, that Curry James Durant card, autographed by Stephen Curry, LeBron James, and Kevin Durant, and it was going to be numbered 1 of 1. And so this card is going to go to somebody who bought a card in the last during that 3-day period.
So that's awesome. But you're talking about 3 signatures, 3 obviously future Hall of Famers, and that's where the value in the card comes in.
Yeah, those are Hall of Famers at the end of their career, but Hall of Famers nonetheless. Right?
And then it's 1 and 1.
Yes.
So what we were thinking about was, that's great. It's awesome. But what's going to be the next group, like the future group that we're going to be like, oh my God, can you imagine if you had this card that had these 3 signatures on it from whatever sport you want to do? You want to do hockey, football, basketball, baseball, fair enough. But if you could come up with the 3 players in a sport that you think could rival, that's a tough one.
You mean like 10 years from now or
10
something?
years from now, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm not talking about going to the past and saying, oh, yeah,
No.
I got Michael, Magic, and Larry Bird. No, I'm talking about what's the next trio that's going to fetch a 6 or 7 figure price, because it's unbelievable that you would get these signatures on the same card.
Okay, I have one, and I don't know if it qualifies. And I think we should ask if we did a local one too, who would be the 3 locals on there that you would want. Okay, but mine, and I have one. Well, they're all current, but it's not like old guy Stoney here, so you'd be very happy with me. But I cross sports. Ohtani, Connor Bedard, and Victor Wembanyama.
So if you're going to cross sports, it's tough to beat that.
That's pretty good. I mean, Connor Bedard, Wemby, and Ohtani. Ohtani is the elder statesman of that group.
Right, but is he rare for autographs too, or no?
No, his autographs are still worth a lot of money.
Yeah, but does he have to do a lot of them, though, is my question.
He does a decent amount, but to have all three on one card, that's where the rarity comes in.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And going with different sports. If I was going to stay in the same sport, I was thinking baseball, because that's really where my heart lies when collecting when I was younger. Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, and Bobby Witt Jr. I was going back between Bobby Witt Jr. or Gunnar Henderson, but I went with Bobby Witt Jr. Leading hitter in baseball right now. Figure he's got a very bright future ahead of him. He's just starting his career, and he's amazing.
So I'm going to call my shot. I'm going to go football. And I'm going to go, just to make it even more unique, I'm going to go three guys in the same draft.
Oh.
Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, and Anthony Richardson. In 10 years, maybe that could be the card that you would want. Or, you know what I mean? That those are the three guys leading. Because there's so many good young quarterbacks in the league.
I think Bryce.
I'm not. Hey, Bryce Young clearly didn't have the year that everyone would hope he would, or I mean, any Bryce Young fan or Carolina Panther fan thought he would have. But I don't think his career is done whatsoever.
I don't think it's done, but I think Anthony Richardson gets hurt a lot. But whatever, yeah, it's
like I said, I'm calling my shot. This is not you guys.
Kang,
you kind of took layups. I feel.
Hang on a second, King. Stoney doesn't understand. Don't badmouth Anthony Richardson. Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it.
I'm an AR guy.
That's Kang's guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he got hurt year one. Yes.
He stays healthy. That's all I'm saying.
Obviously, that would be pretty important for this card to be worth anything if Anthony Richardson stays healthy. But yeah, Bryce Young has to play better. AR has to stay healthy, and CJ Stroud has to continue doing what he did year one. So I'm going to say those three guys might be the face of football in the next decade here.
Interesting. Going three from the same draft class is interesting. Going three quarterbacks, because you could do the same thing this year. And go with Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels and Drake May. You pick the top three quarterbacks, and you could go that route, or add any of the other quarterbacks. Take Michael Penix and JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix.
What about locally? I went for the cross sport.
You're crossing over again?
I think locally, let's cross sports. Then you have to.
I have the three S's: Scooble, Sewell, and Cider.
I don't think Cider would be of value as much as a goal scorer. Yeah, because if you're going to go hockey,
you go Raymond.
I would probably go Raymond over him. Yeah, just because of the scoring factor.
That's fair.
But I would probably stay away from hockey in general. And I'm sorry, who are the three you said? You said
Scooble, Sewell, and I said Cider.
I don't know if offensive linemen get it either. If that's going to be moving the needle. Scooble, I think, is safe. That's a safe one to go with. If you say Cade, is it taking too much of a leap that Cade's going to continue to grow and will he eventually get talked about as being an all-star and the next Olympic team?
If you're asking me locally, I'm going Cade, Clark, J-Mo. And I'm talking Max Clark for the Tigers.
Wow.
You love yourself some J-Mo.
Well, I wanted to pick a lion.
I hear you.
And I don't want to go with the offensive lineman. I wanted to go with the skill position player.
Right, I get it. Yeah.
I would go Aiden Hutchinson, Tarek Scooble, and I'll go Cade Cunningham.
No Lucas Raymond or anything like that.
No, I'm gonna stay away from hockey.
Okay, yeah.
I love hockey, but I just don't. I'm not gonna bet on it just yet.
Yeah.
But ask the people. 248-539-9797. This is a really cool thing Topps has done. An opportunity to get the opportunity is closed at this point, unless you're gonna buy it at an auction. But three amazing signatures on the same card. Betting on who the next trio would be that would just blow your mind of young, really good talent, future Hall of Famers. We do it nationally, do it with each individual sport, do it locally, crossover with, you can do basketball, football, baseball, hockey, whatever you want to do locally, you mix them up, that's fine. But nationally, stick with one sport. What would be the trio of signatures that you think would end up being the greatest value?
This is bizarre. This is taking a long shot on definitely one of them, and one's obviously proven himself. Izzo, Sharon Moore, and Dan Campbell. Izzo, you have the Hall of Famer.
Izzo, you got the Hall of Famer. Dan Campbell's doing great things, and Sharon Moore's coming off a national championship.
Taking the shot, but it's going to be sustainable. Yeah.
Perhaps. Or do you go hockey coach with Michigan and Michigan State?
Oh, yeah. That's interesting.
That could be a route to go.
Yeah.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We want to see your text. We want to hear your calls about the trio of signatures from athletes that you think are going to be amazing You look at 10 years from now, you got, oh my God, I can't believe we got these three guys on the same card. Well, let me tell you about a great experience that I had recently with a local company. I needed new garage doors. I called the only company you should call. It's Precision Garage Door. They were awesome. They took my call immediately. We scheduled an appointment right away. It worked out for me. It was great. They helped me select the perfect doors for my house because the old garage doors I had were on their last legs. And I'm not sure they would have lasted another week. Thanks to Precision Garage Door, I am all set right now. They're amazing over there. Weekends are available at no extra charge. You can schedule an appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. So there's no need to call in. You can just do it right there online, which is awesome. And again, it's for your schedule. If you mention 97 on the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee, and offers that they offer the industry's leading warranty right now, which is absolutely amazing. Precision Garage Door is the place to call, the only place to call when it comes to garage doors. So call them today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or like I said, take matters in your own hands. Go on the website, schedule an appointment that works for you at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. I have some breaking news.
Yeah.
It's from Adam Schefter. He says, ESPN sources, surgery on JJ McCarthy's torn meniscus revealed that a repair was necessary, and the Vikings rookie quarterback now will miss the 2024 season. So not, is he gone from 3 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, or a couple months? Gone for the year with a meniscus repair.
Now, there are those who thought that it would have been better for him even to sit out most of the season anyway, to learn if the Vikings were, if Darnold was doing okay, just keep JJ, learning and that type of thing. So now he has no choice. So Nick Mullins, like you said, is going to be the second string, and we know Nick Mullins pretty well.
They got Jaron Hall there as well.
Right. They both played in that game, remember?
Yeah. I just remember that Nick Mullins threw 1 million interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
He had 4 interceptions in one game, I think 2 in the other game. And they came at bad times.
Yes.
But that was last year's secondary with the Lions.
Yeah.
There's a different secondary they have now. I'm excited about it. But, as this news relates to the NFC North, I'm not a Sam Darnold fan. I think Sam Darnold's a bad quarterback in the NFL. However, Sam Darnold stepping into a situation we talked about with JJ McCarthy earlier this week. That's an array of weapons that he's never had.
True.
When you talk about Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison,
Jalen Naylor, TJ Hawkinson, when he comes back.
You got the running back situation with Aaron Jones as well. That's a lot to work with, and dare I say, the best offensive weaponry he's had to work with in his career.
You are correct.
So will that elevate his game, or is he just a bad quarterback? Do we know this at this point? Sam Darnold's just bad.
I think he's I don't think he's bad. I think he's a guy.
Well, is a guy better than Mullins? Can a guy challenge? I'm not going to say, obviously they're going to challenge for the North, but can they give more resistance to the Lions than a rookie quarterback and JJ McCarthy?
I think he's just bad.
Yeah.
I do think he's bad. If I were the Vikings, I'd call Ryan Tannehill right now. Because, like I said,
now right?
You know that JJ's gone for the year. You give Ryan Tannehill a 1-year contract and have him work with these weapons because he's better at it. He'd be better suited for it than Sam Darnold, who is not even a 60% completion percentage passer in his career.
I have no idea what the Vikings cap situation is, but see, I know they don't look at it the way we look at it. They think, we're good enough, so we might need a Ryan Tannehill. I just don't think they're good enough to get into the playoffs, even with Ryan Tannehill. So why even bother making the expenditure? God forbid for them if Darnold gets hurt. Nick Mullins at least has experience of winning some games, driving you crazy with some really good passes and some really crappy passes. But I don't know. If you think you're close, then you make that move. I don't think. I think
with those receivers, the running back, the tight end, that offense, if you had a competent quarterback in there, you can win some games. And they've made some.
Is Ryan Tannehill more competent than Sam Darnold at Ryan Tannehill's age?
Yes.
I'd like to see what Kirk Cousins would look like with that team. They should trade for Cousins because Atlanta just drafted Penix, and then they could start Penix, and then the Vikings could get Cousins and.
Or maybe Heineke goes to the Vikings.
Interesting. Or like I said, Jake Fromm. Jake Fromm go there. Well, that's the update that JJ McCarthy will not play this year. Out for the year.
For him, and it sucks. You never want to see guys get hurt.
No,
especially young guys.
I think this was a good long-term decision for the Vikings too. I bet you they knew this going in. They're like, you know what? If it's close, just repair it, and he'll sit out the year. Now's the time to do it if we do it, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just putting a Band-Aid on it and saying, all right, he can come back this year. If there's any... last year, the Colts did it with Richardson, kind of. Like, they're like, you know what? It's better off long-term if we just do full surgery right now, and then he's our quarterback, hopefully for the next 5, 6, 7 years.
Did he get your get well card or no?
Who, Richardson?
Yeah.
He hasn't returned any of my messages.
Yeah, it's crazy. Who would do that?
Well, I guess he can be the honorary captain.
JJ McCarthy?
He ain't doing it.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's got some time now.
Put the air cast, whatever.
Yeah.
He definitely has time.
Yeah.
248-539-9797, the telephone number. It's too bad. Like, I'm not a Michigan fan, but I root for guys to get in the league. And
right.
Like,
There's nothing to do with, at least in my opinion, Michigan State, whoever. You don't want to see.
I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Right.
I don't. And this is not. This is a career anything, but it's a season thing.
No.
It sucks.
And say what you want about him. He is an exciting player.
Well, is he?
Yeah, he's exciting. I mean, he
was he exciting for Michigan? Was he?
Well, when he actually got to throw the ball or do something with the ball, he was. Handing the ball off the Corum 8,000 times isn't exciting.
I think what was exciting was the prospect of him playing with these guys in that team in
Yes.
Minnesota. That was exciting. Getting to the 3-player text, the text message people have sent in about the 3 players.
By the way, the value of that JJ McCarthy card just went down.
Yeah, if you had a card with McCarthy, Bo Nix, and
people are saying, how about a card with Harbaugh, McCarthy, and Connor Stallions?
Wait a second. Nice.
Yeah.
I got these ticket texts. How about Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Joe Burrow? You get the LSU connection.
LSU guys.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
That'd be pretty.
Or do you put,
impressive.
even though they all played together, and the guy I'm going to mention didn't play with them per se, does Malik Neighbors take one of the receivers?
Over Chase and Jefferson?
No, probably
not. No. Otani, Judge, Witt Jr. That was my group.
That's a good one.
Rick in Garden City. A card signed by McDavid, Matthews, and Connor Bedard would easily fetch 6 figures on the open market. Yeah, for hockey, that's a good one to get. Although when you start to look at Matthews and McDavid, those guys they're not old players.
No.
But in comparison to Connor Bedard, those are older players.
Right.
And we're looking at what will be the next next
Matthews,
trend-setting
the
thing.
next captain, was announced yesterday of the Toronto Maple Leafs, as John Tavares called them and said, take over.
Here's a great one from Austin in Ann Arbor. Paul Scanes, Ellie De La Cruz, and Corbin Carroll. 3 young players. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I think you can find better than Corbin Carroll,
Me
but
too.
the other 2 are really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Rico Beard joins us in studio. How are you, young man?
I'm good. What are you guys talking?
We have him. There we go.
Yes.
Sorry.
Kang just doesn't like me.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
He doesn't. I don't collect enough stuff for him.
We'll get you on the pod, man.
You collect comic books, don't you?
Apparently, I like Kang. I collect stuff. Yeah, I know.
We'll get you on.
That's not for the big finish.
That's nice, big fellas. But yeah.
That's you're gonna finish up season 3. That's all. So what's coming up on the show today?
Well, we're going to start off with something that they like to say that I ruined college football, which I disagree. But hey,
How did you ruin college?
Yeah. Some would say
No, it's Rico's ilk.
Right. Because
the
of
networks.
the networks and all of that. So, But some would say Mike gets angry for any day that ends in Y. But I digress. We're going to come up with our own 4 conferences. What would the conferences look like? North, South, East, and West.
Oh, so it will be geographical. That's good.
Well, he wants it geographical. I got an idea. I'm like, you know what? Maybe you just make it fun and it's always changing. I haven't told them yet, but I'll tell you guys. What if the conference commissioners do a draft every 4 years?
That would be highly entertaining.
Right.
The draft would be highly entertaining.
Right. I was going to say that a TV event. It
Oh
would be
my
phenomenal.
God, that would be.
You just do the draft of the teams.
Snake it back and forth.
Right. And then
see, but I to expand that a little bit, not with the conference thing, but I've always thought this when it comes to like a playoff, you can have a major TV event with the organizations, the programs selecting who they want to play. Instead of doing it by one takes on, whatever, 8 or whatever, that you actually, team number 1, your number 1 seed, you get to pick who you want to play. Maybe you match up better with somebody else. I've always thought that would be fun. And I want that for all sports.
That's like the analogy of the NBA All-Star draft when the players would pick the guys.
Right.
Yeah. I want that for all sports. So like NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL, NHL. I want those teams to be able to pick out who they want to play.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. With the news that we had, you talked about off mic with JJ McCarthy, does that mean Mike wins his bet?
I don't know.
What was the bet?
He said JJ will not play this year.
He's got it.
He's got it.
Of course he wins.
It does.
With an tisk asterisk.
Yeah, we may have
No,
to.
there should not be an asterisk. It's not like he hired
I know.
somebody.
But see, but here's the thing. It's like everybody picked their Lions record, but let's just say a certain quarterback goes down for the year.
Right.
You're relieved of anything that you said the team was going to do, right?
Yes.
If you said, "Oh, they're going to win 13 games," he goes down.
But that's not a bet. That's just a broad
But
proclamation.
even if you made a bet and said, "I bet that they're going to win,"
right?
A respectable person would say, "Gator, I'm not going to hold you to that bet because you didn't know that this was going to happen."
No, I think he wins it. Well, he'll win it when you get through the entire season and he doesn't play because the injuries.
Well, it's like the Vegas bet with over-unders.
Yeah, you got to wait for it. I mean, who knows if he all of a sudden miraculously he's ready to play by the end of the season.
I'll erase it. He'll forget about it.
That's likely as well. Yes. Mike and Rico coming up next here. 97.1 The Ticket.
Last day, Lions fans could watch training camp in Allen Park. They left for the facility with lots of good news on the injury front. Dan Campbell told Costa and Jansen this morning that Jahmyr Gibbs, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw are all going to be good to go, which means they'll likely miss a little bit of practice time, but definitely suit up for Week 1 against the Rams. Campbell says the crowds were great at training camp this year, and their passion drives the squad. Preseason game number 2 Saturday at Kansas City. Campbell says Hendon Hooker's got a, quote, good chance at playing in that one after leaving the Giants game in concussion protocol. NFL Network reports this afternoon that former Michigan quarterback, Vikings rookie JJ McCarthy, is going to miss the entire season. His surgery was today, repairing that torn meniscus. And the Tigers look to win their series against the Mariners after last night's rout. Bo Brisky will start for Detroit and another bullpen day. Talented young lefty Brian Wu goes for Seattle. That first pitch at Comerica Park, 6:40, pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome, one and all. This is going to be an interesting show today. We are going to start with something, and we're going to try to be nice. The man to my left, many of us in the Metro Detroit area have charged with ruining college football. No man is more in bed with the networks.
And by many, you mean you.
No, I think there are many listeners.
And by many, you mean you.
Many listeners have also accused you of destroying the sport they once loved. Here's what I was thinking about. This week, I'm doing all the conference previews with Jim for Cash the Ticket, and it's starting to weigh on Cookies. Like Cookies, he's almost like a guy riding a subway who knows he just dutied in his pants, but no one else knows yet. And then the smell starts to get out there, and people are starting to realize it. That's Jim. Jim is realizing the absurdity of, like, Stanford in the ACC today, or SMU in the ACC, or Jim yesterday totally got the Big 12 wrong. He didn't even realize Arizona was there. So, like, now he's starting to have that embarrassed look on his face. So I thought about how we could use what I'm doing on the podcast for our audience on the main show. You have said for a while, and I don't argue this, we are headed for NFL Light. That this is simply the triage room of the ER. You haven't seen the doctor yet. But these conferences are not going to stay this way. The NCAA is not going to be around. And that you will end up with NFL Light. So I thought, okay, if arrogant Cookies is even recognizing he may have bleeped himself, I know that arrogant Rico won't. But what if I offered arrogant Rico a forum to reshape the sport in the way he thinks it's headed? So here's what I'm going to do. Kenny is our Feinbaum. He's our SEC honk. He's going to protect old Dixie to the best of his abilities. I am the geography snob, meaning the things I care about most are teams playing from the same region. That generally means your rivalries. It just makes sense to me. Now, you are our TV guy. You are our Logan Roy. You are the network guy.
So that means you're open for TV ideas.
100%. So here's what we're doing. David is our ombudsman. We are going to solicit the calls from you guys. And the only ground rule is the following. There are 4 conferences. Mm-hmm. We are headed for 4 conferences, or it's 2 super conferences with 4 divisions. You choose. The only other rule is every conference must have the same number of member institutions. How many, how little, that is up to you guys.
Okay. I already have a point of order.
What's the point of order? Let's hear it. You're a real problem today. I'm telling you, you're a problem.
I learned from the best. You're a problem. As the saying goes, iron sharpens iron. I've worked with you now for 4 years. I've learned.
Problem sharpens problem?
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Can I offer you this? Because I thought of what if we went with 60 teams? It would be 15 teams in 4 divisions, 15 teams.
Mm-hmm.
What if we went 2 at 16 and 2 at 14?
No.
Okay.
It's just not how this works.
Okay, no. That's why I said, would that be allowable?
No.
That
The networks want balance. The networks want
I know No. I'm the networks. So therefore, I'm telling you, this is what the networks would like. The networks are going to come up with all types of crazy ideas.
Who says 60 is the number? What if it's 80? What if it's 40? Here's what I want. In designing the next version of college football, as we're under 2 weeks from real college football, if you have an idea, a suggestion, or if you want to start putting teams in their divisions, the phone lines are open. 248-539-9797. So the 4 are going to be north, south, east, west. You can call them whatever you want. But from a geography standpoint, and when you begin drafting teams into these conferences, you're placing them based on the geography and a marriage with the TV networks.
Sounds a lot more like the Michael Valenti thing instead of the TV networks, but okay. The networks will play around.
Kenny, he's a problem.
No, because the networks.
Oh, no.
Representing the networks, we've already shown you, we don't care about geography.
You have to care.
We don't. We want to make money. We're here to ruin this thing. We are the Grinch.
David, you're the ombudsman. How are we moving forward?
I have precedents.
He's a problem.
He is a major problem
He's a problem.
right now.
He's the guy who won't fasten his seatbelt, and we cannot take off
You
from
know
the
what?
tarmac.
My freedoms, America.
Get off the plane. David, what would you like to add to the layout here?
All right. So your TV, your geography, and what are you again, Kenny?
Hillbilly loyalty. Kenny only cares about the Southern Division.
I just want to know, do we care about America?
Explain.
Because we have Army, we have Air Force.
There, you have no
we have
loyalty.
Navy.
No, you have no loyalty to any school. You guys have to establish how many schools are going to be allowed, where's the cutoff, begin filling the slots, and then sticking to the guidelines we're playing by. And the callers can play a role by saying, I want this team in, and then we place them.
This is not an SEC point of order, but this is this game point of order. Notre Dame doesn't want to join a conference.
Too bad.
So they're going to have to. We can't just out of spite go, no, you didn't want to be a part of our game. Now you can't.
The networks are offering, Rico's offering so much money, Notre Dame can't say
I was going to say, this might be a Rico question.
Oh, I'm allowed to speak. Oh, okay. What was the
TV
question?
point of order. I was asking you a question.
Kenny.
Sorry.
He's a problem.
He's a problem.
What was the question? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, thank you so much. You know what, Mike? He's a problem.
He's a problem.
I said Notre Dame
Dame's
doesn't
in.
want. Okay, Notre Dame is
Notre
in.
Dame
We're not
is in.
kicking them out because of spite.
Notre
Okay,
Dame is in.
Fair enough.
What you have to establish is the next phase of college football, the money will be so large, even Notre Dame won't be able to.
Right. You can't afford to just sit this one out. The deal, you better take this deal because if not, congratulations, you're going to be playing Wayne State.
So why don't we start with this before we begin placing teams? I want to ask the listeners, and I want to ask all of you guys. 248-539-9797. How many teams make the Super Conference? How many teams make the next edition of college football? Something that I absolutely believe happens before 2030. How many? Is it 40? 60? 80? Somewhere in between? How many teams make it when this thing actually, when finally the MAC is gone and the Mountain West is gone and the ACC dies and we get to what it's really going to be, the NFL light? Start with that answer. Think it over. How many teams are we working with before we get into who we're working with? Then we begin the placement of geography, Rico weighing out TV angle.
I want to know because, guys, it's not staying this way.
Hold on. Yeah. I'll run that past him. Okay.
Kenny, he's a problem. 248-539-9797. Just tell me the number. How many teams should make the College Football Super League that we're all going to be enduring in the near term? We'll get to it next, 97.1.
You know what is not a problem? Hamilton Chevrolet. They're located right there at 14 Mile and Mound. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way, and it's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer. And right now, there's unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deals. Look, it's time to check out the all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads with the new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever. It's the perfect blend of form and fashion, ready to take on the city streets or whatever your next adventure is. And get this, you could pull off the lot in the Rico deal, $259 a month. Yeah, $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you will drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevy is making it even easier to upgrade your ride. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for more details. More at hamiltonchevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hi, just got ambushed by David right there. Listen, being number one is not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it. Make the best mattresses. They do it right here in the state of Michigan. And right now, during the Labor Day sale, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so we're having some fun to start the show. With college football just over a week away, on the horizon, we all know it's not staying the way it is. And when my podcast partner, Jim Costa, is starting to be embarrassed about the state of it, I said, let's have some fun. Why don't we just get to the end? You just get to the end of the story. It's going to end up looking like the NFL. It'll have 2 conferences. It'll have 4 divisions. It will be a set schedule. It will be made for TV. It will have nothing to do with the NCAA. It'll have nothing to do with basketball or baseball or any other horse bleep sport. It will be its own thing that people like Rico will profit off of. So here's what I said today. Let's create it. My only rule, there has to be 4 different entities, meaning divisions, if you will. You can call them conferences or divisions, but there's going to be 4 of them. Make no mistake about it. And the other angle is they each have to have the same amount of teams. Now, I have a number I'm thinking of. It doesn't mean I'm right, but I have a number of teams that I would include in this. We're starting with the number of teams that would make the cut line before we get to who. Rico will be our TV specialist. Kenny will protect poor dental care and meth, a.k.a. the South. And David is just here to break everyone's stones. I am the geography snob. But I want to know how many teams. So I gave you guys the break to think about it. We'll get the callers in a second. 248-539-9797. New world of college football. How many teams should make the cut? Rico.
Another point of order, sir.
Kenny, he's a problem.
No. This is just football. I'm just making sure.
I just said it.
Okay.
Yes, it is not the NCAA. Fugazi. Gone. This will be.
You know what? I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't like your attitude.
You're a problem. All right. How many teams make the cut? What's the number?
You just better get your butt to that wedding.
That's hillbilly. What's the cut?
The cut will be 4 divisions, 16 teams, 64 total.
64. No BS. Right hand to God. That's my number. So him and I are simpatico on this.
I'm not a problem.
No, you're still a problem, but that's my number. 64. Perfect balance. Kenny, what's the number?
We were thinking 15 per conference. 15, get you to 60.
How about 64?
Okay.
There you go. All right, good. 64 teams make the cut line for the new world of football. Now we got to start handing out slots. And this is where you can pair this up however you want. If let's say we do East, West, South, and North. You could have 2 8-team divisions in the South, 2 in the North, and 2 in the West, and 2 in the East. But before you even get there, you got to fill each silo. Who are the 16 who make the East? Who are the 16 who make the West? How do we begin divvying up the Big Ten? Because there is no Midwest division.
Right.
It would be North. It would be a little East.
Yeah, what's the cutoff point?
So
where does the Nebraska fit in?
So do you want me to kick this puppy off?
Sure.
I'll give you a perfect example of how this works in my world. Penn State never belonged in the Big Ten. Penn State would not be in the Midwest. They would not be in the North. Penn State should have joined the Big East years ago. They would be in the East for me. That is an Eastern school. That is not a Midwest school.
And that's why I have them right now.
You have them in the East.
I have them in the East.
David, Penn State in the East. What's your first selection? And I want the people, get the ticket texters involved on this.
It's
because then we have to debate if someone brings up a school and you go, I don't think they'll make the cut line. That's the debate.
Yeah. This is going to be very interesting. Just trying to keep it geographically set because a lot of them kind of going with the Big Ten is the North, the ACC is the East, the SEC is the South, the old Pac-12 as the West. But the Big Ten has so many different teams. It's like, okay, where does Nebraska go? Where does Oklahoma go?
Nebraska can go to hell. That's where they can go. They never belonged here.
I'm still filling out this, but like right now for the North, I have a lot of the Big Ten schools. Ohio State.
That's one. Stop right there.
Okay.
We're doing one at a time. Okay. I want to build this. I want to give Kenny a chance. I want to give David, and I want to give the people a chance. Start placing teams. The conversation will be in the placement. And you know someone's going to start naming a team, and you go, point of order, I don't think they make the cut. Kenny, how about we just put Georgia in the South? He's screening calls.
Yes, that was going to be his number one. Yes.
Done. Georgia's in the South. We've protected meth. David, select one.
Whew.
Michigan, North.
No, I didn't want that to be my first one.
They're your school.
No, I actually wanted to go with a controversial one for the North.
Okay. You're a problem.
That I think that people won't think about. Cincinnati in the North.
I just penciled them in, David.
I want them in the North.
Are you being? That's what you started with.
That's my controversial one. Yes, because I know Ohio State's going to be there, and they don't want no one else in Ohio in their conference.
To make the call. Thanks for playing. I also would question Cincy a little bit. Long term, are they a top 64 program? You could say yes, but I think you're getting into that gray area. Ohio State and Michigan are in the North. Georgia's in the South. Penn State's in the East. West, I'll just kick it off. USC. Have to be. Don't give me this Big Ten Humpty Bumpty. David, let's hear from the ticket texters. We have 64. What are we doing? What do the texters have to say about the creation of new college football? Let's talk about it.
Ooh, okay. This is a weird one here. North Carolina in the North, someone is texting in.
That's not the North. That's the East.
I would agree as well.
It touches the Atlantic Ocean.
I would agree as well.
UNC in the East, are they a TV draw? Are you happy with it? Or are they a top 64 program?
UNC is in the East.
All right, they're in. Next.
Ticket Tech says Tennessee in the South.
I view Tennessee as South, yes.
Yep. Yeah, you know what? I was close to putting them in the North, but I'm like, yeah, Mason-Dixon. Okay, they're barely.
Rico using the Civil War to determine where you get placed.
Believe me, we talked about it in here too.
Right. No. This is like, oh, okay, where does to me, a school like Oklahoma and like I said, Nebraska and Iowa, good luck with those.
Hey, up next, Kenny wants the Stonewall Jackson division. All right, go ahead.
Point of order from the ticket text. Nate in Royal Oak says 48 teams only.
Okay, so Nate wants fewer. Here would be my question. In the next world of college football, in order to accommodate all the games, is it 48 or is it 64?
I think it's 64 because I think that at least TV-wise, you're looking at the expansion. So rather than do this again in another 3 years, let's just start off with 64 teams because you know eventually that's where it's going to end up.
It feels that way, just like the NCAA tournament, and away we go. Go ahead.
Another one, Drew in Detroit says 40 teams should be the number. I don't think 40.
I don't know. Drew wants a true NFL model.
Yeah, that is. You're right. You're right.
Listen, I think there will be a lot of people who will call in today and vote and want 40. They will want it to be homogenized. Blue blood only, nothing fun. And look, it is not wrong. I understand if you call in with that. I would prefer to preserve some fun.
So now here's one for you, Mike.
Yeah.
Where does a school or two schools like Florida and Florida State, is that South or is that East?
It's a great question.
I have them both in the South. That's me, though.
I have them both in the East.
Look, Miami was a Big East team for a long time. It resides on the Atlantic Ocean. What if, because Tallahassee's on the Gulf of Mexico, we pop them in the South?
I'm more concerned with the Florida-Georgia rivalry at this point.
But, Kenny, here's the thing.
Florida's hillbilly. That would be South.
But if you keep stacking the South, then who's going to be in the East?
Not my problem. I'm in charge of the South. Okay. I'm in the Robert E. Lee division.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Because, Kenny, you will rise again.
All right. I'm going to take charge of the East because that's my land.
So Florida State, out.
I think Florida's in the South because they're already embedded in the SEC. They're right next to Ocala, which is Hillbillyville. It's on Gulf of Mexico side. It's the Florida-Georgia rivalry, TV. What?
Man, you must have no Florida relatives.
In fact, I don't. Preservation of rivalry is my jam. Okay. Florida-Georgia has to stay together. I would put Miami in the East.
Okay. Florida State?
See, Florida State's the debate point. Let the ticket texters jump in on that. Settle Florida State.
Well, it could be settled here with the ticket text. You are Mr. Geography here.
Yes.
I don't understand this one. They sent it in. If Atlantic Ocean equals east, then that means South Carolina and Georgia are east. But Georgia doesn't touch the Atlantic.
Yeah.
So with that being said,
We
though,
didn't talk
Atlantic
about South
Ocean,
Carolina.
then that means Florida touches the Atlantic Ocean.
No, it doesn't. It's in the Gulf of Mexico.
It touches the Atlantic Ocean on the east side, though.
Oh, I'm talking UF, Gainesville.
Right, but we're talking the state. He's talking states.
I'm taking it literally.
So
Well, see, that's what I was saying. I was
east.
thinking the same. Like Florida technically is an East Coast state.
All right, in the new
You're
world,
not taking Florida.
No,
I hate Florida, but you're not taking him.
Relax.
You'll make Mark Ryan happy.
You're a problem.
Rico has already spoken on this. The TV network value of Florida and Georgia playing usurps any technicalities. I will lean to our TV expert. I think Florida and Georgia both have to be in the South. Now, Miami's in the East. What you do with Florida State, let the ticket texters vote. Next 10 ticket texters, place them, but Florida State gets in. We'll get to the calls. We're naming teams. We are creating what's coming next for college football because it's going to happen and soon. So why not get to the end? It sure beats talking about who the fourth wide receiver for the Lions are. 24853.
Really?
Yeah, it does.
DPJ.
You're a problem. You're a real problem.
America.
Distracted driving's become a problem. Look around. We've all seen it. Texters, social media nonsense, ridiculous. You're in the car. You're at risk. Call Mike Purpur, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And that's what makes National Benefit Plans different. They'll shop 70 different carriers, guarantee you the lowest possible rate. They got 30 years of credibility. And the longer you wait, your odds of not getting life insurance go up. So don't wait. Call Mike Purpur now, 877-734-2200, or you go on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, so we're starting with something just off center. It's the perfect time. It's the calm before the storm with football. College football, I've been doing the previews with Cookies. He can't even keep the team straight. The conferences are a laugh factory. So I said, why don't we just get to the last page of the story where Rico ends up smarmy saying he was right, and college football becomes the WWE product it is. It becomes the NFL light. So I've said, here are your only ground rules. You need to set a number of teams. Rico selected 64 teams that'll make the cut line. But there's 130 Division I teams. Not anymore, there's not. There's 64. That's what the networks are purchasing. There will be 4 conferences, 16 teams per conference. You place them geographically relevant. Why? Because I effing said so. It is my only thing I'm getting out of this. That's all I asked. I'll go with everything else, the complete bastardization of my sport. But you will be geographically relevant. And with that in mind, we have asked you guys to call in and ticket text. You want to name a team? We'll place them. You want to keep a team out? We'll kick them out. David, we asked about the Florida State situation. We asked ticket texters to weigh in. Where are they being placed?
East for Florida State. Then more. Florida State, South. Florida State is in the South. Longitude, attitude. Florida State should be in the South. I lived in Tallahassee for 3 years, and it's more Southern than Eastern.
Okay.
Max in Chicago.
We're done. The votes are cast. They're in the South.
Okay, I was going to give you one that's really there. Tallahassee touches the Gulf of Mexico. That's South. That's
South.
what someone said.
Done. So you're South so far. Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, FSU. You're North, Michigan, Ohio State, Cincy. You're East, Penn State, UNC, Miami. You're West, USC. Go around the room one more time, then we go to the phones. Rico, name another team, place them.
All right, and put MSU in the North.
They didn't make the cut, I'm sorry.
Okay, then you know what? The TV is opting you out. We're picking a new commission.
MSU's in the North. Kenny, name a team, Stonewall Jackson Division.
Alabama.
Okay. God, you are like Feinbaum with hair. All right, David, name a team.
Let's go Oregon, West.
Got it. Done. To the people. Sean will lead us off today as we venture.
I can tell you what's going to be difficult.
What?
Picking the East. It's like the ACC all over again. This will be the weakest conference.
No, it won't. I have some ways we're going
because
to fix this.
We just took 2 of the teams that I had in the East and we moved them to the South.
We will deliberate. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, buddy?
Doing good, guys. I'm getting ready for college football. I'm an OU fan. Looking forward to our first SEC season. I have some changes I want to make. Get Missouri out of this conference. Their fans are starting to – they think they're people. We need to put a stop to that. So get them out of the South at least.
All right, so Mizzou out of the South. Where do we put them, boys? They were a Big Ten consideration multiple times. You put them in the North?
They would have to go in the North because they're not close enough to the West. So it's either North or they're out.
We good with Missouri in the North, everybody?
Yes.
Now, here's the problem for you. Sean, you're going to do what you needed to do years ago. You're in the West when you should have joined the Pac-12.
No, we're right where we belong. Well, see, it's geographically sound, Mike. We connect with all the states. It looks pretty on a T-shirt. The map outline. You get rid of Missouri, you add North Carolina, and the graphic on the T-shirt looks so pretty.
No, I understand, Sean. I understand. Believe me. And if it were my druthers, the Big 12 would still exist. But this is the world Rico is forcing us into. OU is in the West. Oklahoma is west of the Plains. Yeah. They're in the West. Guess who else is not going to be in the South? Texas.
No, you can't. Draw a line.
No,
you can
no
take
one
Mizzou.
views Texas as a southern state.
No,
They're in the South.
Here's the thing. The same criteria we gave to the Florida schools, Texas touches the Gulf of Mexico.
I don't care.
So
Texas,
therefore, it's in the South.
They should be no, they're the Southwest. That is how Texas is viewed. But Southwest.
Right, but what comes first? South, not West.
No.
Texas in the South.
Put it to the ticket texters. David's with me.
We'll do it again. Texas sits in the middle of the country. It's more southern than
not
western.
The middle of the country. It is the Southwest.
You can take Mizzou from me, but don't take Texas from me, okay? I just got Texas.
No, but here's the thing. You're not thinking like a TV executive. You're a problem.
I don't care about the TV.
You have to, because that's what this product is designed on.
I'm not sure if we care about TV or not anymore.
See, here's the thing. originally had Texas in the South. Okay?
They're in the West.
But now you're starting to jam-pack the Southern Conference.
Oh.
We may have to move them because...
Competitive balance for the networks.
Thank you.
And multiple time slots and streaming services. Oklahoma and Texas are in the West.
Then can I get Mizzou back?
No.
Okay.
They're gone.
You're taking two powerhouses from me right now.
No, we're not. They're gone. The weakest so far right now would be the North. Now, we'll fill in. But again, you have to have a level of balance here. What are the networks paying for? Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hello.
Hi, Dave. What's up?
Hey, I wondered if we could put Syracuse in the East.
Well, okay, here's the question. Does Syracuse make the cut? Are they a top 64? Look, at times in my life, they've been one of the top 20 programs.
Dave,
right?
They will probably end up in the East because the East does not have that many teams available. So, because Syracuse resides, if they were in any other part of the country, the answer would be no. But they will probably make it in the East.
Yeah, I think they're up and coming. I went to Syracuse back in the 70s, and I read that they have a top 7 recruiting class for 25.
Yeah,
so
you hired an assistant from Georgia. You're actually putting some NIL into the program. They're trying to get it back to what I grew up on, the Pasqualoni era.
Yeah.
I mean, they had players, man. Rob Conrad was a legend. Marvin Harrison, Bucky Brooks, Numbnuts.
Dwight Freeney.
Yes, absolutely. No, they were legit. Keith Bullock. They had players, man. So, yes, I'm with you. I'll put them in, but legitimately, Syracuse could be one of the last 5 to 10 teams in the top 64.
Okay, here's the funny thing. We may end up, Kenny and I may have to do a draft for the state of Texas because there are so many teams.
I might not even want anybody else from Texas.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying. But you have Texas, you got Texas Tech, you got TCU.
Are you sure?
Houston.
Are you sure? See, Houston wouldn't make the cut.
No, I'm naming teams that are there. SMU.
I don't know that they make the cut. Okay. Listen, this is why you do the exercise.
Well, North Texas. We love the helmet.
I know you love the music school. They're out.
If you try and take A&M away from me,
and I was
will
about to
get
say,
violent.
there's A&M.
What do you want to do?
I would say they're in the West with Texas.
No, absolutely not.
The schools don't get along.
Because here's the thing.
They hate each
Mr.
other.
TV exec, that's why I put Cincy in the North to be there with Ohio State.
And then what about Baylor?
I don't want Baylor.
Okay.
Does anyone want Baylor?
Yes. I think people would want Baylor.
Who? Former governor of Texas, Ann Rice.
Baylor has hit a rough spot, but yes, Baylor.
Pulverize the program. Would anyone miss Baylor? No.
Texas Tech?
I don't know. I mean, they'll make it as a top 60, but they're in the West. Make no mistake about it.
Okay, but look at your West. Okay, then this is one of those that, because I can give you my list right now of the West, is USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon.
Hold on. I got to type these.
Oh.
Jesus. You want UW there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oregon.
Yes.
State. State.
No, they don't make it. They're not a top 64 team, and they have no conference. They're out.
Arizona State.
Arizona, yes. Arizona State, no.
We picked their helmets. Arizona State's in. Trust me, you'll love going back to homecoming every year, David. Trust me on that.
Listen, that's
Utah.
8. Okay. Oh, wow. Jesus, Rico, speed dialing.
Just going through them right now. Wow.
Utah's in the West. Go ahead.
And if you put Texas and Oklahoma.
I have Oklahoma and Texas. They're in.
Cal, Stanford.
I have no need for them. They're nerds.
I'm a problem.
They're not good at anything. Why would I want them?
They are good.
No, this is a football product. Why would I want them?
You had Andrew Luck, Christian McCaffrey.
Jared Goff.
Had.
Right.
Not there anymore.
We
They're
just
not good.
talked about all of these Syracuse people.
And I also don't want them in the
These
East.
guys are still playing in the league.
I don't want Syracuse at all.
But you took Cincinnati, Davis, so you kind of lose that argument.
No, I don't.
Cincinnati.
I'm thinking
Sauce
rivalry.
Gardner,
Create
and
the
that's
rivalry between Ohio State and Cincinnati. Right now, they play every year.
Cincinnati has Sauce Gardner, and that's it.
Guys, go to your corners. We'll continue the battle momentarily. In the midst of us reshaping college football, we are still going to talk about real football, and we're going to do that next.
I want to continue.
We're going to continue. You're a real problem. Now, listen.
Pull it together.
I mean, listen, it's summer, it's 83, it's summer, it's shandy time, and it's very simple. Old Nation makes the best one on the planet. Bottom line, local brewery, they win all kinds of awards, and their shandy, it sells out every summer. Get it before it's gone. It's made right here in Michigan. Brewed and canned right down on the road in Williamston. Light, refreshing, perfect beer for summer and the start of football season. Have fun with Old Nation Shandy, sold wherever good beer is found, 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to drink responsibly and plan for a safe ride home wherever you enjoy a great beer. All right, let's take a quick timeout. Talk about real football, not fantasy land. David, music.
So I swear I had this all set up before the JJ news came out, But I am going to dedicate this one to JJ McCarthy, who is out for the season with a torn meniscus. So this one, we're going to go through injuries in the league, injuries that happened in preseason and training camp, and those that are coming back from injuries from last year. We're going to talk about the level of concern for the player and the team. Let's go through first. Hollywood Brown, dislocated collarbone, out 4 to 6 weeks. Injury concern level for him and then the team by missing him.
It's high for both. He's a frail player. That's number one. You're missing the most important part of the year to acclimate to a new offense. And for the team, they're desperate for a number one wideout. Rashee Rice has a murky future going on. They have a rookie in Xavier Worthy who weighs 5 pounds. They need weapons. My concern, what are we doing, 1 to 10, or what do you want?
Let's do 1 to 5.
1 to 5? 4.
For Hollywood, I think that 5 being that it's really
a concern.
I would say 5 for him because he needs to be there. He needs to get acclimated to the team. As far as the team goes, I would say a 2. This team won a Super Bowl last year. Name their wide receivers. Exactly. So you added Xavier Worthy. I think they'll find a way. You still have Kelsey, so I'm going to put it a 2 for the Chiefs.
Let's go down the road to Allen Park. Talk about Jahmyr Gibbs' hamstring injury. Now, Dan Campbell did speak today, and he believes that if it was a week 1 matchup this weekend, he would be available. So your level of concern.
I'm a 1. I think it's all precautionary. I think they're insulated. They have another back. They have a great offensive line. They could pick somebody off the street, and they'd be okay. So I'm a 1 because 0's not an option.
I'm going to go with 3 for both. The reason being because the hamstring could just get re-injured at any time, and it will always be inconvenience. You don't know. I'm going to go with 3 for the Lions because, as Mike said, you could get another running back, but I think another running back would kind of be like what David Montgomery does. I don't think you could find somebody like Jahmyr Gibbs. He's special. He does a lot of things coming out the backfield and catching passes. They're rare. So for the Lions to just find another person like him would be difficult. So I'm going to go for a 3 for both. That hamstring, man, that's going to be the most watched hamstring in this city, David, for the entire season.
Let's move over to the west side of the country. Let's talk about Justin Herbert dealing with a plantar fasciitis in his right foot. He was in a walking boot. They expect him to return to practicing in 2 weeks. Level of concern for that.
3. It's a tough injury, and it usually takes a long, long time to go away. It takes a lot of rehab, a lot of work. It can come up and bite you. I'm just more concerned for Herbert year 1 of a totally new offense, a totally new mindset, acclimation.
Missing that time.
Yeah, so I would say a 3 for both team and player.
I would say if you're smart, this could end up being a 2, but I'm going to go with a 3 because this is an injury. Man, if you don't rest it properly and you can't rush this back. It's better for him to miss the first 3-4 games of the year because he could be there for the playoffs. But if you rush him back, David, he's done. It's going to it would be a bad thing. And you're going to learn a new offense, as Mike just said. 3, both teams. Unless you're stupid, and then you can push it up to a 4 or 5.
2 more players on the West Coast there. Puka Nacua, who is dealing with a knee injury. I think it's a bursa sac-ish injury or something in that knee. And then Christian McCaffrey with a calf injury.
I mean, they're both concerning. The calf is just a tricky muscle. It's a lot like Herbert dealing with the plantar fasciitis. Calf strains, I don't know the severity. They can just be back like that.
Yeah, it kind of it's like the hamstring.
Yeah.
And now I would put for McCaffrey, I would put for both teams, you're probably looking at about a 3 or a 4 because the problem is he suffered from this calf injury at the end of the season. So they held him out of practices going into the Super Bowl. Now, you would think that, okay, you had all of that rest. Apparently, it's done nothing, so it's not going anywhere. So that's why I would put that at a 4. And I don't think that, kind of like Jahmyr Gibbs, you can't just replace a Christian McCaffrey.
Well, then let's start there with players that are returning from injury from last year. Can they return to form? And let's start with, we talked about calf injuries with Christian McCaffrey. Let's start with Joe Burrow, who dealt with a calf last year, but was out for the rest of the season because of a wrist injury.
Yeah, he's fine. I don't have any concerns there. That'd be
Was
a
it
0.
his throwing arm, the wrist?
Yeah, remember when he threw the ball and his hand exploded?
Okay.
He dropped to the ground like he got hit by a bomb. I think he's fine. There's 0, 1, whatever the lowest grade I can give is.
Yeah, I would say the same. He's had a year to heal up. I don't think it's going to be a lingering thing. So 1.
2 quarterbacks that are older coming off the same injury. That is Kirk Cousins, and that is Aaron Rodgers. Both Achilles.
3 for both. You're over the age of 30. In Rodgers' case, you're 40, and you blow an Achilles. I got to see it. I got to see what you look like. I got to see how much. Now, again, neither guy at this stage of their life is very mobile.
Right.
But I got to see it. It's a 3 for me. That's a major injury.
I'm going to go a 4 for both because with an Achilles injury, I've never had one, but talking to people who have, the biggest factor is the trust factor. Can you trust planting that foot and not thinking that it's going to pop? Or did you really overwork healing that Achilles and you end up popping the other Achilles because you overworked it? So I'm going to go a 4. Neither are mobile, as Mike said, but coming back from something like that, I don't think you just immediately come back from that. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on both quarterbacks to really solidify that job. The Jets, because, well, they're the Jets. And for Cousins, they drafted a quarterback high in the draft who's your replacement if you fail.
TJ Hawkinson went down with a torn ACL and an MCL late in the year in Week 16 against the Lions. Could end up on the PUP to start the year. Can he return to form for the Vikings?
Can. Just probably not going to be until the middle of the year.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's middle of the road for me. It's 3.
Yeah, he can, David. This really, I mean, especially now with the JJ news, if you're Minnesota, you got to have that come to Jesus meeting with yourself. How good do we expect to be? I know we paid Jefferson. He's on the team. We don't want him being disgruntled, but do we have the quarterback? Because if we don't have the quarterback and quietly, not in front of the media, guys, we're not going to win this division. We're not going to do a lot of stuff. Let's not rush him back. Let's really plan for next season. This is, again, if you're smart, it could be a 2.
And then let's close it out with this because this player had a gruesome injury. They have suspect quarterback play. They have a really great defense. Chubb. It is Nick Chubb. Surgically repaired meniscus, ACL, and MCL, who can also end up on the PUP and miss portion of the beginning of the season.
It's also the second catastrophic injury he had. Don't forget at Georgia where his leg got bent the wrong way. It's a 5 to me. He's already a back with a lot of miles. I love him. He's an awesome running back. But, man, I just got to see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, dude, that's the second time your leg got put into a candy cane.
I got it at a 4, but I think the next time he gets injured, that's going to be the end of his career. But I think he can make it back, David. I don't know if he'll have the same speed, the same burst that he had before. But, yeah, I will go with a 4. And for the Browns, yeah, this is probably going to be a 4 as well because he's another one of those backs that he's not easy to replace. You can find somebody to run the ball, but you're not going to get the same productivity.
And that is the injury in football today.
Football's approaching. Time to get in on the action. The futures market is wide open. Game of the year odds are available if you want them, like Georgia laying 11.5 to Clemson in the opener. That's available. FanDuel's got it all. $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. There's no better place to get ready for the season than FanDuel, America's #1 sports book and the sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Today was the final day Lions fans could take in training camp, and they left Allen Park feeling very optimistic when it comes to injuries. Dan Campbell this morning told Costa and Jansen that Jahmyr Gibbs, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw are all going to be good, which likely means a little bit of missed practice time, but no issues being ready for Week 1 against the Rams. Campbell says they had great crowds at training camp, and they're still working to earn their trust. The Lions' second preseason game is Saturday at the Chiefs. Campbell says Hendon Hooker's got a good chance at playing after exiting the Giants game in concussion protocol. Former Michigan quarterback and current Viking signal caller JJ McCarthy will miss his entire rookie season after undergoing surgery today to repair his torn meniscus. In a statement, the team says McCarthy will come back better from that injury. And the Tigers aim to take their series against the Mariners after last night's blowout at Comerica Park. Bo Brisky gets the ball for Detroit, another bullpen day for them. Brian Wu starts for Seattle. First pitch at Comerica Park is at 6:40. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, that song just creeps me out. Let's keep it moving. Welcome aboard. Couple notes for you. Jim and I knocked out another conference preview today, Cash the Ticket Season 3, so we've got a lot for you. And as a part of that, we have brought something to the main show. And Rico has been right about a lot with college football, the direction of it, where it's going, and I've largely kicked and screamed about it. But today I'm just saying, look, I don't need to flip through the rest of the brochure. Just get to the part where we call the number. Let's get to the end of the story. If you believe college football will be NFL football, it's going to be the same model. It's going to be homogenized. You will have the TV networks draw the conferences, draw the teams, and they're going to create this product. It'll break away from the NCAA. How many teams make the cut? We had that discussion in hour one. Some people said 40, some people said 80. We landed on 64. I actually think it'll be fewer than that. But I think 64 is a great number if you actually, which they don't, but if you actually care about some level of keeping college football college. But we have 64. 4 divisions/conferences. You can break them up how you want, but we're going to maintain some geography here. And then Rico is the arbiter of justice when it comes to teams. So here's who we have so far. You guys can challenge the selections. You can add a selection. You can try to get a team thrown out if you think they don't qualify. Here's what we have so far up to the minute on the Rico Vision Quest. 248-539-9797. In the East, it's Penn State, Miami, North Carolina, Clemson, NC State, Rutgers, South Carolina, VTech, and Cuse. That's what we have so far. West, USC, Oregon, Oklahoma, Texas, Texas Tech, UW, Zona, ASU, Utah, and I wanted to add one, Boise. South, they're top 64.
I know, Mike.
They just signed the number one recruit in America, Malachi Nelson.
See that map?
Yeah, buddy.
Tell me how Texas is in the West.
That's Southwest. It's right there.
No. It's so not.
That's Southwest.
You are Mr. It needs to be geographical.
Southwest right there.
It is not.
What's the state right next to it?
New Mexico.
And what's right next to that?
Yeah, if we're gonna play that game, no. I was just saying, if
Southwest.
Rico's all the way correct on that. I've been
If you
trying
look
to
at
say
this
this
map,
from the
You
beginning.
think he's correct, and I think he's wrong, and here's what he's not understanding. He's killing his own argument as a network scumbag.
No, Mike.
The networks need balance. Otherwise,
No,
you
no,
should
no.
just
No.
have the South have its own league.
I am trying to, because I don't like the fact that these teams aren't playing in the region that they're supposed to play, and wah. So I'm saying, let's keep Texas is in the South.
Yeah.
If you are that hell-bent on keeping it geographically correct, they're not a West team.
They are more West than South. They are viewed more West than South. Hey, let me ask you a question. Where are most Westerns based? Texas. I rest my case.
Italy.
10-gallon hats. Are those viewed as
Spaghetti
Southern or
Westerns.
Western?
Italy. That's where most Westerns would take place.
That makes no sense. David, what is your thought on this? Because to me, I'm trying to go for competitive balance. You cannot put all the Texas teams in the South. It'll
Here's the
undermine the
thing.
entire project.
Here's the thing. Let me take the role of the TV exec. The South already has so much TV already that you need Texas to balance out the TV for the West, where you can give them USC in Texas.
Okay.
You can give them Oregon in Texas, Oklahoma in Texas.
David, I set this argument up because I don't want to hear this man then complain. I don't like it because this team is located here, but they play in this conference. So we're going to just act like Texas is in the West, even though they're not. I understand for competitive balance. I just don't want to hear his mouth.
Question, factually, where did Texas and Oklahoma almost join years ago? The Pac-12. I mean, I'm just saying there's precedent here.
Yeah, Nebraska joined the Big Ten along with Rutgers.
Well, they're back because they're in the North.
Here's my issue is I only know for sure now that I have 4 teams. I have Georgia, Florida, Florida State, Alabama.
No, here's what you have so far. Because I added 2 in the commercial break that are no-brainers, and there's no discussion. Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Florida State, Bama, A&M. I compromised. A&M, Mississippi, and LSU.
So Texas A&M will stay in the South.
So Tennessee is staying, A&M staying, and LSU is in.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Kenny, no one's trying to break up your bad dental care conference, but you can't have everything. Look, here's the message I would send, and if people want to challenge this, let's do it. If you otherwise just create the SEC, make it 20 teams, make it its own sport.
Well, see, that's why initially I had Texas and Oklahoma in there because I moved Florida and Florida State to the East to make that competitive. Because right now, the East is not that strong.
Do I have Ole Miss?
Yes.
All right.
Who the hell else would want them?
I'm just asking. I don't know. You're trying to take Texas from me.
No, not taking anything.
Whoa. You just got Texas in the SEC, and you're acting like you've always had them. You just got them.
I just think it's absurd to say that Texas is not a Southern school.
It's also absurd that you don't have indoor plumbing, but it is what it is.
Okay, you know what? We're not going to make this personal.
I mean, this is coming from the guy who
You know
reps
what,
the
Mike?
marry your cousin portion of
Mike,
America.
Mike, you're a problem. Go ahead,
You're
David.
a real problem.
Speaking of, what are we doing with Kentucky?
Kentucky, I have Kentucky in the North.
I would have them in the North as well.
Kenny is upset.
Any thought process that Kentucky is the last vestiges in the northernmost Publix?
Yes.
Pub subs.
Yes.
Publix just opened in Lexington. That is South.
If they have a Publix, they're in the South.
If you have a Buc-ee's, you're in the South, right? No, you have a Pilot truck stop, you're in the South. You want Kentucky in the North? We can do Kentucky.
That's so good. That's so good.
Listen, man, pub subs are an American classic, but they're quintessentially Southern.
Have
you ever had a pub
yeah,
sub?
it's an overpriced supermarket, but yes. Yes, I have been to Publix.
Hold on. Even if you think the rest of their food is overpriced, the pub sub is an American delight.
No, it's good.
It's unbelievable.
No, I'm saying it's good, but I
my friend in Florida trolls me. He tells me when the pub subs are on sale, knowing I can't get them.
The criteria you are coming up with, I can't fight this one. The Texas thing, I'm exhausted from fighting Texas. Publix.
You just want to know if I'm losing Kentucky or not. That's all.
Kenny, do you really care that much about Kentucky?
I kind of like Kentucky. It's
Kenny,
not a hill I'm going to die on. But
Have you had a pub sub?
I have not.
Oh, you're not living.
I had Kentucky in the North.
All right, hold on. Flash poll. Next 5 ticket texts. Kentucky in the north or not? Is Publix a barometer of Southern geography? Listen, I wish we had a Publix up here. Tremendous.
You can have them in the north if I can keep Mississippi State.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not exactly a hot job market.
Neither is Kentucky.
The only thing that's less appealing is your dating prospects. Mississippi State. And here, ready, Kenny? Sold. You win. Take them.
So does this
I'm
mean-
realizing the bottom of my list here, it's slim pickings once you get to once you've gotten the Texases and the Georgias and the Floridas and the Florida States out of the way.
But this is where the competitive balance will play.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm laughing. So do we do, if you have a Ralph's in your state, are you a Western team?
These are the issues America wants to talk about.
If there is a Meyer, are you in the north?
If there's an In-N-Out, you're in the West.
Yes. This is... We don't need the networks. We have such great barometers.
Okay. In and out. You're in the West.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you today?
Excellent.
I'm good.
This is a great topic, but I'm going to say, okay, Notre Dame to the north, but if they don't want to come, leave them out.
They don't get a choice.
Notre Dame. I'm sick of Notre Dame thinking they're better than everyone else.
If they were forced with the new college football, when college football breaks away from the NCAA and the networks, Rico's people, rezone the map, they're only going to select who they want to put on TV. That's what they're doing right now. Notre Dame would have to join because this new TV deal, they could get over $250 million a year.
And I get that. My next thing is Cincinnati. We're putting them in a little too early, I think.
I don't want them at all, even though I like historic Nippert Stadium.
I can agree with that. It's a good culture there, but I think it's too early to put them in. I do agree with you, Texas to the west.
Thank you.
And now the Kentucky controversy. Now what do we do with Louisville? If you're going to let Cincinnati in, you have to let Louisville in.
Yeah, I think we're making a big distinction here. Now, I will say factually, Louisville does not have a Publix, so that could make them a northern city. Lexington has a Publix. I don't know, but to fight the battle, guess what else? Guess what Kentucky Stadium is named? Kroger Field, north. They're in the north.
The headquarters of Kroger factually is in Cincinnati, so there's that.
North. Put them in. Put them in. Louisville's in the north.
I do have another controversial state, Mike.
You're a real problem.
No.
Let me hear it.
Honestly, we could spend an entire weekend doing this. I'm imagining a whiteboard and a whole lot of
your
stuff.
options were this or what color is your neighbor's roof? We went with this.
Well, my neighbor got a new roof.
Just go.
What do we do with Kansas and Kansas State?
I'm glad you asked.
Great question.
Those are
Thank you.
Midwest, but I consider it northern plains. You get snow, north.
Yes.
Had an aunt who lived in Kansas. It's cold.
Is there an In-N-Out in Kansas?
No. Factually, no.
Okay.
Any barbecue influence to the south?
Well, yeah.
I think Kansas City barbecue is overrated. Can I say that? I don't need the diabetes sauce all over it. My man. All right, good. I appreciate that.
All right.
If your barbecue requires being slathered in essentially Wilford Brimley's blood, I don't want it.
It is, to me, the second most overrated barbecue.
What's first?
We just argued over whether this state is in the West or in the South.
Texas?
Yeah.
I guess I lean more towards it because I like plain. Salt, pepper.
I was about to say, yeah,
nice.
It's just meat.
Yeah. That's my deal.
That's it. Wow. No. We just shot this cow, and there you go.
That's it. Eat it. 248-539-9797. Are the ticket texters in alignment on the Kentucky controversy? They are going to the north?
They're in something.
We'll do it next. 97.1.
Specs at LTU classes are starting at the end of the month, and if you have not gotten yourself on the register, well,
What are you waiting for? You need to be curious. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphics design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. They can help you with those first steps of getting into that industry. But you do need to be curious. You got to visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who actually work in the business like yours truly. With the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Whether it's personal income tax or business payroll tax, Abraham and Rose will create a plan, get between you and the IRS, and then fight for you and guide you through the entire process. Save your dollars and spare yourself the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, if you are just joining, you're going to be like, what the hell is going on? Very simple. We've made a decision as a show. A, we're not going to do nonsense. And B, I don't care who the Lions' fourth wide receiver is. It's immaterial to whether they're good or not. college football is so close. And I hate its current state because I feel like it's not going to stay this way anyways. The playoff won't be 12. The conferences won't be this. They're going to go NFL light like Rico's been saying. So why don't we do that? So we are far more qualified than the real college football people. We're putting together the conferences. There's 4 of them. There's 64 total teams. We have 42 teams in right now. And I'm telling you, there may not be 22 more teams I want. It has been split into East, West, South, and North. Rico provides the TV calibration to make sure these teams are bringing something to the table. Kenny's just protective of all things Deep South.
Well, you know,
what happened?
I was talking to my TV people in the break. If you look at a map of the United States,
okay,
I can make the argument that Kenny, Texas, and Oklahoma do belong in the South, all the Texas teams. But I could also make the argument Florida touches the Atlantic coast. You know what other state touches the Atlantic coast, David?
Georgia.
Already did that. Do you know where Athens is in Georgia? It's
Don't
north
care.
of Atlanta.
Don't
Don't
care.
even. Your argument's irrelevant.
Don't care.
I think
and it would add competitive balance to the East.
Well, here's the East right now.
Secedes
Hold
then.
on,
We're no longer
everybody
part of
calm
it.
down. Here's the East right now is currently constituted. Penn State, Miami, Clemson, North Carolina State, North Carolina, Syracuse, Rutgers, South Carolina, VTech, West Virginia. That's the East right now.
Oh, I forgot West Virginia.
Now, I could fix this problem.
You wait. You put Rutgers in there?
TV.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm trying to broker peace.
I am so proud of you right now.
Oh, hold on. I like turtles. You got to throw those idiots in for the DC market.
No. The fact that, man,
I know.
I'm sorry, David. We may have to go to a break. I'm all broken up right now. Mike gets it.
Let me give you the update vote on Kentucky.
Yes.
Ticket texters. Kentucky is a southern state. Kentucky in the north. Kentucky in the north. If you have a Waffle House, you're in the south.
Oh.
But then we have another one. Kentucky has a Publix, Buc-ee's, and a Meijer. So what do you do there?
And Kroger.
Kenny says they have more northern things, so that makes them north.
And they
because of this
have,
list.
I'd like to claim them for our conference here because they also have one of the elite racetracks in America, Keeneland. I want Keeneland in our conference.
But then you get this. Kentucky was a Confederate state.
Look.
I think North is winning the vote, though.
So I got 12 teams in the East. Kentucky, I do think, is in the North. But yeah,
you want the North right now as currently constituted?
Yeah.
All right, here it is. Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Cincy, Mizzou, Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Kentucky, Louisville. That's North right now.
I'd like to add a team to the South. Now
Okay.
I think I'm pretty close to being done with the South, considering it's slim pickings after that.
What do you got?
Auburn. I know they're no good right now,
They're
but
in.
Oh, they're already
They're in,
they
brother.
need to be there.
Yeah, no, they're in. Here, I've got Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Florida State, Bama, Auburn, A&M, Mississippi, Mississippi State, LSU.
I got 50. With your list and what I have, I got 15 teams in the North. There's only one slot left.
Give me run down your North list. I want to update this.
Ohio State, Michigan State, Indiana,
I forgot about IU. Do we have to allow Indiana?
Minnesota.
Do we have to allow Minnesota?
Wisconsin.
Yes.
Northwestern.
No.
Why?
Oh, TV.
Illinois.
No.
Iowa. Cincy, Kentucky, Notre Dame, Louisville, Mizzou.
I got to tell you,
We don't need Indiana or Purdue.
I don't think Indiana or Purdue make it.
Or Minnesota.
I don't think they make it.
Okay, you don't like their coach because he looks like a barber.
No, I don't think they bring anything to the table.
Agreed.
Hold on. If you pull up a list from an attendance standpoint, a revenue standpoint, or a major metropolis standpoint, what value are they bringing to the table in the new world?
Okay.
I'm asking. This is where the people can come in.
Because let me ask you, Mr. TV exec, does the Minneapolis market matter?
It does.
They lost the Lakers. They don't deserve our
then
respect.
you need Minnesota. So then I would include Minnesota in.
Does Indianapolis matter?
Ooh. Oh, gee.
Okay. Ticket texters, straight up. Should the state of Indiana participate in the new world of college football? That's the next flash poll. Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. All right, so you guys are figuring out what to do with these Indiana schools. So you got 64 schools, so you're going to have to keep most of the schools that are already in power conferences. I know you want to nerf, Indiana and Purdue. I wanted to nerf Vanderbilt. Okay.
Oh, they're done. Vandy is out.
See, they're in on my list because of the geographical constraints that you placed on everything. You got Texas is a monster. I mean, I have A&M in the south, and everybody else is in the west over there. But Kentucky's also in the east in mine. But I kept pretty much most of the schools. So, I mean, except for Washington State and Oregon State. I mean, they were already gone. And I even got BYU in here. So,
see, BYU's an interesting one. Their move to the Big 12 is not going well, and they may only win 3 games this year. Is BYU in the new world of college football?
I think they are. I mean, they're with Utah in there. I mean, they're better than, obviously, Purdue, but you got the geographic deal. I mean, the Big Ten turned into a monster with you got the nastiness from the Midwest. I mean, I got Kansas State, Iowa State, Mizzou. I mean, that's nonsense.
John, see, I look at BYU as – are they the Cincinnati? Are they a flash in the pan? Is this sustainable?
It's tough.
It is, as long as you're recruiting 30-year-olds who have wives and kids.
Old man strength.
That's what BYU does. Oh, Bobby was on a mission in Haiti last year, and he comes back and he's 6'8", 260. It's different with BYU. You're playing grown-ass dudes, Josh. These guys have families and pensions. BYU's tough.
Yeah. I get it. It's just, like I said, 64 teams. It's sort of a high number. You're almost there.
It is. You know what? He's right, though. Josh, I wonder if 48's the better number.
48 means this is going to be a lot of debating because, Mike, we're at 15 already, which means we got to eliminate 3 from the list that I have.
Cincinnati could go right now.
You know what? I would sacrifice that. I would.
But I'd also sacrifice Northwestern and Minnesota.
But see, now
Notre Dame is Chicago TV.
I would sacrifice Kentucky.
How dare you?
But see, now it's like, okay, so we haven't given a spot to the Kansas teams.
Hold on. So, all right. Well, hold on. Does Kansas football partake in the new college football?
Kansas.
We discussed them in the North, but
right, Kansas and Kansas State.
I'd take KSU before Kansas.
Yeah.
But we're kind of, if we win 48, we've run out of spots. Now we got to eliminate in order to put them in there.
Cincinnati's out.
Okay.
So TV market executive.
There's nothing in Kansas.
I was about to say, are we getting to Kansas City? Are we
got
getting
the Chiefs? They're
okay.
fine.
All right. Thank
Do we really need Northwestern and Minnesota in the North?
Yes. You need Northwestern.
Northwestern because of Chicago. Yes.
You have Notre Dame. That is Chicago.
Oh, in the North. You're
right. They're
right.
building a state-of-the-art stadium.
You're right. So
I don't care.
So if we're eliminating here to get the 40, then we don't need Northwestern. We already have that market.
We need the GPA.
No. See, that's the other thing. No more of this nonsense about academics.
That's why we're kicking Vanderbilt right out of here.
Gone. Anchors down. See ya.
Okay.
Between the following: Northwestern, Minnesota, Kansas, Kansas State. You got to pick 2.
So are we dropping this down to 48, or are we still keeping it at 64?
I'm just here so I don't get fined. I'm letting you guys chart your adventure.
So Kansas, Kansas State,
Northwestern, Minnesota. And are we annexing the state of Indiana? Does anyone care about Big Bert?
I like Purdue.
What about Illinois? See, we don't need these ancillary programs.
We don't.
Illinois can't sell out a home game.
We don't.
No one goes to Champaign-Urbana.
Yeah, I understand they may not like Notre Dame and Indianapolis, but they can watch them.
That's right.
Just fine.
What does IU bring to the table? Nothing.
Okay.
Listen.
Then, no. Then you know who's now entered the chat? Is Iowa State.
That's tough. I can't have both Iowa and Iowa State in here, can I?
Yeah, you can. Why not?
One team's gross to look at. The other team's never won more than 9 games in a given year in their school's history.
You don't have to, because if we're not going to have Kansas and Kansas State, then you don't have to have Iowa and Iowa
Right,
State.
that's what I'm saying. They've entered the chat.
You guys need to get yourselves together. You're starting to run into where this gets fun. 248-539-9797. All right, Moran Buick GMC. It is road trip season. The 24 GMC Sierra 1500 four-wheel drive crew cab, $247 a month, 24 months. Or you can lease the 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, just $246 a month, 39 months. New stock arriving daily. They got the vehicles you're looking for, including Yukon Denali's in stock. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David, I want to check in on the ticket text. We'll get to the phone calls. We are creating what's next for college football, which is going to be the NFL Light. The networks are going to blow these conferences apart, and you're going to have a made-for-TV product. It's going to happen, and soon. So we said to hell with it. Let's take a random Wednesday in late summer and have some fun. So we're placing the teams. David, what does Ticket Text have to say?
K-State definitely deserves to be in. Apparently my time zone and hillbilly references were too simplistic, so I'm going yes on K-State.
K-State where, though? North?
Yeah, he did not say where.
Got to be north. They're not south.
I would say north.
All right. So then what? All right, look. I'll put him in. I'll put him in over Northwestern.
Yep.
And over Illinois.
Yep.
Over the entire hell-ridden state of Indiana.
Yep.
And I would put him in over Minnesota. Who needs Minnesota? They haven't been good since the 30s.
I need the TV market.
You need Minneapolis?
I do.
Jesus. All right.
Trying to make money here, Mike.
What about Kansas?
I don't need Kansas. If I got Kansas State, that covers that region. I'm good.
You're still short on teams. Got 4 more spots to get to 16. I think if Kansas is in, K-State's in, Kansas has got to be in.
Well, there's the ticket text says, got to have Iowa State. Currently the second biggest stadium in the new Big 12.
The problem is they've never won more than 9 games. Have you ever looked at Matt Campbell's hat? I can't. You want Iowa State? I'll put them in. But, I mean, I'm against it.
All right, how about this one?
We're talking about Publix, and you're talking about hats? Like
These are relevant factors.
Well, how about this one? Because they did not hear them in the East, and I don't remember hearing them in the East. What about Pitt in the North?
Okay, Pitt would be the East. I just think that's a dead football program. You want Pitt in the East? I'll put them there.
I do have Pitt in the East.
Here's your East right now. Penn State, North Carolina, Miami, Cuse, Clemson, NC State, Rutgers, South Carolina, VTech, West Virginia, Maryland, Pitt. It's not good.
And Rutgers, yeah.
I mean, honestly, the best thing you could do, it would break geography. You'd have to put Notre Dame in the East. Or you could move Ohio State to the East.
Well, see, that's why I was saying move one of those, the Florida schools to the East, and now you have something. You put Florida and Florida State in the East.
I have Miami there.
I'm saying all the Florida schools in the
Kenny
East.
will, how about this?
No.
Stop. Here's what we'll do. I have an idea. I have a great idea. Kenny gets to keep Florida because the networks want the world's biggest cocktail party. I'm taking Florida State, and they're going in the East. Florida State factually used to be an independent who played a lot of these schools anyways, before the ACC was a thing.
Well, if you're going to use that factor, then that means Notre Dame should also be in the East because they play all those teams.
Lies. Listen, hold on. I don't care.
I know.
That they did this little ho-ho deal
They
with the
deserve
ACC.
to be in the North, yes.
They're in the North. FSU goes to the East. They play in the ACC as it is. FSU's the sacrificial lamb. Poverty program. They're happy as long as they get out of the ACC.
I still have one in the South that we didn't name yet that I'm
that?
surprised. We need Woo Pig Suey in there.
I already have him in
Arkansas.
there.
All right.
You do?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, but here's your problem. The South has the fewest teams of any of our conferences right now.
Well, here's the
I have 11 right now. Well, I just need 12, right?
No,
you
we
need
need
16.
Oh, 16.
Nice math. All right, so
Southern people math.
I just need 13. What?
Georgia Tech.
No.
I put Georgia. No.
They're nerds. Don't need them.
Atlanta.
Oh,
Georgia.
stop. No, Atlanta's the Georgia.
Okay. Mike, it was a question.
Who else?
Okay, calm down.
Who else?
Well, you got a bunch of teams in the Midwest, Southwest who have no home.
Like who?
We talked. Well, it looks like we're going to put Kansas and Kansas State in the North.
They're in the North.
Iowa State.
They'd be
You
in the
don't
North.
want them because of the hat.
They'd be in the North.
Nebraska.
North.
Colorado.
Nebraska's in the West.
Nebraska's not in the West.
TCU.
That's West.
Baylor.
Nowhere.
Texas Tech.
West.
SMU.
West. Oil money.
No, but here's the thing. Here's my West. I got USC, UCLA. I told you I had Cal and Stanford. We can talk about that. Washington, Oregon, Oregon State, Arizona State, Utah, Texas, Oklahoma State, BYU, Boise State.
Yes. Now, I disagree with Cal and Stanford. They suck, and in another 5 years, San Francisco won't be a city. It's just going to be rubble.
Well, you still have Oakland. Oakland, San Francisco.
You can keep that, too. The whole place is a dump. I don't need them. Out.
They're in.
Cal and Stanford should not be in. They can't even sell out home games. Who's tuning in to watch them? Nobody. These people in San Francisco are all tech nerds. No one's watching.
They're watching on their phones and tablets and food.
Buddy,
No,
they're watching
not.
on the CW at 11 o'clock at night.
They don't care about
I don't
football.
think Cal and Stanford make the new world of college football. Do you?
Okay. So
Yes,
that
put them
means
in the East.
So does this mean we put Nebraska and Colorado in their spots?
Where's that?
In the West?
I have them in the North. Here's your North. You tell me what you want to do. Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, MSU, Mizzou, Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Kentucky, Louisville, K-State, KU, Minnesota, ISU.
So no to Indiana, no to Purdue, no to Minnesota, no to Northwestern.
Who needs those?
I'm asking the question,
They
Mike.
are the boogers of the Big Ten.
I am asking the question.
This is why we need to go down to 48, is because eventually you're going to get into these conversations where it doesn't seem like any of these teams belong.
Kenny wants to go to 48.
I propose 48. That means my 12-team conference works.
Is 48 the magical number for the new college
You're
football?
still sitting at 11 teams.
I said I have 12 teams. If I had one more, is what I said.
Okay.
Southern math.
No, I was right.
David, go ahead with the ticket.
Maybe
text,
it's
please.
Southern English because I didn't hear you say if I add. I didn't say if I add, and he didn't hear it.
I recollect my algebra's right. Okay, sure thing.
I cannot believe this texter's asking this question.
What?
What about Tulane in East Carolina? Come on,
man. I love the Pirates, but they can't be in. They wouldn't make it. Tulane, listen, Tulane used to be in the SEC. They went the way of the University of Chicago. They got voted out. I can't put them in.
Someone else.
What?
South Dakota State. Do we put them in the West?
No, we do nothing of the sort.
Thank you.
I'm not putting Washington State in the West. I'm not putting Oregon State in the West.
Wyoming?
I'm sorry. I love our Pokes, but I don't think they make the cut.
And just for you guys, Mike and Rico are forgetting CMU in the North. LOL.
CMU can burn to the ground.
I told you. I'd turn it into a parking lot for a casino.
That's right.
It might as well be, right?
Colorado State?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I love their quarterback, Nicolosi, but I can't, buddy.
The Lobos?
No.
Okay.
No. Buddy, these are all, this is.
And you're saying no to Georgia Tech as well?
Yes. Georgia Tech is like Northwestern and Vanderbilt. They have no place. It's just this nerd installation.
What is it against the smart schools? You just basically
that they're not
nixed
good
them
at things.
all.
They're not good at football.
Okay, so that also means no Duke?
No, I have no need for him. Do you?
So if you got a GPA, you're out.
Pretty much. It's time we
Michigan?
admit who we are. No, David, that's the difference. The players don't actually need to have grades to get in, like some of these other schools.
Duke's been pretty good, though.
Right, and Elko left and took everything with him.
Oh, you're right.
They're done.
Daniel Jones.
David, Duke's in.
Dave Brown.
Duke is in.
Duke is not in. There's no room for him at the end.
Okay, you know what? How about this is the criteria? We've done Publix, we've done Buc-ee's, we've done In-N-Out. If that school has a starting quarterback in the NFL, they're in. Does Duke have a starting quarterback?
Yeah, they got Daniel Jones.
There we go. They're in.
Now this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, because then it's like, the North Dakota State would be.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Come on, really?
No, I just want to.
I know. You're a real problem. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. Summer, it's here, and your schedule's busier than ever. Get dinner on the table. Do it quickly, and do it with Hungry Howie's. Right now, every large pizza they offer, including their specialty pizzas like the Pickle Bacon Ranch, $14.99, your choice of flavored crust, dinner on the table in 20 minutes. but it is a limited time only. The options are absolutely endless. Just go to hungryhowies.com or download the app today to start that order now. It's Hungry Howie's summer sale, limited time only. All right, let's get a little football today. David, music, please. What are we doing?
So let's go over some over-unders for college football.
That's what I've been doing all effing week. Let's do some more.
Some things that have changed, though, because of injuries. This is the first one that has changed. It used to be over 10 wins for Notre Dame, but now everyone's moving to the under.
They lost their starting left tackle. They really don't have a replacement. That's a really difficult thing, and when you open up at Kyle Field against A&M, it kind of looks a certain way to you. What's the under? Under 9.5 now?
It is under 9.5 now, yes.
Probably lean to the under. What's the juice?
It is minus 115, actually.
Yeah, if it's minus 115, you can do it.
Yeah.
Losing your left tackle, that's good for probably 2 games, maybe 3. So, yeah, I would go the under.
Iowa over 8.5.
They don't play anybody. They're scheduled darlings. We did a deep dive on this team. Now, the problem is Cade McNamara, he was blindfolded during the spring game. It's unbelievable if you see the video. Have you seen this? Mm-hmm. He went like 6 of 21 for like 19 yards. Unspeakable.
Yes, but here's what I'll say, Mike. Here's what you take away from spring games. When the quarterback is really bad, you have to look. And that Iowa defense is elite. They lost Cooper DeJean, and that's it. They bring back everybody else. I think that even if he goes out there, practicing against that defense is going to make him better. So I would definitely take the over, David, because Iowa's going to be a lot like last year. They're going to win a lot of games in the teens. So, yeah, take the over.
This one's interesting at -134. South Carolina over 5.5.
Why is this on here? South Carolina every year is the same thing to me. You're just going to sweat. They're hard to watch. I want no part of this. I already told Cookie this when we're doing the SEC later in the week. South Carolina is one of the teams I want no part of.
I was going to lean on you because you love your South Carolina Gamecocks, home of Spencer Rattler.
Out.
Boston College over 4.5, -152.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't bet the over because it's so heavily juiced. I do believe Michigan State and BC both are 4.5, and the swing game is when they play each other.
Yes.
That's the truth. Depending on who you think's winning that game is, I think, what helps you make a bet on either side of it. But
what's the crowd situation like at Boston College?
There is none.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know if this was like a hostile territory type of thing. I don't know. That's your part of the country.
Chestnut Hill is not a football coliseum.
Okay.
Oklahoma over 7.5, -110. Actually, the under's also -110 as well.
I don't think they're prepared for the SEC. I think Texas is in much better shape to begin playing down there.
Breaking in a new QB.
Yeah, I don't like this move for Oklahoma at all. So if you're forcing me, I'd lean under.
Arizona in the Big 12 over 7.5 wins, -122.
I would go over. They kept their quarterback because I thought he was going to leave and
Fafita.
I thought he was going to head to Washington, but he decided to stay. I think that they were a good team that pretty much nobody watched because they came on so late. But I think that they will handle the Big 12. They will be one of those teams that vie for the top spot in the Big 12.
There's a full preview of Arizona already out for cash ticket, so I won't belabor it. I go under. They're prime regression targets. You lose Jed Fish and the whole staff. The new coach from San Jose State, they don't want to run pro style. That means Fafita won't get all the play action he got. It's going to be spread. They lost their tight end McLaughlin. They lost the kid, Jacob Cowing, the kid who came from UTEP. I just feel like 10-2 was fake. Now it's like reality check. Could be totally wrong because Fafita's awesome.
See, I think we meet in the middle at 8 wins.
Someone tell me what happened in Houston. Over 3.5 wins, -142.
Dana Holgerson left him in a really, really bad spot, kind of like Mel Tucker with State. And now Willie Fritz has got to clean it up all while you're in the Big 12 and it's getting tougher. Lean to the under, but I'm not going to sit there begging a team to go 3-9. Ooh. It's bad. Donovan Smith, their quarterback, is either the best player on the field or you'd rather have a homeless person. It's one of two things for Donovan Smith. We covered the Big 12 the other day, so we can go down the whole list here if you want.
Back to the Big 10. Iowa over 8 wins, -115.
Rico's right, and I hate it. Probably an over.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Nobody wants to watch that brand of ball.
Now, they are bringing in an offense, but...
Are they?
Yeah, the Western Michigan coach.
Tim Lester, you will put some respect on his name.
The defense is good enough, David. They're going to keep a lot of teams out of the end zone. If the offense can simply muster 13 points a game, they can win a lot of games.
Okay. Let's go over to the AAC.
I love the Happy Action Conference.
Let's go to the ACC and let's talk about Tulsa. 4.5 wins over minus 118.
Why are we talking about Tulsa? The people in Tulsa don't even know they exist. Pick a team in the American Conference worth a bleep.
Is there?
It's there. It's Tulane, probably.
Good program.
Tulane is over 7.5 wins at minus 152.
It's probably an over because, again, the roster is built in the soundest manner. Come on. What about my man Garcia out at ECU? Now, let's move to some teams people care about. Will you please? You're killing me.
Some teams
it's embarrassing.
Rutgers over 6 wins, minus 130.
You know what?
It's trendy.
This is, I thought you were just being a bleep hole. But Rutgers is actually have a favorable schedule.
Yep.
They got, was it Manungai, the running back?
Yep.
So long as he stays healthy, they can win games. Their schedule is very favorable.
They
I
don't
think
play
they
5 of the top 6 teams in the Big Ten. They just don't play them.
Right. Now, it all hinges on, but he's a very aggressive runner, so he goes down their entire season does. But so long as he plays, they have the defense.
Can they get anything out of the Greek god of suck, Kaliamakis, or whatever his name is, the kid from Minnesota?
No.
He's terrible.
Rely on your running game. Rely on your defense. It's almost like Iowa, and you can win a lot of games because you're not playing a top team.
How is that your portal answer? Let's go get Kalia Rakadaka from Minnesota.
It's Rutgers. I mean,
they got a lot of NIL right now.
Right, but I mean, as a quarterback, you're like,
Exactly. Let's close it out with.
They're a long way from Mike McMahon.
From Oklahoma State, over 8.5 wins. It's actually at plus 122.
Yeah, listen. They basically win 9 games a year. It's like a mortal lock. But this team, I'm sorry, Alan Bowman at age 36, you lost.
Maybe he finally has found his team. This
is the year. They lost their entire front on the defensive side. Yeah. I got a real problem at the line of scrimmage for this team. I'm actually going to go under on this one. Ollie Gordon's great, but there is no quarterback play.
That's at minus 150, by the way.
Yeah. Jeez, Alan, that's where he's at, Mike. Didn't he come out what class did he come out? He's been around for
Dude, he was at Texas Tech like 7 years ago.
Yeah,
he played at Michigan for 10 minutes.
He did.
I mean, look, their linebackers are awesome with Martin and Oliver. They're real. But I think their schedule, it sets up for them to get – you can't stop the run. You're going to have a real problem with who they're playing.
Yeah. Yep. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Today was the last day that Lions fans could watch training camp in Allen Park, and they left the facility this morning with plenty of good news on the injury front. Dan Campbell told Costa and Jansen this morning that Jameer Gibbs, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw are all going to be good to go, which means they'll likely miss a little bit of practice time, but definitely suit up for Week 1 against the Rams at Ford Field. Campbell says the crowds were great at training camp this year, and their passion drives the team. Preseason game number 2 Saturday at Kansas City. Campbell says Hendon Hooker has got a, quote, good chance at playing in that game after leaving the Giants game in concussion protocol. NFL Network, multiple reports say that former Michigan quarterback, Vikings rookie JJ McCarthy, will miss the entire season. He had surgery today repairing that torn meniscus. And the Tigers look to win their series against the Mariners after last night's blowout win. Bo Brisky will start for Detroit in a bullpen day. Talented young righty Brian Wu goes for Seattle. First pitch at Comerica Park, 6:40, pregame at 6:15. Right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before we get back to realigning our divisions, David, fun fact, talked about Alan Bowman, the quarterback. You know who was in his recruiting class?
I'm going to be silly. Patrick Mahomes.
No, but you're not that far off.
Oh, please.
Tua Tagovailoa.
What?
Yeah, was in that same class.
Well, good for him. He's getting his degree.
Yeah, it looks to be, I'm looking this up. I also think Brock Purdy was also in that class while he's still going to class. So just to put things in perspective.
Alan Bowman graduated with Teddy Roosevelt. So did you explain what we're doing with the people?
No, I just gave that little fun fact before we jump back into it.
So we were having some fun, which is this is preview season for college football. So like at least every morning for me, I'm doing 2 hours of pods with cookies. And one thing I'm noticing is the reality is starting to hit young James Anthony Costa. Like how embarrassed he is that Stanford's in the ACC, or he screwed up the names of teams in certain conferences. And I'm like, James, this is the sport you wanted. This is what you asked for. It's not going to stay this way. This is a holding place. College football is about to look like the NFL. It's going to be a very homogenized product. So we asked the question, how many teams will make the cut in the new college football? And then put them in divisions, conferences, whatever you want to call it. And we have started that process using TV as a metric and using geography. And here's where we are right now. And you guys have been great. You're participating in the flash polls on the ticket text. You're calling in. We're going to get to those phone numbers as well. So here we are. You guys chose 64 teams. There is a growing sentiment, 48's really the number. But we'll continue along. Let the battlegrounds happen. Here's the East. Penn State, Florida State, UNC, Miami, Clemson, NC State, South Carolina, VTech, West Virginia, Maryland, Rutgers for TV, and Syracuse. The West, USC, UCLA, Oregon, Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Texas, Texas Tech, UW, Zona, ASU, Utah, Boise, BYU, SMU, TCU. The South, this is what we have so far. South is a little bit light. It's Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Bama, Auburn, A&M, Mississippi, Mississippi State, LSU, Arkansas. Still need some teams.
I'm thinking, Kenny, you may get Kentucky back.
Let's talk through it.
I was thinking about this, right? And in order for me not to say words like Georgia Tech, which I don't want to say things like Georgia Tech.
You can't have them. They're nerds and they don't win football games.
Correct. The only other team that I would add would be Houston. I'd put them at the very bottom of the conference. But you would have to give me back one of the following, either Texas Tech, South Carolina, Kentucky.
Why would I give you South Carolina when they're on the Atlantic coast?
I don't disagree with you. I'm pointing out.
No,
the
I'm
problem.
saying, Kenny, you may end up getting Texas Tech and Baylor to go along with A&M.
Plus, South Carolina and Clemson belong in the same conference for the sake of the Palmetto rivalry.
If you want to give me back Kentucky, which I'm not for or against, that would even out my conference to 12.
I could justify it. They have a Publix.
Correct, 100%.
If you have a Publix, you're Southern.
Louisville stays in the north?
They don't have a Publix. The only Publix in Kentucky is factually in Lexington. Pub subs.
Well, we also discussed In-N-Out being west. Someone texted In-N-Out Burgers in Tennessee.
Put them in the West. No, I'm only kidding.
Just cancel my conference, and we can't even get to 12.
Listen, you have to figure it out. What about Memphis? I don't know. They got Bengals helmets. Figure it out.
Fine, I guess, but I think 48's the magic number. That's my final say on it.
He's not wrong. I think 48 might be the number, but let's talk to the people, and I'll tell you what. Flash poll, ticket text. 48 or 64. Next 10 votes are the ones we'll count. Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, guys. I think you're missing something for the reason to leave Indiana as a state off this whole conference.
Okay.
Because the NCAA headquarters is in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Nailed
that would
it.
be a very fitting last shot.
They're gone.
They don't run this, though,
no. And neither does the school that is right next door. I'm with Andrew. I stand with Andrew. And I hate John Cougar Mellencamp. Indiana's out.
That and these fans down here are just bizarre because they are Notre Dame football fans, but Indiana basketball fans.
Oh, it's disgusting. So they're all Stonies. Stoney does that where he likes MSU hoops and Michigan football.
Yeah, it's awful.
That's
Now, have you
deranged.
guys talked about Central Florida yet?
No. Good poll. Kenny, Orlando, center of the state.
They were on my list, albeit near the bottom of the list, but they're on my list.
They should be in the South.
They should be in the East.
We're going to put them in the East.
I think they're more East than South. But
Fine by me because the East needs a little boost. UCF is spending a ton of money. I get Gus Malzahn. I'm in. Great job by you. Plus the orange Minot uniforms, where it's the little astronaut whose head is a tangerine or whatever.
So is Georgia Tech just out, or could
They're
they
out.
go in the East?
No, they can go to hell. I don't want them. Them and that
Mike
stupid
is
Model T car they drive into their stadium. Get
Mike
out.
is anti-education. Okay.
Because I am tired of playing pretend. Northwestern shouldn't be in the Big Ten. Georgia Tech shouldn't be anywhere. Stanford and Cal, who cares? Their own students hate their schools.
Playing the role of Cardale Jones, it's Michael Valeni.
No, it's me being honest.
Didn't go to Ohio State to play school.
David.
48 is stupid, someone says.
Why?
They didn't give an answer. They just said it's stupid.
Need a reason or you're stupid?
And then I'm getting a ton of numbers here. 48, 48, 48, 64, 64, 64.
There's just no
64.
consensus.
There isn't.
Well, I actually had somebody sent something via the Twitterverse. Ryan Madden. He actually had a nice breakdown of all of this. He had all the Texas teams in the South. You saw that, Kenny?
That's not how this works.
No. Look.
Why couldn't here? You know what's killing me about all this? Why wouldn't we take the South and the West and they're like the NFC? And then the North and the East is the AFC.
Yes.
You could play crossover games.
Okay. Yes.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because Texas is West. It's not South. John Wayne starred in Westerns, not Southerns.
Okay. Does Texas touch Mexico?
That's West. It is the Old West. Old West.
Well, everything was the Old West when Columbus first got here.
It is all about the Louisiana Purchase, 248.
But
Toledo was Old West.
The battle for Toledo.
You're right. It does touch Mexico. What side of Texas touches Mexico? The west side of Texas touches Mexico.
Because the east side of Texas touches what?
Wait.
The Gulf of Mexico.
Which is the same criteria of why
Wait
you
a minute.
wanted Florida.
I can settle this. Tex-Mex cuisine, more Western or more Southern?
Now we're doing Tex-Mex. This is absurd. Just give me back Kentucky and I don't ask for any more teams.
You might. Honestly, we could give Kentucky back.
I think Kentucky has to go
But then
back.
what do we do with Louisville?
Keep them.
We're going to sort this out.
We keep Louisville and we keep
it's gonna be
Iowa
okay.
State.
It's going to be okay. We're working through it, but I'm leaning that the new world of college football will only be 48 teams. I am leaning that way.
That's a whole
Uh-oh.
There we go. That's a whole nother show. We got to pare down a lot of teams and then sell me this pin. Why should you be back in the 48?
I'm here till 6. What about you? And I don't feel like talking about the third string punter in training camp.
You're here till 6:10.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Why? Oh, no. Can this baseball team go away?
We're going to do this about 40 more times.
They're a problem.
You're a real problem. Summer driving season. It's here. Combination of traffic, trucks, motorcycles, construction. It contributes to more accidents in the summertime in Michigan than any other time of year. If you're injured in one, you need injury attorney David Femininio, him and his team, ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. Speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime. GetDavid.com. All right, to the people, we are shaping college football. What does the next version of what was our favorite sport look like? We're now tinkering between 48 teams and 64. The conferences, there will be 4 of them, or if you want to be technical, probably 2 super conferences split in 4 divisions. We're placing those divisions. Let's see what the people have to say about it. Jacob is up next, 97.1. Jake, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, Jake. What's going on, buddy?
Well, hey, I moved down here to Kentucky my senior year in high school, and I got to say, being in Kentucky now, nothing down here says the North. They got to be in the South.
You're probably, what part of Kentucky you in?
So I'm about 35 minutes south of Cincinnati, and that's all it takes to be in the South.
Yeah, you're just past Covington or whatever.
You just crossed the bridge, and that's it.
Well, the minute you cross the bridge into Kentucky, it's all uphill. It's like a bobsled
100%.
run uphill. All right, so listen. Go ahead.
Sorry, it doesn't remind me of home at all down here. Like once you cross the bridge, they start talking different. People don't wear their shoes. You know how it goes.
You know what the problem is, Jake? When you go to Louisville or you go to Lexington, it's like home. If you exit Metropolis and you get out into the country, you're right. You quickly recognize we're not in Kansas anymore. Yes, you are right. Okay, so then, all right, so we're going to move into the South, which means the North just lost Kentucky and Louisville. And we had Jacob repping the Commonwealth. We have to take that serious. So, all right.
So the South is now full. They took Kentucky and Louisville.
If we're doing 48, then yeah. Actually, I don't even have Louisville. I have 12 without them.
You have to have them.
Okay, that's fine.
You got to. Now, come on.
Fine by me.
So we're going to 16, Kenny.
No, I don't want to go to 16. But I have to start adding teams I don't like.
Don't care.
Hold on. Here's how many we got. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. This is a problem. Somebody's got to go. I think, honestly, it would be Mississippi State. That's who would go. They've never won the SEC. No one respects them.
Who are your 13? Because I only have 12 on mine.
I got Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Bama, Auburn, A&M, Mississippi, Mississippi State, LSU, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisville.
I thought we were going to also give you Texas Tech and Baylor.
Absolutely not. Baylor has no place in this. Baylor only got into the old Big 12 because Ann Rice, the governor, demanded it. Nobody wanted them.
TCU?
They're in the West.
Okay.
Can you count that again, Mike? Because I'm still having 12.
Hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, it is 12. It works.
Okay, I was about to say.
We're good. Hold on. Time
Southern math.
Okay. Listen, here's the deal. You're right. But that would mean the South is done at 12.
So we're only going. When did we make this move? I thought we were going
because
16.
My argument for this move is the fact that if we go to 16, we're going to have teams that Mike calls are too smart or just because of media markets or not geographically relevant or bad.
I don't care.
And that's the whole reason we started this to begin with.
So here's what you would need to do. As the network, you're going to charter a subcommittee of who the F the other 4 teams would be.
Okay.
I don't think you can find 4 other teams to go into the South.
The ones I have on my list here, Houston, Memphis,
Nope.
Georgia Tech, UCF, but we already got rid of UCF.
UCF's in the East. You're out.
So that's it.
No. Because the committee, we see Texas as the South. You're getting some more teams.
They're not in the South.
You're getting some more teams.
I'm going to Eric. You're a real problem. Eric, 97.1. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. The number is definitely 48, right? So think about it in terms of like.
I got to put you on hold for a minute because you sound like you're talking through a toilet paper roll. Let's figure that out.
I think he had us on speakerphone.
Hey guys, we're going to talk to 48. What?
All right. We need some more teams. Kenny?
We're going to Nick.
Oh, you know what, Kenny?
97.1.
Just for you, we're adding Grambling.
Nick, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike? It's your friendly neighborhood Penn State fan. So, so I actually wish you got into my call before because I was going to say, man, he's forgetting about UCF, the bounce house, so you took that away from me. But, so I think actually 48 is the sweet spot because if you go to 16, if you go to 64, you look at the East, you're going to have to go to like a bunch of poverty programs like Pitt. I mean, forget about those guys. Nathan Peter meme and that dirty rat ruined my season in 2016.
Yeah.
I still have no idea how we lost to that guy. Worst NFL quarterback ever, by the way. He had like a
quarterback rating so low in the games he played in. It would have been better off if he just spiked the ball every play, but I digress. I think that we can actually reach a compromise, though, in the we have the 12 teams, which are there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like all of them, like Rutgers. Jesus Christ. But, it's a market, so I'll live with it. But if we went to 16 per conference, the bottom four, it's like a system of relegation where, like, if you're at the bottom four, maybe those are the teams, and they're like fringe teams. So then, like, it would allow other teams to maybe. I don't know, man. This whole thing is so weird and foreign to me.
It's
I don't know
not,
what to
but
do.
this isn't weird. This is your future. This is what's
I
going
know,
to
I
happen.
know.
Nick, you accidentally touched a nerve with some people.
No, because Nick is right from a competitive and interesting standpoint, but European relegation will never hit American sports. It'll never be allowed.
You chased me around the office with a chair.
Worth a try. I just wanted
And
to
that's
throw it out
fine.
and see
But
what you thought.
I'm with you. Pitt does not deserve to be in the East. I'd like to get rid of them.
Pitt.
They don't even have their own stadium.
Fair.
The best thing that they've done was when they beat us in Clemson that one year. What did they do after that? I can't even.
You're going to be very pleased because, Nick, honestly, and I did this on Cash the Ticket, I don't think they're going to win 5 games this year. I think Pitt's going to be horrible and Narduzzi's going to get fired.
Mike, you just hate to see it.
It does. Your heart bleeds. It's terrible. I think they're going to be horrible. All right, Pitt's out of the East.
So we're narrowing this down to 48 now?
I'm going to tell you what else I'm going to whittle. I got to take the Fighting Taricos. They're out. What does Syracuse really bring to the table? The answer, nothing. Dinosaur barbecue's overrated. Out.
Virginia?
No, they're not in. Too smart, nerdy, no funding. Here's your East. PSU, FSU, North Carolina, Miami. That's 4. Clemson and North Carolina State. That's 6. Rutgers, South Carolina. That's 8. VT in West Virginia. That's 10. Maryland and UCF. That's 12. The East would be done at 12. It's more support for Stonewall Jackson going to 48.
So I guess we got to narrow down the North and the West, and then we're done.
All right, let's start with the West because the answer is probably 48 from a network perspective. So the West, USC and UCLA, 2. Agree? Oregon, 3. Oklahoma State, 5. Texas, 6. Tech, 7. UW, 8. Zona, 9. Arizona State, 10. Utah, 11. Here's your problem. Boise, BYU, SMU, and TCU. Where do we go? Now, my argument would be the following. UCLA is a poverty program. They do not sell tickets. No one cares. I don't think UCLA should make the new college football. UCLA would be out in my world.
No, but UCLA, even though they don't sell tickets because it is embarrassing, still LA, still
is
a blue blood. Yeah, they are.
What blue blood?
They used to be good.
So did Army.
Used to be doesn't count to me anymore.
This is the new world. You don't have feelings.
No, but it's one of those, if you take USC, you have to take their crosstown rivalry.
I don't.
I do not have to.
No, I don't. Oklahoma left Oklahoma State behind.
I have not done this often. TV exec, we're going to overrule this. We want 2 teams in L.A. We'll move on.
Okay, fine. They stay. Oregon, 3. Oklahoma State make 5. Texas and Texas Tech, 7.
Texas Tech, okay.
UW has to be in at 8. Now, of these 7 teams, you only get 4. And ticket texters can rifle in some suggestions here. Here we go. Zona, Arizona State, Utah, Boise, BYU, SMU, TCU. Now, SMU I will fight for 2 words, oil money. They will be relevant. They will buy their way to success. I know you're
just waiting for them to start buying.
Well, you're anti-Mormon, so wouldn't that knock BYU out here? You and David hate the Mormons.
Boise, man, Boise's a long way away from being relevant.
Hey, wait a minute now. That's a good football program, and I think they're going to make the playoff this year. I would keep Boise before I keep BYU.
So we already have Utah in, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a.
Okay.
I think Utah's become blue magic. They're a brand name.
Arizona State, Texas Tech, BYU, Boise State,
TCU.
And TCU.
You got to pick 4. Look, I think SMU's in. Would you agree? It's Dallas. It's oil money.
I would put the 2 Arizona schools in before I put SMU in.
No. Arizona schools are in.
Okay.
There is no argument.
Okay.
I'm saying SMU should get the nod over 35-year-old Mormon dudes with 2 kids. I'd put SMU over Boise. I'd put SMU over TCU.
Nah, I would put TCU in over SMU because at least they've made the playoffs.
The Dallas market.
Dallas, Fort Worth, you get it both.
On,
okay.
yes.
TCU and SMU are in. BYU's out. There's an age limit. I don't care if Johnny went on mission for 3 years. He came back 400 pounds and 30 years old. They're out. So here's what you would need to do. Is Boise out?
Yeah.
Okay, so I hate losing Boise State. All right, Boise State's out. Here's what you're down to. USC, UCLA 2, Oregon 3, Oklahoma 4, Okie State 5, Texas 6, Tech 7, UW 8. The Zonas take you to 10. I now have 2 spots for 3 schools, Utah, SMU, TCU. You know who's left out?
Utah's in.
Yeah. You know who's out? Texas Tech. Texas Tech would be out. There's no media market in Lubbock. I don't even think they have a TV station.
Okay, Texas Tech is out.
I hate it. I can't believe I just took the masked rider and threw them out. They're gone. Tech's out. West is complete at 12. That leaves
the East. And the North, and that's going to be fun. We'll do that next.
We'll get to the North next. And then you guys got to grade whether you're accepting of the new world of college football that Rico's created.
No, this is Kenny. The executives would go for 64, but I like fun. And I can be adaptable. So we'll try 48 for now.
Okay. Hey,
but it's going to be 64 later. Sorry, Kenny.
Oh, no. Kenny has to add Middle Tennessee State to the South.
Yeah, the South. What are they going to do?
I don't know.
Just add some water to the biscuits and gravy. You'll be fine.
Jesus. Slanderous. All right. Listen, a lot of people need to replace the roof this summer. But be forewarned, roofing companies out there skip over the most important step. It is attic ventilation. Your attic doesn't have the proper circulation. It could cause problems like mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, and not to mention, summer attic temperatures can reach 180 degrees. Victor's doesn't skip that step. In fact, they start with it. They will ensure perfect airflow and ventilation. Then they install their roof, and that is why, with their entire process all in, they can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Call for your free roof inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100, or you can book an appointment online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Devastating injury news for a Lions division rival and a former local star. Ex-Michigan quarterback and current Viking signal caller JJ McCarthy will miss the entire rookie season after undergoing surgery today to repair his torn meniscus. In a statement, Minnesota says he will come back stronger and better from the injury. Tigers look to win their series against the Mariners after last night's rout at Comerica Park. That's true. Hey, posterity. Bo Brisky gets the ball tonight for Detroit Rico on a bullpen day. Talented young righty Brian Wu goes for Seattle. AJ Hinch says they're getting a big-time boost right now, having Kerry Carpenter back in the lineup, and those 2 home runs last night certainly helped.
Oh, really? One bat can help? Maybe you should have signed somebody.
Hey, we got Bly Madris. He just said it right there. First pitch at Comerica Park, where you can see Madris is at 6:40. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
I know we're doing the college football thing, but I want to know, and if I am, so be it, I will live with it. I want to know I'm not alone in being extremely bothered by that comment. This is an organization that has laughed in the face of anyone who wanted them to go out and get a free agent bat. Oh, one bat doesn't make a difference. Oh, we can't block anybody. And then the manager comes out and goes, what a difference one bat can make. It's transformative.
I don't think they even see the hypocrisy or the irony in that statement.
Am I alone in being bothered by that? Matt Chapman's going to be a 6.5 WAR player this year. Broken pelvis is going to be a 0. You mean one player could have helped us? I've spent all year being made fun of. Oh, no, one player wouldn't have made a difference. We can't block anybody. Can't block who? Who am I blocking? They're still in Toledo. Young can't even play third. And AJ just gets up there, strides right up there. Boy, one bat. It just relaxes the whole group. It's unbelievable what it can do. You know what? Right here. No, gotta be kidding me.
That's when you have somebody saying, AJ, you realize what you just said. You call him out on it because I promise you,
God,
he didn't realize what he just said.
Maybe 2 months ago I would have been mad. Now it's just, this is my life now. This is the reality I live in.
That's fair.
I'm resigned to it.
Kenny, you know what?
But yes, I understand
You're
the
right.
frustration.
You're right. It just, when I heard Luke say it, I'm like, oh, really? Water's wet.
They went crazy. Fans, like Barry Bonds was returning into the lineup. It's one guy named Kerry Carpenter.
Well, it's Kerry Bonds. Get it right.
No, it's not.
I was about to say, yeah, Rieger was saying,
no,
we
it's
should
not.
call it Kerry Bonds. Maybe not.
Rieger's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think they even realize what a ridiculous statement that they uttered out of their mouth.
That's all. I'm over it. I just needed to know if I was being like supremely unfair, partially unfair, neutral, or fair.
I'm like, Kenny, you know what? Yeah, no, seriously.
Rico hit the portal.
No, yeah, after earlier in the season, it's like, but no, guys, we're blocking people, the core, we're going to take our time. We're
the free
in no rush.
Stink.
Right. We didn't see anything. We know you don't.
And the fact that the messaging never once changed throughout the course of the season, I mean, we have to be like me and Rico.
Right, and then they want you to follow the company playbook. Oh, because it's one of their guys it makes a difference. But one of those nasty outsiders wouldn't have helped us.
Yeah, it destroyed the chemistry.
Oh, God, it's so annoying. The whole season could have played out different. I swear to you. The whole thing could have played out different. Whatever. To hell with it. I don't care. All right, David, few ticket texts, and then we'll knock down a call, and then we are going to present what the new world of college football looks like at 5 o'clock.
Let me know what you think of this text. AJ is subtly sending a message to Harris, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the problem I have with that is you want me to believe that AJ Hinch wields no power. That if AJ Hinch pounded the table this offseason and went, Scott, you have got to get me a third baseman. I can't go into the season with broken pelvis, Zach McKinstry. I need a bat. I just don't believe that AJ doesn't wield that power. So I don't want to hear subtle messaging now. If that's what the ticket texter, if that's correct.
Someone's saying karma for JJ, maybe? Nah, don't think so.
No, but here's the other thing. I'm going to be straight with you. Whether a guy's a Spartan or a Wolverine or a Buckeye or whatever it is, when they are now facing my team, I am not going to sit there and attach myself to tragedy and act like I'm all heartbroken. You're a Lions fan, your job just got easier. Sorry, JJ. We'll see you next year. The Vikings are now maybe a 5-6 win team. Okay? I'm not going to go, oh my God, my heart aches. No, it doesn't. He doesn't play for the Lions.
My heart aches.
David, no, it does not. You want to, well, you're not a Lions fan, so it doesn't matter.
I'm just saying that so I can upset Kenny. Oh, man.
Go ahead.
Someone's saying no North Carolina school should be in the 48.
Why? NC State is good, guys. I know UNC has faltered a little bit here, and Mac Brown, it's getting a little stale. NC State's good. Oh, by the way, they're in the preseason top 25 again. They're a good football program.
I like the 12-team conference because you can do the 11-game conference schedule.
You play everyone. Oh, that's fun.
That is fun.
We got to ask Rico at the network how many games we're playing. That's going to come in the 5 o'clock hour. I just want to know which of these conferences is going to be on the WB. Which of these conferences is on after reruns of 106 in Park?
Well, you know what? We can have a free do the read leading right up to the first game.
Isn't that why we're including Grambling?
Yeah, Grambling's going into the South just for you, Kenny.
If Kenny wants to go to 16 teams, you're gonna be taking Southern and Grambling.
No.
Wow.
Grambling, Alcorn State, yeah.
David,
okay, fine. Expand the conferences.
No, hold on. Let me get to Eric. He's been patient. Eric, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm a little biased here, but I'd like to make a case for the real U of M, University of Minnesota, to make it into the North. Definitely if there are 60 or 64, but even possibly in the 48, if I may.
You may, because in the 48, you are the last team in. So make your case. This is perfect.
For sure. Yeah. Well, downside first. Yeah, attendance, we were, and I have the numbers because I'm a loser. Attendance, we were 45th in the country now as someone who went to a number of their football games over the last 2 years. Yeah, it's not great. I mean, it's a small enough stadium as it is, but it's not great. On the average side, we were 29th in total revenue last year. Combine that with the fact that we've won, I don't know how many consecutive bowl games. Now, I know they're pretty much panty bowls, but apparently that matters to PJ. He can't shut up about it. However, and I think this will tickle Rico's pickle a little bit, you want the Twin Cities market. It's the 15th largest TV market in the country. Compare that to Kansas City, which comes in at 35th.
Okay.
So I think that would put, in the 48, I think that would put the Golden Gophers over the edge a bit.
I'm sold. I'm good with it. I think the media market plays to Rico's sensibilities, or in your words, his pickle. And away we go. What? He said it. What do you want me to do?
Just
I said it.
He said it. The Gophers are in. You and your coach who dresses like a barber. But what I think is,
Kenny, I'm not saying a word for fear it'll be a drop, so I'll just leave it alone. Refrain.
Refrain. All right, everybody calm down. We have, now here's the thing. Before we take care of some business. Guys, do we want to make any final changes before we present this to our audience at 5 o'clock? Do we want both Kansas State and Kansas in the North? Do we want Iowa State in the North?
How many teams do we have in the North?
I have 12.
I have 12. I don't know if they're the same 12.
Notre Dame, Michigan. Ohio State, MSU. That's 4. Missouri, Nebraska, 6. Iowa State, 8. Wisconsin, Kansas State, 10. Minnesota, KU, 12. I don't believe Indiana and Purdue deserve to be in. They're trash. Northwestern, I don't care about academics. You're out. Illinois, that's not a TV market. No one cares about them. No one in Chicago cares about U of I. They care about Notre Dame. We have Notre Dame.
So I'd say, yeah, you have Notre Dame
so
in there.
Who have I left out? But other than that, I think we can present to people what is happening next.
You know what happened. We left out Coach Prime.
You know what? Poverty program. It's truth.
You know what? I'm looking you in the eye right now. Wait, where you from? No, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah. All right. Football is approaching. Real football, not our fantasy land here. Tons of different player props, passing yards, TDs, futures markets, and Super Bowl matchups. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. No better place to get ready for the season than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. It's the sports betting partner of the NFL. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Today was the final day Lions fans could take in training camp in Allen Park, and they left the facility feeling very optimistic when it comes to injuries. Dan Campbell this morning told Costa and Jansen right here on 97.1 that Jahmyr Gibbs, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw are all going to be good on those injuries, which likely signals a little bit of missed practice time, but no big issues being ready for Week 1 against the Rams. Campbell says they had great crowds during training camp, and they're still working to earn the fans' trust. The Lions' second preseason game is Saturday at the Chiefs at Arrowhead. Campbell says Hendon Hooker's got a, quote, good chance at playing after exiting the Giants game in concussion protocol. Devastating injury news for a former local star, ex-Michigan quarterback, and current Viking signal caller JJ McCarthy will miss his entire rookie season after undergoing surgery today to repair his torn meniscus. In a statement, the Vikings say he will come back bigger, better, and stronger from the injury. And the Tigers aim to take their series against the Mariners at Comerica Park after last night's blowout. 15 runs for the Tigers. Bo Brisky gets the ball for Detroit tonight in another bullpen day. Brian Wu, the talented young righty, starts for Seattle. That first pitch downtown Detroit, 6:40, pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Perfect segue to the 5 o'clock hour. It has been a celebration of college football today. Oh, but what about the Lions' backup kicker, DGAF? We've taken a day for our mental health, and we are talking about college football, and in a different way. It is about, it's clear college football will not stay this way for much longer. It can't. Stanford and the ACC, not sustainable. Florida State suing its own conference, not sustainable. It just is at an inflection point, and I do think the networks are going to take this over. They're going to redraw the state lines, and we're going to have NFL football on Saturday. So, in honor of Rico Beard, our TV expert, Kenny Cott, who celebrates the Stonewall Jackson line, and David, we have just said, okay, what is college football going to look like in the next 3 to 5 years? And what we've come up with is the following. And I need to know, as you're driving home from work right now, you've missed us doing all the work. That's okay. Would you be accepting of this? Is this something you'd be interested in? College football, as you know it, would go from 130 teams to 48. College football, as you know it, would go to 4 divisions or conferences, whatever you want to call it. The reality is it will probably be like the NFL, where each conference would have a couple divisions. Here are the divisions. We have drawn the lines. We have bickered. We've battled. We've laughed. We've cried. We've even drawn lines on state affiliation based on whether you have a Publix or not. Here we go. The East is Penn State, Florida State, North Carolina, Miami, Clemson, NC State, Rutgers, South Carolina, VTech, West Virginia, Maryland, and UCF. The West, USC, UCLA, Oregon, Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Texas, UW, Zona, ASU, Utah, SMU, TCU. Remember, you're factoring in TV markets and that oil money. The South, where it just means more. Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Bama, Auburn, A&M, Mississippi, Mississippi State, LSU, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisville, and the North. Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, MSU, Missouri, Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Kansas and Kansas State, ISU, and Minnesota. If we've left a team off and you think it's egregious, let's talk about it. But I want to know the overriding, would you accept this? that college football would be 48 teams, that you would play everyone in your conference, and you'd have a couple of crossover games with an outside divisional opponent. Rico has the network ready to bid.
And just Nebraska, we're
North.
Okay.
We're stuck with them now.
Okay. We're stuck with Nebraska.
You're stuck together. You had a kid together. Stay together for the kids.
Probably happened in 1997.
Yeah. I want to know from you, the audience, right now, driving home on this beautiful afternoon, if that is new college football, if these are the new conferences, are you more interested, less interested, or nothing changes? 248-539-9797. I will tell you, if they did this, where geography mattered, I would be more interested. This would help me re-engage with college football.
Geography means that much to you?
Yes, Rico, it does.
No, Mike, it's just if it's a good game, it's a good game. I really don't care where you came from. I don't care how much you had to travel to get there.
These are my feelings. They are my own.
Okay.
248-539-9797. David, the work we've put in over the last couple hours, all the slander, the blood, sweat, and tears. David, are you accepting of this new world of college football we've created? Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel with some of this.
What's your problem?
My problem is Syracuse in at all.
No, they're not in.
Oh, they're not.
I took them out. Listening. Reading is fundamental.
Well, I can't read your paper.
It's on the show sheet, smartass. It's a living document.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Oh!
I've been writing my own stuff down.
This is like when Zoolander tried to pull his underpants off. Oh, I am going to hit both of you.
You know what, Kenny? Maybe we should get one of those prosciutto sandwiches.
David, just talk.
Okay, well, now that Syracuse is gone, then yeah, I'm happy with everything.
That was what helped.
It was, because they're not relevant in anything. So everything else is good.
Kenny, you had the most to lose. You love the SEC. Look at your new conference. Are you accepting of this?
I am, because largely, with a few exceptions, it's pretty much the same.
The only thing you lose is
Texas.
what you never had, Texas and Oklahoma. You don't deserve them. They don't belong there.
And the rest, I think I'm pretty confident in how my conference stacks up against the other three. I'm really happy with the way that's turned out.
I think what we've achieved here, we have more balance than people realize. If I take the top 4 teams from each conference, think about this. If you go to the East and your top 4 is Penn State, Florida State, Miami, and Clemson, that's not bad.
Yep.
Right. If I take the top 4 from the West, Oregon, Oklahoma, Texas,
USC,
and USC.
Or Utah even. I know people don't like to talk about Utah in those terms. Okay. I take my top 4 from the South. Who cares? You know the names. Top 4 from the North. Well, 3 of them right off the rip are going to be Notre Dame, U of M, and OSU.
Yeah.
Who's the 4th that could rotate year in, year out?
Wow, the North actually would become the weaker division, if you think about it. Because you don't have that solid 4th team.
No. So in that sense, now look, Missouri's on the upswing as a program, huge NIL. Kansas State has been good for a long time. There's depth in here. There's balance. There's games that make sense. There's a little sex appeal. We got the TV markets covered. It makes too much sense. Therefore, it will never happen.
Now, TV market would also be upset because it would be, well, where's Deion in Colorado? I know it's short-term thinking, but what would Gus and Joel do on Saturday?
So now
they wouldn't be a part of the coverage.
Oh,
that's another one of my rules.
Okay,
you know what I would
do?
do?
The NCAA's not involved. They're not involved.
And you know what I would do day one? I'd fire both of their sorry asses.
I can live with that.
Ha ha! Go away.
Well, then my question is, just like the ticket text said, are we doing 11 conference games, or how are we doing
Go ahead,
those?
Rico. How many games are we playing in the new world of college football? My vote would be 14. You'd play everyone in your conference once. You'd play everyone from each other conference one time as well. Or you play 11 games and expand the playoff to 16. Bang. Done.
Wait, Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Okay, you play a team. From,
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You play 11 plus an expanded playoff.
Plus 3 from each conference.
And bowl games are dead. They don't exist. You don't make the playoff, you're out. The players can't opt out. Why? They're under contract. That's another part of this thing getting homogenized.
See, that's not going to happen.
It's happening.
And we're not tying.
No. See, here's the problem.
They
Mike.
aren't colleges anymore.
Yeah, but that means I'm not going to make any money at the TV networks because I make money off the bowl games because you know what? Dukes pays top dollar for the Mayo Bowl.
We can do that with the playoff that's expanded.
Okay.
We're going to have revenue sharing.
Okay.
Collectively bargained agreement. No more opt-outs.
Okay.
248-539-9797. David, 48 teams. Would you accept this? I would.
Got to make that money up somewhere because you get a lot of money from bowl games.
Do you know what this league, what this television package would cost? Do you understand?
I understand, Mike.
The money's made.
It's made, but you know what's better than making $1 million? Making $2 million.
Rico, they would make so much more money with this than the piecemeal. You have the ACC on the WB.
Correct. But what I'm saying is between the conference money, the bowl money is different than the conference money. That's what I'm saying.
But
I'm trying to get it all.
What bowl money? Like, what money does the Pop-Tart Bowl make?
Makes a lot of money.
How much? From schools lose money playing
from
it.
Kellogg buying the name Pop-Tart.
So why can't they buy the name of the playoff games?
And that's what I said. If you're going to expand it,
yes,
I'm on the same team.
You know
you're
they're
just
going
like
to 16.
You know why?
No,
because you
no.
are being a handful today.
That is just not true. I am efforting peace. I am trying to broker a new world of college football that you and I both
You
will
just
love.
automatically assume everything I'm going to say is going to be anti-college football. I'm agreeing with you. You have to expand this because that money is there.
What do the ticket texters have to say? What are the early returns on what we've created?
Someone's asking why Michigan State is in the equation. Another person says...
I got to tell you, I honestly, there are days I wish I didn't live here. I hate some of you. There are days where I feel like if I lived anywhere else, I would just be even happier because I would never have to run into people who, A, never set foot on the campus of the school they worship, and B, I wouldn't have to tolerate these pithy little remarks. MSU's top 20 in attendance and revenue. That's why they're in. Okay? They made the playoff in the modern era. They've won the conference multiply. Just do me a favor.
They're little brother. Man.
Just please. I mean, it's exhausting. It's totally exhausting.
They don't belong. They're little brother.
Okay.
Your coach,
Go find a bar of soap, scumbag. Next.
What does the new playoff scenario look like? Are we doing 12?
16. We don't stop at stupid numbers. 16.
So top 4 from each division?
That a baby. Let's go.
What about the Boston market and the military schools?
F them both.
Geography makes college football what it is. Yes, accept this every time. So much better than the current status of things.
We should get this on the ballot for the election this fall. Everyone would agree to this. Vote Prop 7 or whatever.
People can't agree on puppies. No.
Very true. Rico wins. 248-539-9797.
What about the Costa party and kittens?
We will. I hate cats. We will get to your calls.
You'll be going up against Jimmy.
Just will you please read something? 97.1.
Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home, I counted all the devices that I own, and it's more than a dozen. It keeps me connected to all the good stuff like streaming and going on the internet and your security system, you name it. Xfinity has the number of devices that we've had connected to our internet, and they know it's growing each year. That's why they've engineered gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices, hundreds, for real, hundreds. Now through September 22nd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract, plus get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Being number one, not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. And the number one mattress purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years of it. They make the mattresses right here in the great state of Michigan. And right now, during the Labor Day sales event, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right. Look, I didn't know how I was going to feel about this project, but at the conclusion of our work today, as you drive home, hopefully from your work day, what we have created as a radio show today is a product I stand behind. Blue Magic. It's a brand name. I would re-engage with college football if it was these divisions, if there were contracts, if it basically turned into the NFL. Because this makes sense to me at a cellular level. Notre Dame and Michigan State and Ohio State, even Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, makes sense. Mm-hmm. Kenny's, look, SEC honks are going to love it because it makes sense. Look at the East. The Eastern Seaboard's been a disaster in the new era of college football. Now, I get the best of both worlds. The Big East and the ACC united in a good way. Not the ACC taking garbage and then West Virginia ending up in the Oregon Trail wagon wheel. You get Penn State, FSU, Miami, Clemson, NC State, VTech. It makes sense. I'd be more interested. I want to know what people have to say.
This would be interesting. You're putting the best of the best. What you just did, what we did, we trimmed the fat is what happened. We got rid of the teams that shouldn't be there.
I love that we got rid of Northwestern. I'm so proud of us. I hate Northwestern.
I don't know if I'm happy. The joy you took in getting rid of every school that was smart, though.
They don't have a seat at this table because it's a complete con at this point. Look at what some of these schools do. I mean, you need a 2.0 to stay eligible, and even then schools are filtering players into no-show majors. It's a joke.
So they want to know, why'd you leave Michigan in?
But in all seriousness, that's why I like the 48 system, is because if we would have gone to 64, we do have fat at the bottoms of these conferences.
Right. The whole point is these are the haves. These are schools that are all relevant on one level or another, and some of them are relevant on all levels.
So are you thinking 14 games plus the 16 playoffs, or just you play everybody every year?
I'd love to play everyone every year. It fosters rivalries, hatred, resentment, and slander. All the things that are good about college football. And then the expanded playoff, let's go.
So the only time you'll play any team outside of your division is in the playoffs.
That I would like to see that, but I'm amenable to doing a scheduling show. I think we treat it like the Price is Right. We get teams, we have athletic directors get up there and spin the big Price is Right wheel. Whatever logo shows up, that's who you're playing in a month. I'm in.
Now, that's how it should be done, meaning a month before. Because we saw what happened in COVID where they can change things like that.
BYU and Coastal Carolina scheduled a game 24 hours out.
Yes, I don't need to 4 years in advance. You're playing. No. A month before, you get your schedule. Play football.
You know what would be really funny? And this spits in the face of everything that we just did in the last 3.5 hours.
Oh, great. Tell me more.
No. It would be a great TV show, made for TV show, but let's just say the four of us were the commissioners of the different conferences, and we just had a draft.
I would love it.
And we just drafted the team. Every 4 years, you draft out of these 48
I'm about to say,
schools.
so these schools.
You draft who you want in your conference.
Right. And the other 90 teams or 80 teams that didn't make it, they're now the subdivision. Bye. Oh, I can't do what? You goofballs sit here and defend Stanford and the ACC. You think I give a damn if Indiana's still in the Big Ten? They don't bring anything. And John Cougar Mellencamp sucks. Out. Northwestern, out.
Antoine Randall is not happy with you.
What about Levron Williams? 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. Tyler's in Detroit. He leads it off. Ty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Mike?
Great. What do you make of the mess we've made?
Not only do I agree with it, I was when I called in, I said I'm doing a favor right now. I just got done with the East. I'm building this in college football 25 right now. I'm gonna run a season simulation for you, and we're gonna do top 25, and I'm gonna get you a champion. I can't change the playoffs though, so
no,
we're gonna have to go as it is now. But I can do everybody play everybody in their leagues, and we're going to see how this plays out.
But you agree this makes more sense than what we're watching now, right?
100%. I'd probably go 16 teams, but for the sake of where we're at right now, I've accepted 12, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and look, they're going to go to 16. That's the worst part. They're going to go to 16 as a playoff. Mm-hmm. When we stopped at 48, I think we all looked around the room, Tyler, and we said, okay, well, wait a second. What are we fighting for to get to 64? Vanderbilt? Purdue? Who cares?
Right.
So it really distills down to 48 teams.
It's going to be 48 until probably in about 4 years when you're going to get ticked off, and I'm going to say, hey, Mike, you and I go to lunch. I got some news to give you.
No, because the reality is what's going to happen to college football, they're going to do something that's not this. And I'll just be done. I mean, Rico.
You know what the real problem is?
Pop quiz, hot shot. I'm being straight with you.
Okay.
When's the last time you saw me wear Michigan State stuff?
You don't. Because
I don't feel anything. I don't care.
Because they took away your parking spot and you've hated the school ever since.
No,
we all know, Mike. They took away your parking spot.
David, he's a real problem today. Not true.
I will leave it.
Not true. It's factually untrue.
Look, it is sunny. Do not make clouds come out here and lightning come down and strike you.
What are you talking about?
It's about the play on the field.
It is not about the play on the field. That is about the play on the field as well.
No, look,
but here's the thing.
There's a multitude of things.
Even when they were winning, he didn't like them.
But I wore their stuff. I find the product embarrassing. I find the sport embarrassing. It's just, I'm telling you, the sport's going to keep driving people like me out. I was trying to broker peace today on a beautiful 83-degree day. This is a product I would support.
Understand, but for people like you who leave, there's going to be somebody who takes your spot.
I don't agree with that.
It's like if you got a good team and you're like, I'm not going to renew my season tickets. Okay, I'll take them. And somebody takes your tickets.
I really don't think that's the case. Go look at Florida's attendance. Oh, somebody will replace you. You know what Florida's attendance? Go ask your boy, Captain Preacher.
No, Mike.
Florida's attendance has been going down. Look at Florida State. How many empty seats?
Right, but you know what just was going to help college football? That stupid video game you guys love. Because now you're going to, a whole new generation.
That's not going to be the difference.
No. A whole new generation will now say, oh, well, let's watch and see what this is all based upon.
This man is a menace.
Significantly, I don't think it's going to make a difference.
It's enough to bring in some new
Kenny,
people,
I'd
new
like
blood.
to ask Rico a question he always asks me. And you tell me if this is fair, Kenneth. Rico, who hurt you? You have chosen violence.
I'm going to go
today.
to the man to the right of me.
Oh, you shut up. All right, summer is here. Football is getting dangerously close. Hungry Howie's offering their best deal of the summer. It is their summer sale, $14.99, any large pizza on the menu. That includes even the fancy, zany ones that Kenny Cott orders, like the Backyard Burger Pizza. $14.99, you pick any pizza. You get your choice of flavored crust, and dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. But hurry, just like summer, the pizzas will be gone, and the pricing will certainly be gone before you know it. Go to hungryhowies.com or download the Hungry Howies app today and start that order now. Limited time only.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Today was the last day Lions fans could watch training camp in Allen Park, and they left the facility this morning with plenty of good news on the injury front. Dan Campbell told Costa and Jansen this morning right here on 97.1 that Jahmyr Gibbs, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw are all going to be good to go on their injuries, which means they'll likely miss some practice time but suit up for Week 1 against the Rams. Preseason game number 2 Saturday at Kansas City. Campbell says Hendon Hooker's got a good chance at playing after leaving the Giants game in concussion protocol. The NFL Network reports that former Michigan quarterback and current Vikings rookie JJ McCarthy will miss the entire season after having surgery today to repair his torn meniscus. And the Tigers look to win their series against the Mariners at Comerica Park tonight after last night's rout downtown. Bo Brisky will start for Detroit, another bullpen day for them. Brian Wu gets the ball for Seattle. First pitch at Comerica Park, 6:40. The pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, checking on the ticket text briefly. We get back to the people. We've got a football today. We've got the cursed big finish because there's still 100 baseball games left to go in a season you stopped caring about months ago.
Hey, they scored 15 runs last night.
Whee! David, go ahead.
It's perfect. Just need to expand for 2 play-in spots for the playoffs for the rest of the schools. Give them something to strive for.
Ready? I'm in a giving mood. Done and done. Why? Rico can have Duke's Mayo's play-in fiesta.
Oh, so, okay. So 4 teams from each division that didn't make the top 4. I like that.
Play-in.
I'm in a giving mood.
Dump Kansas and UCLA. Not relevant, someone says.
Okay, but who are you replacing them with? Now, I'm fine with UCLA and Kansas being out. But for the sake of the argument, Rico's right. You want to own the LA market. You need poverty-ass UCLA. Kansas does not bring a whole lot to the table. They don't. And Leipold's 100, which means their program's going to go back to being complete ass. But whatever. It beats Indiana. Cooler logo.
Now, this texter wants to change.
Like the candy stripe.
Gross. Yes, Dave.
Wants to change everything. Change the season to February to May with this new model, and boom, you fix the football void once the season ends. We're not changing the calendar. No, we're not doing that.
I didn't put my name on that, did I?
No. This segment needs a Commissioner Mike press conference. Much like
Listen, no, it's we, not me. We worked on this. This was a collaborative effort to save the sport that this man has killed.
David, we all know. It was Mike, and we all agreed.
Geography is key. It's a thing of beauty. What about adding relegation for the last place team in each division?
You know, Roy's waited patiently, so let's have the conversation with Roy, 97.1. Hello, Roy.
Hello, and now that they've stepped all over. Yeah, so initially when you said it, I'm like, it should be 64, but you've made a good point as to why 48. And I'm like, okay, but then I heard the word Kentucky, and I go, here we are, March Madness bubble. I go, what the hell is Kentucky part of this thing for? They aren't a football team. So I'm like, well, what if we had relegation at the end of this? And guess what you can do? You can have your 4 damn bowl games, and that's your bowl games. You can resurrect them, and that's your relegation. And you can now have that 16th team playing in from the leftovers every year.
The problem is this, Roy, I'm not against it. I've said for years, I'd love to see it, but we're trying to live in the real world. The European model of relegation will never enter American sports. It
wouldn't. I agree professionally. I don't understand how it works there because we have franchises in it.
But that's what these schools are. No. See, that's the difference.
But no one's asking to build a new stadium I don't know how that works over there.
Texas A&M just spent $500 million. Kansas is building a new stadium.
Well, they're in.
I'm saying Northwestern just built a new stadium. If MSU had any class, they'd build a new stadium.
Northwestern.
Right, but look, Michigan State should build a new stadium. Get serious. Got 4 billionaires from that school who live in this state. They can't get a new stadium. Awful.
I am about to step aside and avoid this rake. David, read something.
Well, no, I actually really like what Roy had to say, because if you want to talk about, we're not living in the real world doing that. We just remade geographical relevance, and we reduced it to 48 teams.
But hold on.
That's not real life.
I mentioned relegation, and 3 of you lost.
No. I never disagree with you on relegation. I love that idea, and I still love it.
I love the idea, but it wasn't relevant to the topic. That was the only point.
And then, the bowl game, you lose the bowl game, man. You're gone.
I love it. But it's never going to happen in this country.
It's never going to happen because I don't want it, okay? If I don't want Baylor now, why would I ever want them?
Baylor they didn't belong in the first time. It took the governor of Texas demanding they get in.
Here's the thing. There's, of the teams we put in there, there's going to be some teams that we're like, why did we put these teams in here again? What did they have to offer? And somebody else is all of a sudden going to get really hot. And it's like, kind of like UCF. Like, you know what? They're good right now. Let's put them in. Like, all of a sudden, I don't know. Let's just say the whole Deion thing works out and Colorado becomes the hottest team out there.
They're never going to be that, so no.
And I'm not a believer in Colorado. They don't take sports serious. I mean, hell, they had to collect pop bottles to hire Deion.
I'm just giving a team out there.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Boise State becomes Boise State of Chris Peterson.
Look, I think they're making the playoff this year. If Malachi Nelson, the kid they got from USC, the former number 1 overall quarterback, is half as good as he was supposed to be, Rico, they got Ashton Genty. They could be a playoff team this year in real time.
So that's why I was just like, it gives you the opportunity that you're not stuck with these 48.
I wish the Giants would get relegated.
Because here's the beauty of it. Georgia will never be on the relegation line. Like certain teams will never be there.
Hold on. Why wouldn't they?
He did it again.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Why would Georgia never be on the relegation line?
Because, David, they're Georgia, and they're going to get top recruits, and they're going to keep winning.
Okay.
Hey, there was a time Michigan was on the relegation line.
That's what I'm saying. It can happen.
Stephen 3.
Tennessee's been there. Miami's been there.
Michigan State currently
Georgia
relegated.
Georgia could be there one day.
Kenny, MSU's playing Albion to open the season. We're not far off. Let's go to Joseph, 97.1.
And if MSU got a new stadium, oh, my God.
Joseph, what's up?
Great idea, guys. I love it. I would take it one step further and only allow the same regions from the geographically able to draft for the NFL.
Oh, my God. You want to do what the NBA used to do in the 60s.
How awesome would that be?
You had to draft in your region back then.
Really?
Wow. The answer is no. But, I mean, Joseph, that's fine, but no. You're talking about...
You know who's going to be happy about that? The Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The Miami Dolphins are going to be thrilled. Yeah, no, Joseph, you can't do that.
Right.
I mean, we're having fun, but, like, that's
when you have the Carolina Panthers. No, we really are in the South.
Right.
We're not in the East.
The Cowboys and Falcons are going to be great. Just watch.
Everyone else totally
Cowboys are in the
screwed.
West.
Tampa Bay.
See, what I like about this, though, you get a little bit of the Big East ACC, the best of it. The Big Ten, you're still getting the best of it, and you're getting some geography, and you're getting Notre Dame where they belong. The South is still...
I can't wait for that new trophy of MSU and Kansas State.
I mean, it's got to be better than the land grant, right?
Nothing's better than the land.
Why don't they just play for a melting moments? Like a gigantic cookie. What the hell's the problem?
I don't know. What does Kansas State bring?
The Little Apple?
Yeah.
Manhattan. I think, isn't it the Sunflower Cup?
Is there anything in Little Manhattan?
It's not ideal. One of my cousins went there. It's a small place.
Right. When you have to say, no, we're the other Manhattan, that means you have nothing.
Listen, it's the state of Kansas. What do you want?
USC is near us. That's right.
Right. Hey, Kansas, we're in the same state as Kansas. The Jayhawks, you heard of them, right?
The difference is K-State football wins.
No, we're laughing at it's what what you call it?
Foster from UCLA.
Said, hey, we're from LA. USC's right there with us.
I'll open it up to questions.
You coach UCLA.
That was bad.
I thought he was stroking out. I'm like, hey, somebody go check on this man. Is he okay?
I felt like he didn't recognize he was supposed to talk that day. Yeah. Something did not compute. He didn't look prepared.
He froze in the moment, man. He hit the vapor lock like, hey, coach, say something.
Once again, though, UCLA in the Big Ten. I can't. It's stupid. This is stupid. All of it. But hey, it's
a little bit better than Little Manhattan. So.
What? Why do you hate Kansas State so much?
Man.
Basically, Chris Kleiman is Mark D'Antonio. You should love him.
I like it, Mike. I'm just having fun.
I'm not having fun.
Well, I am.
I'm kidding. I wish this was our college football. This would be amazing. All right. Summer road trip season. Moran Buick GMC. Pack up the family. Moran Buick GMC will make sure you are all set. The 24 GMC Sierra 1500 four-wheel drive crew cab elevation, $247 a month. The 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $246 a month. New stock arriving daily. They will have what you're looking for. And yes, Yukon Denali's are back. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or you can visit them online at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers look to win their series against the Mariners after last night's rout at Comerica Park. First pitch just minutes away right here on 97.1. Bo Brisky will start for Detroit. Another bullpen day for the Tigers. Talented young righty Brian Wu goes for Seattle. A.J. Hinch says it's been a massive boost having Kerry Carpenter back in the lineup. First pitch at Comerica Park is at 6:40. The pregame show just minutes away at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Former Michigan quarterback and current Viking signal caller JJ McCarthy will miss his entire rookie season after undergoing surgery today to repair his torn meniscus. And head coach Dan Campbell says there's plenty of positive injury news. He delivered it to Costa and Jansen this morning right here on 97.1. He says Jahmyr Gibbs, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw are all going to be good to go, which likely means a couple of missed practices, but no big issues being ready for Week 1 against the Rams at Ford Field. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, the big whoop-de-doo. Let's finish the show. Let's go.
Well, before we get to all the college football realignment we made, let's get to the A.J. Hinch comment of how much difference a bat makes because Kerry Carpenter returned to the lineup yesterday.
It bothered me. I mean,
it was insulting.
The organization has laughed in your face. Oh, you think one bat would change anything? Cutscene. It's really amazing how one bat can really change the whole lineup. Oh, really? Water's wet. Maybe the whole season would be fun right now had they done anything. Mm-hmm. So I wonder.
Yeah,
I love this thing.
Very insulting is how it seems. It's like, yeah, they told you, it's no big deal. You guys just want to see change. We're waiting on the core. We don't want to block anybody. Well, there was nobody in the free agent market that we liked.
So I wonder if someone actually told him if that comment didn't make any sense. I mean, serious.
Doesn't matter.
I doubt it.
No one's paid attention to this team.
And I was about to say, it's one of those like, never mind.
It's not worth me getting angry.
Right.
All right, so let's do this here. We realign college football. Before I give you what we realign, where the teams sit, let me give you some parameters that we end up going through during the process. Relegation. We decided that was not part of this discussion, so that is out. Is 48 the right number? We talked about 64 initially. 48 ended up being the right number.
To get what Rico wants, which is an NFL light product, and have matchups that make sense while still preserving some level of college football, it feels like 48 teams is going to be the future. Because, man, when you start going into the 50s and 60s, it's like, do I really want Vanderbilt, Indiana, and Purdue here? No. Cal and Stanford, get the hell out. Got more people up in trees protesting things than attending the game. Get out of here.
Care about the football.
Mike hates smart schools.
I do. They're a pain in the ass.
We also talked about geographics mattered. We also said TV markets mattered. Kenny was in charge of the South. Regarding the geographics within it, we debated, is Texas from the South or the West? We ended up settling on West.
It is the home of Westerns, not Southerns. Tex-Mex food is Western, not Southern.
I gave up. It wasn't worth the fight. I know what I see when I look at a map, but for the sake of argument,
I see the West.
Well, we said In-N-Out meant West. Well, In-N-Out is in Texas. Publix meant South. Those are some of the parameters, the things that came up. Yes.
Doesn't matter.
So here's what we came up with. In the East, Penn State, Florida State, North Carolina, Miami, Clemson, North Carolina State, Rutgers, USC, which is South Carolina, Virginia Tech, West Virginia, Maryland, and UCF.
It would be awesome. It'll never happen. You know why? Because anything that makes sense in sports never happens.
I agree.
Never. Look at the 12-team playoff.
You know
who the hell came up with 12?
Mike, you're really not going to like the reason why you can't have this, and it has nothing to do with the TV networks.
Mm-hmm.
It has everything to do with the different conferences because they pay money for that brand name.
Well, sorry,
Big
that's
Ten.
out of it. They don't get a say.
David, no, I'm
This
saying,
is our.
No. They won't relinquish the teams because it's a part of our brand. That is the only thing that's holding this from actually happening is the fact that all of those conferences won't give up and say, we're just going to go ahead and retire and take the money.
Doesn't matter. This is our conference. This is our college football. Let's go to the
I
West.
just want to let him know it's not the TV and it ain't me. It's the actual conferences that won't allow this.
In the West, we have USC, UCLA, Oregon, Oklahoma and Okie State, Texas, Washington, Arizona, Arizona State, Utah, SMU, and TCU.
Perfect. It's delightful. It's fun. You've got competition. You got 4 big teams up top. You got a middle class in there that's got some upside, and you get some oil money involved with SMU and TCU. It would be awesome. I love it.
In the South, we have Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Alabama, Auburn, Texas A&M, Mississippi, Mississippi State, LSU, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Louisville.
It's the SEC with some light sprinkles of new, and no Vanderbilt. No one cares about you. Leave. No Mississippi State. Why? No one likes you.
And in the North, we have Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Mizzou, Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Kansas State, Minnesota, Kansas, and Iowa State.
Kansas and Kansas State and Iowa State.
Little light in the pants.
No, I'm saying, but if you're going to get rid of the Illinois and Indiana and Purdue, I think they would fit.
Because those 3 teams would beat the brakes off of Indiana and Purdue and Northwestern on a year-in, year-out basis.
Minnesota had a caller come in and plead the case. Minnesota State.
Media market.
Yeah, media market. Exactly. And this is what we created. This is what we came up with. And it may never happen.
It will never happen.
It will happen. Except caller Tyler called in earlier and said he would make a NCAA 25 simulation of this. I really hope we hear back from Tyler because I want to see what our creation ends up yielding in terms of a champion, in terms of conference champions. I want to hear the result of that.
Listen, changes are coming. This holding place that we're in, this weird Wild West, no rules on NIL. No rules, like the conference movement makes no sense. It's unsustainable. So the whole point of today's show was to have a little fun and take a break from nonsense of training camp.
Yeah.
There's going to be a new college football.
You need the conferences to break up. Because think about it. Right now, they're just trying to collect as many teams and make their conferences bigger. You just got to take away and strip the names away, and this can happen.
I'm 100%. I'm on board. Make it happen. Just make the call and get it done by tomorrow. Tiger Baseball is next. We'll be on after Tiger Baseball tomorrow, and we'll get back to the business of real football. Talk to you then.